to see. Just take some time to look into it, and the truth will set you free. Yeah, NASA's pretty evil, man. They're a lying scumbag. Take some time, man. Look into it. I did. Now my mind is truly blown. The truth will set you free.
He is mentally ill. Latter-day Saints, you are mentally ill. You do belong in an asylum. My opinion, that's where you belong. You are a danger to people because of your insanity. And you said it on stream there, you would get violent for Flat Earth. Yeah.
Yo, shout goes out to my real flat smackers out there. This one's for y'all. Like we always do about this time, you know what I'm saying? Check it. Glow birth, big ball of dreams. And everything on Google Earth ain't always what it seems. You might get fooled if you listen to devils, but they can't disprove water finds its true level. I'm never at a loss for words of the opposite. Got a closet full of verbs inside of my box. It's getting harder to lock, so I just unlock my thoughts in it. Arguably obvious that I've already lost it. Hook my head to a battery that's dead and I've charged it. The stars up above flicker because of the water. This artificial Star Trek, they got you to swallow. Is like any other lies, just flimsy and hollow. It's time I spit the truth, so let's get to the bottom of all these Gomorrah's want is just to be sodomist. I'm like a phlebotomist, you like Harry Potter chick. Go against me, so not against the hippopotamus. I'm against Illuminati, it's nothing personal. It's much deeper cause you lied to the whole world. You decided to lie about the shape of the earth, replacing the creator's mind, raping from birth. Can't wait to see the day you face with a curse, or placing globes as the new face of the church. You Masons are burnt like Mountain Dew. Keep sipping that chrome from the fountain of youth. Globe Earth, big ball of dreams. And everything on Google Earth ain't always as it seems. You might get fooled if you listen to devils, but they can't disprove water finds its true level. You ever been intimidated by Minute Maid? I've been a renegade, sipping on my lemonade. In the days my brain's been invaded by waves, radio waves that came all the way from space. Listening to different scientists and how they explain it. Speaking of explain, SpaceX was speaking to me. I hope they're thinking of me when they're drinking their pee. Don't believe me, so I put a link in the D. You mean a D in the link? Now I need me a drink. Pour my coffee in the toilet and I pee in the sink. I got Don Perry on from Don Pettit on credit, sharing red herring with Peggy Whitsett on Reddit. And for the record, she's a pedo, and I reckon I'll be on my deathbed before the end of my show, like that meth head team skeptic sleeping in, yo. I'm keeping it kosher like a rabbi t-shirt, preaching the Quran with his NASA t-shirt. Matter of fact, even if my raps don't factually matter, I'll make up in battles what I'm lacking in grammar. Outer space is a place where nothing actually happens. The fact is, every time I hear astronauts laughing, I fear them boys just made an extraction from the pineal gland of the children they captured. I'm willing to go to bat for the kids they've been snatching, murdering these actors with my affirmative action. How do burners work if space is a vacuum? Putting Satanists on blast as you dance to this rap tune. Globe Earth, big ball of dreams. And everything on Google Earth ain't always what it seems. You might get fooled if you listen to devils, but they can't disprove water finds its true level. Too much, I flat too many people. Too much, too much, I flat too many people. When I'm done flat smacking, ain't gonna be no sequel. Have you ever been rage clipped off a debate? I have, after I tied my opponent in chain. Tied him up to a boat and drove him up to the lake, begging for their life as their voice starts to break. I'm annoying but destroying all the guys that are fake. All the times I spit lines that would make the rhymes you say feel like they were raped. It's so hard to comprehend the way people think. I'm attacking the wackos who attacking my channel. Fight the faggot, Earth wasn't the first of my battle, but I keep choosing McToon to spoon me the ammo. T jumps sending signals to the moon with a candle. Any Helios you want some, I'd be happy to have it. I'll even even put away the knife and accidentally stab you. You see, there's nothing any of them ever could say to make me look any worse than when I look at my face. At the abandoned mansion that I happen to stab in, grabbing a napkin that just so happened to be infected with a selected mix of corona. Simon Dan went in the trash can to get his diploma. To the hospital to chop it up with Craig in a coma. Maddie gave Stephen Hawkins head in a boner. Oh no, there he goes. He don't know when to stop. Like when he gets blurted by degenerate cops. Insensitive, my rhymes are demented in thought. But since a kid, I've been told the Earth's a globe when it's not. Globe birth, big ball dreams. And everything on Google Earth ain't always what it seems. Too much. Ha 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 ha. Too much. I flat too many people. And when I'm done flat smacking, ain't gonna be no seat. Too much.
And every child I've ever met would disagree with that assessment. And none of them think the Earth is flat or have ever thought the Earth is flat. So where do you get that assumption from?
No, Craig. If you're hanging out with McToon, I have no doubt that you come in contact with a lot of kids. I'm just saying, though. Keep the halo over the head. You know what I mean?
Yeah. He's gone. What a waste of space, eh? I do think that he is a genuine flat earther. But at the same time, I think that he thinks he's hilarious, which is really hilarious when people that think they're hilarious really aren't hilarious. Because he isn't hilarious. He's exactly the fucking opposite.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
A lie is a lie, and it don't matter how many dumb sheeple believe it. And the truth is the truth, hiding right out in plain sight, and still people don't see it. Man, this shit got me heated, and I won't stop till the elite are being defeated. They keep us deceived about everything that we think, and they keep it a secret. What we're taught is not conducive with reality. Big bang, evolution, and there's gravity. I tell the truth, and then these motherfuckers laugh at me, telling me the earth is photoshopped because it has to be. Most people accept the deception happily, but what they're doing to us all is a tragedy. God created the heavens and the earth in a verse, but we're living in a
Freemasonic galaxy.
They say we're monkeys on a ball flying through outer space, but there's no proof, it seems to have vanished without a trace. NASA and other agencies falling down from grace. You can take that bullshit pseudoscience and get out my face. I'm the antisocial type. You're a government prototype. That's why you make it a point to tell me that I'm crazy every time you're angry, cause you know I'm right. I'm standing outside the house of cards about to watch it fall. No more living on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl. We follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. And assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is photoshopped, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
They say that we went to the moon 6 times, but pure BS is the way that smelled. Now they're telling us that we can't even leave the planet because of the Van Allen radiation belt. Yeah, okay, sure. NASA, what you lying for? You lying now, you lied before. I can't take this anymore. The only thing they took to space was your imagination. Fake aliens are coming, now they have you waiting. We need to do something about it, no procrastination. Trying to cause the masses to awaken, that's the path I've taken. But you can see if you check all the percentages. So many people having cognitive dissonance. But that's what happens at the loss of your innocence. Then you get involved with all of this goodness. They try to do all the humans this way. So are they just idiots? Who is to say? Conditioned by the television, it makes your decisions, opinions, and you just obey. Stuck in the material domain of Satan, where everything in each and every day is pagan. Mandela effect, cause the game is changing. People waking up and now the cage is shaking. The earth is flat. and that is a universal fact. If it isn't that, then tell me where the fuck the curve is at. They tell us that we can't see it because we're all too small, and now we're spinning on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal, indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting, the earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison for your mind.
What you're seeing here is a mirage. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that.
Okay. Testing, microphone check 1, 2. No curvature, huh? Where's Danny Faulkner when you need him? Ah, Danny, Matthew, where art thou? Where art thou, physicist?
Yo, I smoked pot once and it made me loaded, and I smoked pot twice and it gave me COVID, and I hotboxed the house and my brain reloaded. Yo, shot goes out to plain decoded. Listen up, kids. Listen up, kids. Listen up, kids all across the land. This is the thought today. Stephen COVID, Hawking, Band, and me and Stephen, believe me, we got this man. I'm never sitting shiver, and he's not gonna stand. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment in space-time that you've all been waiting for. I'd like to introduce a special ed guest we have here this evening. Join us tonight playing on the sorrel flute and the grand piano. Please stand up and put your hands together if they still work. Without further ado, for flat today, Stephen and the COVID Hawking Band. I'll shut the light and let it go free, and I can't be quiet, y'all already know me. But to survive AI, gotta be low-key, still let it shine. Just keep the low beams on at all times so they don't close me down at night like a ball with no drinks. We do an AA meeting just to shatter their faith. Saturday saints walking barefoot while you stay masking your face, till eventually all your masculinity breaks down like solid waste drains into a lake. And if you're still sipping lattes, the astronauts make you couldn't stomach the fact that NASA's fake. Critics say my raps up like the back end of space, adjacent to Amy's gas. Pressure debates, and if the jab was medicine, you was pressure to take. The these scabs are shedding wherever they lay, like Apollo 11's confetti parade. Build a wall if you want to make America great, or just pay Bill Gates to build a gate. All these buffoons want to debate with me about the vacuum of space being make believe. The sea level line always looks straight to me, a big waste of time they get paid to be. All these buffoons want to debate with me about the vacuum of space being make believe. The sea level line always looks straight to me, a big waste of time they get paid to be. These mass talks get so exasperated, follow me around Target, asking, hey, did I want to put a mask on? Cause that's what they did. So if all your friends got vaccinated, like 100%, yeah, gladly take it. Well, I'm a son of a bitch, handsome maybe, you love the a spaceship, ready to drink by tomorrow. How amazing! By now, I'm wow in the crowd and the ladies all get aroused. When I talk about space, panties falling on the ground when I'm on a debate. Till eventually they want to slap me in the face. Liberation warp speed, I don't need any brakes. Until the wheels fall off, I don't feel any shakes. This airplane spray is peeling the paint. Everything you were taught, not real as fake. Ladies and gentlemen, give them a standing ovation. Let's hear it again for Saturday Saint. All these buffoons want to debate with me about the vacuum of space being make-believe. Sea level line always looks straight to me. Big waste of time they get paid to be. All these buffoons want to debate with me about the vacuum of space being make-believe. Sea level line always looks straight to me. A big waste of time they get paid to be. Think you need medicine just to live, then you're living on the medicine they love to give. Your freedom is something that they love to strip. Try breathing through a mask when it's 110 degrees outside. Is a shoveling shit? Well, that's astronauts. I'm smuggling kids. No wonder why Greg says I'm a son of a bitch, cause I never forget about these events. If you think you need medicine just to live, then you're living on medicine they love to give. Get hungry enough and you'll be jumping ship. Justify it by saying, no, it's just a chip. Only thing I don't trust is the government. Doctor's office is ground zero for a kid. No wonder why Greg says I'm a piece of shit, cause I never forget to speak at these events. And if you think you need medicine just to live, then you're living on medicine they love to give. I get awfully nauseous when I'm nearest a ranch. I'm a Baraka, and I'm nearly unhinged. These buffoons wanna debate with me about the vacuum of space being make-believe. The sea level line always looks straight to me. A big waste of time they get paid to be. All these buffoons wanna debate with me about the vacuum of space being make-believe. The sea level line always looks straight to me. A big waste of time they get paid to be. All these buffoons wanna debate with me about the vacuum of space being make-believe. The sea level line always looks straight to me. A big waste of time they get paid to be. All these buffoons wanna debate with me about the vacuum of space being make-believe. The sea level line always looks straight to me. A big waste of time they get paid to be. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our show. So until next time, can I have another round of applause for the Flat-A-Day Stephen COVID Hawking Man? Everybody, please stand. Everybody except Stephen. He may stay seated. I hope that doesn't get deleted. Play this song or repeat it. Yo, Steve Grant, let's do that. Diet Woke too. I'm the man for the job, homie. Flat-A-Day Saints, aka Flat Nasty. This has been the Flat-A-Day Saints show. Yes, it has.
I don't believe that man went to the moon. The deadly radiation would have guaranteed their doom. They've never tried to go back, the elephant's in the room. I don't believe that man went to the moon. On 7-7 drills were underway. At each of the locations, the bombs went off that day. A man called Peter Power announced with some dismay. On 7-7 drills were underway. I feel a sense of positivity, a different way to view reality. The truth is that it starts with you and me. And we can make it happen if we come together. On 9/11 drills were underway. That mirrored what unfolded in the skies that very day. They blamed it on Bin Laden, who was nearly in his grave. On 9/11 drills were underway. The time has come for us to make a choice. It started with a solitary voice, but now it's a cacophony of noise, and growing by the day because it's now or never. I don't believe that man went to the moon. The deadly radiation would have guaranteed their doom. They've never tried to go back. The elephant's in the room. I don't believe that man went to the moon.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
As you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know, and
we were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not black and white. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
You see the gas.
It don't let it. Said the sky was not the limit. We fly to the moon in another second, but we haven't been back since 1972. Destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew, except for the twinsies. Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from the sun, it's the darkest night you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rockin' heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh, the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak. Debunk my bubble. It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, homeboy.
Space is fake AF.
It's all just start doing this.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo. You just have a leak. And what you would do is lose air.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for attending tonight's presentation. This has been brought to you in part by the Flat Natty Federation, so without hesitation, it's inevitable. Even without edibles, I'm incredible. I'll knock you off your pedestal and drop you off at the medical. Methamphetamines, ketamines, and sedatives. 5 Why is it out of my mind and my rhymes are still better than veteran competitors, clever with them predicates. Never slur my speech, only speaks with proper etiquette. I won't put a mask on, I can't be silenced. You pussycats pushing me to fly-to-day violence. Go and ask my mom, yo, she can't deny it. As a matter of fact, she's the reason I get to screaming and standing up for what is right. It's just a matter of time before one of these guys gets pushing me when I'm just waiting in line with a box of tampons for Jackie May that I'm buying. Our rights are vanishing right before our eyes. It's no surprise bank robbers are robbing your vault, cause when they don't wear a mask, you're calling the cops. Bottoms up, what I call y'all who just swallow the shot. All in the dark off a cliff, you just follow the mark. One small step for man at Hollywood Park, one giant leap for mankind. Tomorrow it's hard, waiting on the shining Apollo movie to start. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the moment in space-time you've all been waiting for, the intermission. It is in my best intention to get up and go take a pissin'. Have a smoke in here, let me light up your cigarette. So without further ado, ever been witness to a Jehovah live stream? I have, that's where I got COVID-19. In the beginning I was in it for the fun and the games. It was sickening what it done to my brain. Now I'm just a victim of this invisible strain, getting these symptoms. My physician explained, in my position all the intense and physical pain would inhibit me as much as an individual can't be inhibited.
Sometimes it feels like we live underwater. Sometimes I feel like the earth has no end. In the city I live in, I've measured the angles. The globe is a lie, man. They worship the sky. I rhyme to these beats cause this is my passion. I chop up these shills cause I know of their plan. They see my good deeds so they're trying to end me. But sea levels for surely a measurable line. And they don't ever want to reveal that the globe's a lie, but flat earth is the place I love. And I'm so proud to say they don't ever want to reveal that the globe is fake, but flat earth is the place I love. And I'm so proud to say, yeah, yeah, yeah. It's hard to conceive what the globe is about there, 'cause we're all deceived, we live under a dome. At least I have Yahweh, the Father who loves me. He
He shows me the truth now to shatter the lie. And they don't ever want to reveal that the globe is fake, but flat earth is the place I love. And I'm so proud to say they don't ever want to reveal that the globe is fake, but flat earth is the place I love. And I'm so proud to say, yeah, yeah, yeah. No, 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 yeah, yeah. Flat earth, I say, yeah, yeah. Globe lie, ha ha. Under the dome I found Yahweh's true love. Under the dome I found that the globe's of love. Under the dome I found Yahshua's love. Under the dome I found I traded the lies away. No, 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 yeah, yeah. No, no, yeah, yeah, yeah. Under the dome, I said, yeah, yeah. That's where I stay. Yeah, yeah.
Force field. It's a dome. We're at the edge of the arena.
Grace in the house.
Biz on the track.
SB on the beat.
I'm gonna murder this trap. Where the robot is at. The light falling apart. The models under attack. Good defenders they lack. No doubt about that. They think they are smart, but the earth can hold a fart. A second law violation, gas pressure mediation, solved with gravitation, straight up invocation. There's no valid experimentation. They lied to the nation. Granted, most just have the bald belief, going through life looking for some relief, spiritually chained, looking for that sweet release. A reckless blind faith you take brings peace, and your captors the providers of the disease. You don't get freedom but bowing and saying please on your knees, giving up your children with ease. Stop, freeze, before you go further, let me give you the keys. It is discernment and knowledge that frees the whole future and present. It guarantees with measured ease, it brings real expertise. No need for the fallacious please, my fellow detainees. Become logic trainees. It's time for you to be free, free from the cage, not lost in the rage. Turn the page, it's a new age, the return of logic. Just learn to gauge and engage. The whole world is a stage. Now it's time for you to become a flat earth sage. The earth master's flat. What do you think about that? Don't make this weird. The truth is not to be feared, unless you're a bad guy. You a bad guy? I'm gonna murder this trap, where the global is at. The light falling apart, the models under attack. Good defenders they lack, no doubt about that. They think they are smart, but the earth can hold a fart. A second law violation, gas pressure mediation, solved with gravitation, straight up invocation. There's no valid experimentation. They lied to the nation. So we measured the earth. That was the birth of channels like dearth. Imagine the mirth. We faced our dissonance from a state of imminence. We just did the research contradicting the church, but confirming the Bible. Don't go all tribal. I find the similes within all religions, but it's not wise to follow like pigeons. That's how you get division, which leads to collision. Clear your vision and exercise precision. The globe is up for revision, but it's all your decision. So get informed and transformed, removed from the conformist swarm. Or be an NPC, you choose what to be. I cannot control thee. I can only hand you the key. Even if you disagree with logic absentee, we seem to be a blind devotee. Prepare for lesser repartee or moderation by referee. If you're here for an honest conversation, you're welcome to cultivate friendly relation, regardless of your beliefs or persuasion. But in the live stream, we require empirical verification. Belief is not enough, thinking you are tough. I know it can be rough when you don't know your stuff, and your mind is full of fluff, and your mind a global bluff, actual no power puff. I know it can be tough when belief is not enough. You need to know your stuff, or it's gonna be rough. We don't accept fluff, completely had enough of all this pointless stuff. The truth is what is tough. So join us 24/7 Flat Earth Discord if you think you have the right stuff, or you simply honestly want to know more. Until then, peace.
mountains are flat, no curve is displayed, and the globers go insane. I hear their voice on the line as their cocktails causes pain. Even in perfect weather, we cannot see forever. Wherever you go, whatever you do, I will be taking your globe from you. Whatever it takes, or how your heart breaks, I will be taking your globe from you. Globe Earth was planted in your mind, and it must be removed somehow. I hear your laughter and I taste your tears, so let me through right now. Oh, can't you see it, Glober? I will flat smack you sober. Wherever you go, whatever you do, I will be taking your globe from you. Whatever it takes, or how your heart breaks, I will be taking your globe from you. I wonder how you can survive this globe dance, but in the end, if I reach you, I'll take the chance. Even in perfect weather, we cannot see forever. Wherever you go, whatever you do, I will be taking your globe from you. Whatever it takes, or how your heart breaks, I will be taking your globe from you.
Yo, hey, if you guys unmute him, I'll get some of that. I'll take a piece of that for sure. Yeah. Oh yeah. Get that popcorn, crack them knuckles, kick back.
That's the thing. Who can and he's unmuted right now. Oh, okay, cool.
Hey, hold on a sec. I gotta turn everybody up.
Okay.
All right. Who's speaking right now?
What was Slalom?
Oh, Slalom. Okay.
Yeah.
And
How are you
I
doing,
got you.
by the way?
I turned you up. Good, man. How are you doing?
Pretty good. Just wake up, basically.
What time is it there?
8 o'clock in the morning. 8:30 right now.
Right on. I'm gonna get right into this. Hey, Le Pew. What's up, Pepe? Le Pew. Oh, we get it. We get the joke.
Hello?
Hello. Hey, bud. What's up?
We didn't realize I was unmuted.
Well, now you are.
Well, what are you going to do about that? Give us some gravy. Tell us about the globe there, please, if you could, if you can.
Oh, here we go. Well, anyway.
So you asked if we were scared. In so many words, I said no and laughed at you. So why should we be scared?
Because before you get into your heresy, I just want to let you know that I am a man and I have faith. I am a Christian. And I do conclude that Jesus will save us from the heresy that you were talking about.
And I'm sure that's relevant in any way. So what I want to do is ask you if you can find any direct physical measurements of Earth curvature.
Here comes the perversion.
The what?
The perversion.
Oh, the perversion. That's a new one. What am I perverting right now, Le Pew?
You are skewing my point of view.
No, I don't care about your point of view. I just want to know if you can find Earth curve measurements. What made you think, by the tone of my voice and what you've heard from me so far, that I care about your position on anything?
Le Pen, let's bring on your evidence.
Yeah,
waiting for it.
Just how do you know it's a globe? Let's talk about that, please. I don't care about fairy tales.
That's where you messed up. That's where you messed up. What are you talking about, fairy tales? What are you alluding to?
Is there curvature of the Earth to be found, and if so, where?
Okay, is that important?
That's the topic of the server. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
Well, I need to move on to the Bible server then.
You sure do. Sounds like.
Time's up.
Unless you want to talk about the Earth, we can do that.
We talk about how the Earth is explained in the Bible.
Why would we do that? That has nothing to do with empirical, scientific, direct physical evidence of something.
Yeah, that's really wrong, buddy.
Cool story. So, is there Earth curvature, and if so, where can we find it?
Oh, cool story. Nice.
It is just a story. It's just a story written by man. So, can we move forward, please? Actually learn something today?
Learn what? What do you want to learn?
No, I need you to learn something.
No. I want.
We'll see if you can get there.
Le Pen, we unmute you so that you can prove your globe theory. So, where is it?
That's true, and it's weird to hear somebody talk about the globe and Jesus, but we don't have to go there. How about we just talk about, where's your globe proof?
Globe proof?
Yeah, evidence, scientific, direct, physical. Or are you not a Glober and this has just all been a laugh, which I'm fine with too. Fuck it. So, what do you think, partner?
You're the
Yeah,
one who
we've-
asked me
yeah.
the 3 questions.
I did. I asked you 3 questions. You did well. I think you had a few less drinks in you than you do now, so that's fine. I think I can still handle you. So you remembered the 3 questions. That's great. The curvature one is my favorite, clearly, because if you don't have curvature, you don't have a ball.
Let's reiterate.
No, I'm not gonna do that, bro. Sorry.
Imagine saying bro in 2022 and expecting anybody to expect you anything serious from you.
Uh-oh. That was almost a complete thought. So I can talk any way I want in the off season because in the on season I'm beating the shit out of your beliefs.
All right.
How's that grab you?
1, 2, 3. Give me it.
I'm asking you a question. Why are you here?
Give me the 3 again.
No.
Lupin, stop playing around. If you want to talk seriously, if you want to be honest.
I researched my point of view. So give me the 3 questions again.
No. give me your point of view so that we can debate about your point of view, since you believe in your goal. That's it.
Questions, okay? So ask me the first one. I believe the second one was about spin or something like that.
Yeah, so you feel the earth spinning around you? I don't. I just feel when the earthquake is coming up.
All right, 1, 2, 3. Give me the 3.
I don't know. Maybe somebody else asked you the third question, but I'm just going to the spinning question. Do you feel anything spinning around you right now?
Obviously not.
Okay. Well, I do feel my washing machine spinning right now. That's the only thing that I feel right now.
Now, here's the thing, though.
Yeah?
The questions that you ask have analogies. Okay? And the analogies don't point to reality. That's the I'm having right now.
So what is your reality? That the earth is spinning?
That's what I just told you, that there's no proof of.
But again, I'm telling you, I don't feel anything spinning around unless my washing machine. That's what I'm feeling spinning around.
All right, here's my problem. Here's the problem that I have with what you're asking.
So what is your problem? Go ahead. I'm listening.
Is you're asking questions that can only be answered with vernacular.
No, I'm asking you evidence of a ball that you claim that exists.
Okay, so the things that you want to say to me right now and that you quote in as evidence is not something that you can definitively say is evidence because you have your own confirmation bias. Okay?
No. Also, explain me so that I can clean a little bit my head because I'm getting
over and banned into oblivion. You, before I even ask a legitimate question, are going to bash me and talk over me and
well, I will not do that. I already explained.
Talking.
Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That's what you do. Do you not
No.
realize that? Is you just bash this shit into people's skulls? And I apologize for swearing.
Well, I didn't do that. I just gave you an evidence of something spinning around me.
And you didn't get.
And that was my washing machine. That's That's what I just replied to you.
The part is you didn't even begin to speak, and then you already said, "Well, I gave you evidence." You didn't give me evidence of anything. Okay, what
Well, you ask us to unmute you, right?
into people's goals, and that's okay for people who are subjected to that. I'm a bit more headstrong.
You ask us to unmute you so that you can prove that the existence of a ball, right? We did.
Yes, I want
He said he
to.
had
I want to re-answer the 3 questions I was given initially.
So what are those 3 questions? Because I was away from here. So can you give me?
I don't remember the first one, but the second one was about spin. I believe the third one was about vacuum pressure. I don't remember what the first one was.
First one is, in ancient times up until now, do you know of any method that was used to measure Earth curvature directly? Who, how, and when?
No one's ever done it accurately.
So,
good job.
But that doesn't mean it's flat, dude.
Well,
okay, so here's the thing. Here's the thing. I'm not trying to speak over to you. Okay.
Okay.
The thing is this. Okay, the thing is this. Is that what you said to me before was not accurate. Okay? It was not. It was based off of
no,
information.
I just explained to you.
As you guys say, it may have been based off of misinformation.
No, it ain't misinformation. That's your problem. You see, I just share a video with you of one of the supposedly scientists that says that they cannot experiment the Earth movement.
All right, let me respond. Let me respond real quick.
Okay, go ahead. And I recommend you. I'm sorry, and I recommend you to see this video, by the way. But go ahead.
Okay, so here's the thing: when I ask a question, and you respond to me with an hour-long response that I have to watch in a video, what makes you think that I'm actually gonna ever watch that? I'm not going to.
Well, because I told you about the spinning thing, and you didn't listen to me. The only thing that I feel spinning around here right now is my washing machine, nothing else. So, if the Earth is moving around like they are saying, why I don't feel it?
All right, so let me ask you a question. Questions provoke responses, and then that's where we can go off of reasonable communication.
Yes.
So you're talking about your washing machine?
Yes, it's the only thing that I can feel moving.
To the spin of the Earth. Like, how big is your washing machine?
Oh boy.
No, seriously.
There we go, guy.
Washing machine only spins one way.
Exactly.
It spins a whole bunch of different ways, but that's a terrible example.
The cubic dimensions of your washing machine. Okay.
Okay.
And the things that it rotates, and the things that are within it that rotate within, the clothes that you're throwing in. Like, so what are you saying?
I'm saying that the planet where I am right now, I cannot. I don't fly away. I'm standing right here where I am right now. If the Earth was spinning
right next to you, so how is that an innate correlation to the globe and the socks, whatever you have in your wash machine, your socks and shirts?
I'm sorry, I didn't get it. What he said.
The positive claim
He
is that
only
the
has panties. Nice.
Orbiting and flying through the universe. That's the positive claim.
Yeah,
So
we're going to relate a wash
antithetical to your
everything.
Can I finish? It's antithetical to your personal direct experience of reality. So is there any evidence of the contrary to your experience?
Okay, so again, I'm reiterating that to you. You're comparing the experience that we have in life to laundry that's rotating in a machine that's designed to wash it.
He's just using it as an example of being able to sense motion, right? So it's like if we're, if we're on a showground ride, or a fairground ride, and it's spinning around really fast, and we know that we're spinning. We're sensing, detecting, and experiencing that that angular velocity, right?
Let me ask you this, because I know what you're going to say. In relation to how you experience rotation in an amusement park ride, how are you able to sense that in a thing that's larger than you? Is it going to be slower or faster?
But that's the thing. That thing is stationary. Is spinning. So we feel it because that thing is spinning, but not the Earth. That thing is moving around, not the Earth that is moving around. That's why we feel it. Something.
He's brought it back to size. Okay, so he's brought it back to size. So there's no. You admitted that there is no direct measurement of Earth curvature. So nobody's actually verified that Earth is the size. No, you invoked size. You invoked size.
I probably get beat for this, but you just changed the subject. Do you not see that?
No, it comes back to that principle, the first question of the measured curvature. You invoked size.
I asked the first question because I don't remember it. I have the second question in mind with the spin. Okay.
Yeah, the spinning of a ball that you don't have a measurement for, a size of.
And here's the misnomer here. I know big words. Here's the misnomer here. Is you're comparing an amusement park ride to the fucking Earth. Sorry for swearing. I don't mean to swear. To the literal Earth that we're on that is spinning. So how do you compare apples to oranges, and why is that?
That you have not provided evidence of that is spinning, nor provided evidence of the size of.
So what is the presumed spin that you are basing your argument off of? The one that you're claiming that doesn't exist. Well, it does exist. Do you not see that?
Actually, I don't see it. But again, if you feel it,
I don't experience it. So you're claiming it exists.
Right, but what you're doing is you're comparing the spin of the Earth to an amusement park ride and to a laundry machine that spins. Obviously, in those mediums,
we don't experience.
You are going to experience some sort of rotation. The machines that are designed to do that. Okay, and then you're comparing it to what? What do you have to say about that?
LePew, what would happen if this supposed Earth that you're saying is spinning stops spinning? What would the effect be in your world, in your imagination?
It's never going to do it, so why would I ever consider it?
So what would happen to everybody if this imaginary world you're talking about stops spinning?
Again, it would never happen, so why should I consider it?
Have you ever wondered how it just continually spins perpetually?
What about the fact that it's so large that you cannot really detect that, as opposed to what you've given me, which is an amusement park ride that spins around, or your own laundry machine in your home?
So you're saying we need to print an alternative theory rather than what you're saying, because if we can't produce that, then it's falsified, right? So you're saying like falsification is not independent of the replacement?
That you're comparing apples to oranges. Okay? And the reason why is you're giving me, let's call it a simulation. Let's call it an experiment. What the hell, right? All you've given me is an amusement park ride that spins. The laundry machine in your living room or, your laundry room that spins. And you're comparing that to, just size it up. Just size it up.
Well,
Size
because
No, I'm not going to feel the spin. That's a loaded question.
but you can feel the earthquake, right? You can feel a earthquake, but you don't feel the spinning of the earth. How so? When the earth is have a earthquake, right? You can feel it, right?
Okay,
but
so
you don't feel, the earth spinning around you.
Here's
Come
the
on.
thing that you're asking me. Is how do I shrink the earth down to where I can feel like it's a
Well,
my
the same way.
tumbling.
The same way that earthquakes happens. You know.
Well, earthquakes, do they represent spin?
No, they represent they move around.
So how are these things equatable?
He's right. He's right. Right. Okay, I'll give him this. Right. Analogies are useless unless you can prove that the Earth is in motion and that it is the size that it's claimed to be.
Right. So let's start to question these types of things. Okay. Give me an analogy that's accurate. Give me an analogy.
The analogy is irrelevant until you can prove that the Earth is the size it's claimed and it is going at the velocity and direction of motions that it's claimed also to be.
Okay.
So unless we can establish that, then the analogies are useless. The analogies prove nothing, right?
Okay, so take my predisposed assumption of the thing, and that it is a rotating sphere, because that's what it is, right? And now try to take anything you've said up to this point to dispose of my assumption, because it is predisposed, right?
So, Le Pew, if you were to spin a basketball on your hand, would you not need your finger there? Would you not need to keep spinning it with your other hand? It could just spin indefinitely in midair or in a vacuum, even better yet, right?
No, absolutely not. Because it depends on the energy input that you're putting into it. And the finger that you're spinning on, right, is inputting energy into as well. Like, you can't just spin a basketball and say, no. The finger that it is spinning on is also exerting energy upon it as well. So,
what's exerting energy upon the Earth to make it continually spin for 350 billion years or whatever number they say?
I don't know.
I don't think anybody knows.
There you go.
But here's the thing. When it comes to, okay, here we go. When it comes to like quantum physics, okay, and when it comes to macro physics, like the greater things compared to the smaller things, they just don't add up. And I think that you guys are kind of caught in the same sort of rhetoric as well. Like, Just because I can spin a basketball on my finger doesn't mean it's representative of the fact that Earth is. No one's going to finish my sentence.
You were about to say that doesn't mean that the Earth is spinning. That's what you were about to say.
That's exactly right.
But again, you don't feel it.
Why would you feel it? That's my question.
Why should I feel it?
Why wouldn't you not feel it?
Oh boy.
You're almost coming with a Negalian, bro.
I know, I asked you a double negative. So why wouldn't you not feel it? No, that's an honest question.
Why wouldn't I not feel it?
Because it's big. Because let's like make the outside of the fucking sorry, I didn't mean to swear. Let's make the outside of the ball bigger. And it's spinning slower because the middle of it will spin at the same speed as maybe a basketball, but the outside of it, make it bigger. That's why you don't feel it.
That's what she said.
Okay, here we go.
So let's not forget that it's not just claimed to be spinning or rotating, right? It's also claimed to be.
And this goes back to my original argument: is you're comparing a spinning basketball, you're comparing an amusement park ride, you're comparing a laundry machine to make it.
The claim is
that
it's,
and think that you feel that
it's spinning 1,000 miles at the equator, and it's spinning.
Okay,
it's orbiting the sun at 66,000 miles per hour. It's chasing the sun at 500,000 miles per hour, while the whole galaxy that the sun is orbiting is traveling through the universe at 1.3 million miles per hour.
Okay,
and
let's focus on the spinning. Obviously, the bigger you get, the less you're gonna like. If the thing is rotating, like if the thing that I'm on right now is rotating at like 1 trillion miles per hour, I think I'm gonna feel it relative to, you know.
What's the premise for the claim? What's the premise for the claim that we are moving?
Because pilots cannot stand more than X kilometers of speed. So why we should be able to handle that kind of speed? Even pilots cannot feel it.
Let me give you an experiment.
Huh?
I said, let me give you an experiment. Okay, let's say that you're spinning a ball that is 1 trillion miles long on your finger. How long is it going to take for it to rotate on your finger? It's not going to appear to rotate. Do you see that?
That's great. That's great. Now, how can we apply this to Earth? Right? We need to prove the Earth is in motion. That's what I just asked. What is the premise for the claim that Earth is in motion?
Because it is.
Yeah.
Earth
and the basketball, it ain't. Yeah. it is too small to compare, right? Yeah, right. But you just did it. Yeah, you just made a comparison.
He just made the claim that Earth spins because it's big. What is the premise behind the claim that it is moving?
No, the funny thing is, like, with the ball that is with the basketball, you could make an example, but with our examples, it doesn't work. Yeah, right.
Okay, so without divulging in your theory, what's your answer? Without divulging in your own theory. I know they're both theories, but
that's one of the hell of a big issue because it's
okay. So because you can't detect any sort of spin, that just means it's not spinning? No, That's
What makes
not
anyone think it is? What makes anyone think it is? That's what I'm asking.
because it's bigger than you. How about that?
So, never mind.
You are
So
literally
you're saying
saying
that
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 Earth,
something that's way bigger than us, we should assume that it's moving.
Yeah,
right?
well, yeah,
Yeah.
but not with the basketball on these fingers. That's his problem.
No. It's not on my finger.
Well, you just given as an example of a basketball. I give you an example of a washing machine and the carousel, and you ignore it. So how how is that comparison? You know, if you're
Well, okay, here's the thing. Here's the thing that I'm confused about is how do you detect spin and how do you detect no spin? There has to be a difference between the two that you could tell me about right now.
I've got no reason. I've got no reason to try and work it out because I don't think that it's spinning. Like, I've got
Right,
no
but
reason to
just
think it
because
is.
you don't think it's spinning doesn't mean it has the possibility of spin. Okay?
That's great. That's great. Now, why
so
do you
you
think
don't.
it is?
That's why you don't feel it.
But you, like I already told you, you don't have to feel it. You don't have to feel it if it's, oh, like, I guess let's go back to analogies. But
What spin?
what makes you think that this thing isn't spinning?
So, bro, when you were born and when you became conscious of stuff, at what point did you think that the Earth was spinning? From the time you were born, or until the time you were told that in school?
I obviously didn't be born. I was not born think that I was spinning.
I don't think any of us were.
Okay,
It's like it says, we find these truths to be self-evident, bro.
that does not conclude the fact that it may or may not be spinning.
Okay, you're right, but you're making an assumption on something you've heard over the years, but your senses never told you it was spinning.
Okay, do your senses tell you that you're not spinning?
Yes,
Yes.
they do.
Okay,
Unless I'm literally spinning, they don't tell me that.
That's why I make the joke of the washing machine and the carousel stuff, because I don't feel nothing spinning around me. You know, unless I am stoned, but I'm still
I
not yet,
gave
or
you
drunk.
a reasonable
I'm just joking right now, but
explanation for why you may not feel it spin.
I just give you some examples. You ignore it. You gave me the basketball. And I have to admit that one, but not my washing machine and stuff like that. So
Ignute?
I'm sorry.
Is that a word that you just invented? Ignute?
He's got an accent, bro.
I'm not English, so I'm sorry. I beg a pardon for my mistake of the word, if you wish.
Ignute. All right. Well, we're gonna.
So you want to pick it up just because I misspelled the word?
Okay, so we're going to ignore the things that we mute out of our lives. Now we're just going to what? We're gonna deny reality, and we're gonna what are you saying?
So what is your reality
you are
then?
doing.
What is your reality, Le Pew? Is that the Earth is spinning? Is that what
I'm
you
saying
experience? Is that what you
cannot-
experience then?
You cannot experience it. You can't
Okay.
experience not.
So
That's what I'm
it's not part of your reality then.
Okay, well, you can make up whatever you want, and
No, it's not making up. It's you experience the Earth as you experience it. So if you are not experiencing it spinning or moving, then it's not part of your
Okay,
reality.
so this is
So
what
how
you're
would you?
doing. If
Why
I
would
don't
you then
hear
say deny
the obvious,
reality?
then I
I
obviously
was not
experience
finished.
it.
I was
Yeah.
not finished. I was
Okay,
not
go ahead.
finished. So why are you saying that you have to deny reality if it's not part of your reality? If you are not experiencing
If I could ask
invisible,
you
I was
contrary.
not. So if you are not experiencing invisible unicorns, do we have to claim that invisible unicorns do exist because it's not part of your reality? You do not experience invisible unicorns?
Okay, let's say that I could experience unicorns that are invisible. Some sense. Okay. Again, it's apples to oranges.
He wants to go
It's
into
apples
hypotheticals.
to oranges.
No, you said we have to deny reality, but a spinning earth is not part of your reality. So there's nothing to deny,
Okay.
right?
So there's an explanation that I have to tell you that there is no need for the experience for it to exist, okay? Because what you're telling me is because that doesn't exist, well, then it's not spinning, which makes no sense. They're misnomers.
No,
Okay?
you said to us, you said we have to deny reality, but a
I did
spinning
not
earth
say that.
is not. You did.
Okay, explain.
So a spinning earth is not part of your reality, so we don't have to deny reality because it's not part of your reality. You do not experience it. It is the burden. You are basically saying, well, you have to prove that earth is actually not spinning, right? Is that what you're saying?
Okay, just because this is what you're saying. Just because we can't experience something doesn't mean it exists. That's what you're saying.
I am repeating your words. Those were, we need to deny reality, right?
Just because you don't experience something doesn't mean you're denying the existence of it. Okay?
No, we need a reason. We need a reason to think that reality is the opposite of what we experience. And if there's not sufficient reason, evidence, proof, then why would anyone think that their experience is an illusion?
I'm not okay. That's fine. But let me just put it to you this way. The reason why me and you and I, do not experience something doesn't mean we're congruent in our reasoning because of it.
Yeah, that's great. Is there any evidence that Earth is moving?
So, Le Pew, are you here under another account?
What?
Are you here under another account?
Well, I have multiple accounts, yes.
Yeah, so Jester, right? Is that your old account? Jester, yes.
That's my troll account.
Right, so I did recognize you. Oh, okay. You've been banned here, right, Jester? You
I
just
have been
thought,
banned.
yeah, so you just thought I would go around the ban, come here and troll again?
I have honest questions. The reason why I
Yeah,
always
you
banned
don't,
there is because I was
because
asking
every
you
time we
personal
talk,
questions that you couldn't answer.
every time we talk to you, you go into a troll mode, right?
No, it's not troll mode. It's
No,
honest
it's not.
questions.
You just said that was my troll account. That's what you said.
Yeah, because I can't ask honest questions here. That's the problem.
You don't have any honest questions. You are not honest, right? If something is not part of your reality, right, you don't experience it.
So you ignoring. Go
The
ahead.
base,
Sorry.
yeah, the base axiom, right, is that everybody ever alive experienced the Earth as a flat, non-rotating Earth. The extraordinary claim will be, well, it's actually turning at 1,000 miles per hour, right? So there is no measurement of that. Nothing.
All right, so here's the thing. Is I can't tell you that it's rotating at 1,000 miles per hour. And I do have an appeal to authority that's telling me otherwise, but I cannot confirm it you also cannot confirm it.
You
Okay?
can't prove a negative, right?
No, he cannot even prove that the Earth is spinning. He claims, but he cannot prove it as well.
Okay.
That's
Neither can you.
what he just said, right?
Okay, can we? All right. Here's where I level with you. Can we both agree that it is not spinning, and that's based off of we can experience it, but you're also wrong by saying that it's not rotating just because you can't detect it.
No. I would say I could agree with you, but the thing is, to feel it, well, to say that it's spinning, I need to feel it. That's the problem. Since I don't feel it, I cannot say that it's moving. You know what I mean? Like, that's why I give you those stupid examples, just of because I have to go with my basic sense, like saying that something is spinning and then I don't feel it, like saying it's like so many. I don't know how to explain this. It's like saying I'm pregnant and but I never have sex with nobody. It's like, how can I say I'm pregnant when I don't feel any when I didn't have sex with nobody? I'm just giving a stupid example right now. But maybe it's a wrong example, but whatever.
Just because you can't experience it doesn't mean that it's not happening in a way that you detect as well.
Right. Okay. So it could be moving. Is that what you're saying? It could be.
It's
based on what?
Okay, so we're in a situation where none of us can detect it happening, but you're assuming that it doesn't happen for a biased reason.
No,
it's not a bias. It's just we don't feel it. It's quite different.
What you call truth. I understand.
Yeah, it's not part of our reality, like Roger said. It's literally not our reality. Our reality is stationary.
So it's not a part of my reality either, but based upon my assumption, it's happening in ways that you can't detect as well.
Right. So you admit it's an assumption.
Okay, but that's not weakening my argument at all.
Yeah, it is. It absolutely is.
No, okay. Well, before you go into your whole spiel, okay, I have a solid standpoint, and you need to challenge. I'm not saying you need to, but it is a standpoint that requires challenging. Just because the spin is not detectable on your own personal ground, your own personal standpoint, doesn't mean it is or it.
What spin?
The predisposed assumption that it is a spinning object that we're on.
So there's nothing to object to.
And I love
there's absolutely nothing to object to except your assumption.
Like you can't prove it. Can
right,
you prove
so
it?
you're reversing the burden of proof. So you want us to, like Roger said, you want us to prove the negative.
Can you prove it's not?
Harry's failure. There you go.
Yeah.
Mickelson Morley. Mickelson Gale.
You can definitively prove that it is not.
Yeah, so Harry's failure, Mickelson Morley, Mickelson Gale. Okay?
Okay, what do they have to say about it?
That the Earth wasn't moving. Okay?
Yes. What do they do to describe that?
You can look into it.
But it's not going to do anything. I just posted a video of Brian Cox saying that they cannot measure the the Earth's movements. So if those supposedly scientists cannot prove anything, why should we prove it, you know? But he believes it, at least.
Even Einstein said that there was no optical experiment that proves the Earth is moving.
Exactly, yeah.
Einstein said is everything's relative. So if you cannot relatively explain, you guys have come up with stuff. Okay, so let's have a presupposed assumption, and you have no proof or reason behind it, other than memes. Nice memes.
Back to the unicorns again.
All right, what's question number one? I asked
Relatively. What kind of word is that? Relatively.
Okay.
Is it in the dictionary even? Oh my God! Who is this guy?
No, I'm not joking. Like, you guys have come up with nothing. What are you doing?
Oh, I asked you, what kind of a word is that? Relatively. Is it even in the dictionary?
Let me break it down for you.
When it comes to the theory of relativity, is it even in there?
Relativity. I said relatively speaking. Different.
So now you made a mistake, and that's okay. But when I said it, whoops.
I did say I was mistaken.
Okay, where is the measures of the Earth? Where is the curvature? Where is the calculations for it? Since you don't feel the Earth, well, at least you admit it, you cannot prove it.
What is the thing? You guys have all the calculations, so.
We don't have it, they have it. They give us the calculations. So we went and checked it out, but they fail again.
Okay, what about the factors?
Huh?
About the factors.
You want to go to the calculations?
Okay, yeah. You can have your, what is it? 9 inches, whatever.
Oh. Let's see.
9.
Hold on a second, because I'm not English, so I have a hard time to explain some details. But Earth calculation.
8 inches per mile square.
Yeah.
Cool.
We'll give him the 7.8.
30 kilometers, the point where the Earth starts curving, right? Let me see in miles if it is better for you. 30. What is?
Well, here's where you guys go wrong.
What?
And I'm not moving the goalposts, because I acknowledge that maybe the authorities are wrong. I do not trust the authority as much as you do, right? So your whole basis of your argument on the 9 inches per mile or whatever is based off of what they're giving you, right? So what you're doing is you're challenging what they're giving you, okay?
Yeah, a positive claim.
But
Exactly.
what if what you are challenging is wrong? And what if they are giving you a
Well, no shit, Sherlock.
purposely wrong? What if they are giving you a purposely wrong dimension? Have you ever thought about that? No, you haven't. I guarantee you haven't.
Yes.
So
we've
where is
heard
the
that
curve?
before.
Maybe the curvature that you're bent on spending all your time on, proving that it's, is or isn't. Maybe they're giving you something for you to, be distracted upon. Maybe it's bigger, maybe it's smaller. I don't know. But do you
Yeah,
really
we've heard that before.
Do you really think that they would give you all the correct numbers to go? You guys are running in circles. Can you not see that?
No, I can see that. I'm running circles. That's the problem. A circle is not a ball.
The circle's not a ball. Nice.
No. Oh, okay. A sphere, it is a ball.
All I'm saying is what if the established narrative is incorrect? What if the established narrative
What if they've formulated an entire cosmological view based on one number, 3,959 miles, and it's wrong, and they misled us, and they've established their whole cosmological view on it, and they've established fields of study on it, and employment, and all that. Right? Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Now we got something.
Just to give us the bum steer, right?
They gave you the bum whatever you just said. They gave you bum scoop. What if you were given bum scoop? You ever considered that?
Yeah, it's just about their claim, their positive claim. So if their positive claim doesn't match reality, then it's pretty
right.
much false.
So you guys are based off of challenging authority and the authority's measurements.
It could have been anybody that said it.
Never once established a single argument against the fact that they could be giving you bum scoop.
Okay, so if the government didn't give us the right calculation numbers of the curvature of the Earth, so what is your guess?
My guess is, and this is where I level with you guys, but this is also where I do not agree with you. My guess is we've all been given bum scoop. Why would they just let you establish this in the first place? Definitively, scientifically. Why would they ever give you the opportunity to do that? You trust these guys? Oh, but we trust their
because when you fly, you don't see no curvature. Because the plane goes straight ahead, doesn't bend to anywhere. Well, at least I never saw that on my flights. Every flight that I did, I never saw going down to bend to a certain level to to the curvature or whatever you want to call it.
Basically, what you're saying is you have trust in the establishment to give.
No. That's where you are wrong. I didn't trust the authority. I saw with my eyes. That's different.
Okay.
I travel. I was lucky to travel and see that the plane that I was in, it never bends to the curvature of the Earth.
Here's the thing that you guys are not recognizing.
What I saw, I cannot recognize it.
Here's the thing that you're not recognizing.
Hold on a second. So you are saying that I'm still blind, even when I saw things. Is that it? No. I saw what I saw, and you're saying that I'm ignoring what I saw. I just saw. Is that it?
That you didn't see things. I'm not saying that you ignore things. Okay.
Well, but it's just what you said.
Okay, so what I said and I think you misunderstood, is that the same entity that you are challenging is giving you a set variable to challenge.
But again, like I said, I was able to travel. I was lucky enough to see with my own eyes that I never been to see the curvature of the earth.
Okay, here's the thing. Here's the thing.
Go ahead.
They gave you dimensions, right?
So, okay, I'm gonna tell in another way.
I didn't
From
even.
where I live to
I
every
didn't even
single place.
my topic.
Okay, go ahead. Then I know what you're gonna say, but go ahead.
Dimensions, and you challenged them, and they came out wrong. What if they gave you incorrect dimensions?
I gotta. Can I say now?
It's not what they said it is.
Right, but what they say you're challenging.
So I'm going to tell you like this. I traveled to Switzerland. I traveled to Norway. I traveled to Paris. I don't know. I traveled to a lot of places. So all those measures are wrong, right?
Yeah, I've hopped in an airplane a time or two. It's okay. I've traveled.
No, because from where I am, I live in Portugal, by the way. So from Portugal to Norway is too short to see the curvature of the earth, right? What are you saying to me? Because what I saw, it's wrong.
I'm talking about curvature.
So what are you talking about?
I'm talking about the numbers that you're using to measure it.
But what? So if you are ignoring the math that the government is giving to you,
the established government is changing any which way on any of their policies whatsoever, and you're gonna trust them. Okay, so I understand that you're challenging the numbers they're giving you, but have you ever considered that they're giving you fucking wrong? Sorry, didn't mean to swear. Any wrong numbers?
but again, like I said, from point A to B, all those points that I've traveled to. Hold on a second. From all those points that I've been traveled, are not enough to see the curvature of the earth. Are too small to see the curvature of the earth. Is that what you're saying to me?
I'm saying that your whole basis of your argument could be false.
Man, then we have a big problem.
Because you're gonna have
because the government.
And where do you get those numbers from?
Again, if the government numbers are wrong, and the calculations from the distance that I went to are wrong, then this is always flat, no matter what. Because from every single point
that they change the numbers is the second that you can conclude that your assumption based upon those numbers is false.
Man, there are people that travel from U.S. to Europe. They never saw the curvature. So that distance is too small to see the curvature.
Okay, I didn't mean to talk over you. You can talk.
No, that's fine. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. Every single flight that I done, I didn't saw no curvature. I didn't felt no plane curving. That's what I'm trying to say. Even if I am ignoring or, giving a damn to the calculations maps that they give us to us,
Yeah, your calculations are based off of an assumption that they're telling you the truth.
That's the thing. It's not my calculations. It's the system.
No, not an assumption that they're telling the truth. No. It's a positive claim
But
they've
that's what
made,
you
which was
tell me.
tested.
That's what
It
you
was
define
tested.
as definitive. That's the problem. Do you not realize that?
I don't understand what you are saying. Like, if someone says, if someone makes a positive claim about something, right, and then
Positive
you want to
claim.
prove, you want to test to see if that's true, right? It doesn't mean you're assuming
Positive
it's true.
claim? Yes, the numbers that the government are giving us are a positive claim. That's your assumption.
Right. No, it's not an assumption. It is a positive claim that they've made. I'm not assuming anything about it. I'm just saying.
Okay,
I'm just going to say,
so
well,
here's
let's
the
test
thing.
that.
You proved that you proved that a peach is a peach. That's all you've done. You have not proved that the world that you live in is anything different than you suspect it to
Well,
be off of values taken off of a government fucking entity. Okay.
well, you didn't.
Positive
They're gonna
claim.
lie. Obviously gonna lie.
So,
Obviously there's people above you that are gonna tell you that things are different.
so can you
But they're
prove us?
they're gonna keep you on ground level at the flat earth level and they're
So can you prove us that you live on the ball?
okay.
So since you don't believe in the government, well, so since you don't believe on the numbers that they give it to you, so how can you prove that you live on the ball?
Because I'm in
Because you have,
I'm in a discussion with somebody who's telling me telling me otherwise. That's
well, I give you according to what the government gave it to me, and according to what I saw with my own eyes. Every flight that I didn't curve to anywhere. I went always straight. And according to the government, according to the numbers that they gave it to me, the numbers that they gave it to me didn't match with the reality that I experienced. Got it? That's why I'm saying it is flat.
I don't know about that. I think that they're congruent. Okay, we have a bit of congruency going on, but it could be, and that's why I say that it's probably bigger. Because
Well, if it is bigger,
smaller,
again,
that's something that you could measure. But
hold on a second. How come you cannot measure, but you can prove it that it is?
other lands beside this.
No more reason for me to believe that it's flat, not ball. But again, how can you prove that it's a ball if you cannot measure it?
You don't have any evidence against it.
Well, if there is no evidence, so where is the evidence again to prove that it's a ball?
You do not have that.
Oh, okay, I don't have it. Okay. But you believe that you live on the ball, right? That is spinning around and around and around. Okay, good.
Here's my opinion: is that it's a lot bigger than you to fucking detect. Because the numbers you've given that you've been given that you've been basing off of your whole server is false.
Yeah.
And the reason why your server is dwindling is because of that. Right? Because you've been basing everything that you've been measuring
No.
is potentially false. And you're laughing.
Yeah, we falsified it, right? It's been falsified.
Exactly. Yeah.
Laughing out loud. That's really funny, isn't it?
Hilarious.
It's fucking. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to swear. Yeah, that's really.
Man, you have a mouth like a sailor, bro.
I'm sorry, I am the way I am.
Just don't let it happen again. So you said the server's dwindling?
That's my proposition to you guys.
That's a proposition or a statement you just made? Was it rhetorical?
No, that's my proposition. Is that the same government opposition that you're speaking against may have been feeding you false information.
Oh yeah, because the government was the one that told us about flat Earth, right?
That's been going on.
Yeah.
Really?
Oh boy.
They would give you. Do you? I'll ask you that question. Do you really think that they would give you the definitive information, or would they give you?
Do you think they'd give you the definitive information?
Yo, people. This is what it comes down to: is people are evolving.
From what?
No,
Monkeys?
Le Pen. No, Le Pen. That's the thing. We give you evidence according to what the systems claims to be, and you still don't buy it.
I'm not
It's got to
buying
be
it.
bigger. Yeah.
But I think that you guys are still incorrect. Absolutely incorrect.
So
because you're taking information. You're taking information from a false government, man. You don't know anything. That's
the ones that told you originally that you're on a spinning ball, but
Yes,
we're wrong because
the
they
base
misrepresented the
That's
size of it.
But all.
So they misrepresented the size of it. So they've duped us, but not you, right?
No, dude, they're not trying to dupe anybody.
All right.
That's where you're wrong.
Why did you
Oh.
just say that then?
Exactly. Yeah.
What if what they've given you is incorrect? All the things that you are putting into question, all of the things that you are putting into question are incorrect. What?
Even so, like I said to you,
your equation.
They are incorrect.
You guys
They
are
are
all
incorrect.
equations.
as I said before,
He's shooting himself in the foot.
Exactly. Yeah.
Right. So enjoy your.
As I said before, every single travel. Lee, listen to this. Even if the government is lying about the measures of the Earth and all that kind of stuff, right? So why all the flights that we do are always a straight line? Where is the curvature then?
Answer this fucking question.
Yes, it is. Yeah, it is. Because, again, like I said to you, all the travels that I did, my plane didn't bend over to a certain level to go to the curvature of the Earth, like I said to you.
Dude, the curvature of the Earth is the fallacy. Do you not understand that?
I did understood that for a long time.
The curvature that you're basing your argument on is what? Based off of?
My observations.
No,
it's based on
your observations.
Oh, right, yeah.
It's not based on
argument on curvature, bro. They're basing on the lack thereof.
Based off of the information that you're giving you. The whole time you're thinking that you're proving them wrong and they're a step ahead of you.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Like you
Bro,
are.
you're good at that Negalian dialect, bro.
What is this? I don't even know. Is this like a new fella?
Did you go to a Jesuit college? Did you go to Loyola? Georgetown University, Brown?
No.
Or did you learn the shape of the Earth from watching a Universal Pictures movie at the beginning, the intro?
For me.
You know when they show the Earth spinning at the beginning of the movie? You know what I mean? There's home right there, the blue marble.
Way beyond that, man.
Way beyond, huh?
Yeah.
So what point are you trying to make, bro? Because you're very evasive and you're convoluted like a mofo.
Oh, convoluted, huh? But here's the thing. Here's the thing.
Here's the thing.
That
What
what
if
you guys
all this time what they've told us
is
is
the
wrong?
status quo. Let me tell you this. That the status quo has changed. You guys are the most trusted government influencers.
Why do you keep bringing up the government, bro?
Dude, flat earthers right now in this day and age are the fools. They're like, oh no, we know everything.
Of course, and the government are the experts. Yeah.
Bro, nobody ever on this server has claimed to know everything, bro. Come on. You know that too. You know that damn well.
Bends your minds.
You sound like a hippie. Have a joint. And your mind, man.
He's denying everything that he claims as well. So
Okay,
yeah.
Let's talk about
this.
Let's talk about the fact that you guys have been challenging established government boundaries for so long. And let's talk about how those change. Okay? Oh.
Are you getting fed what to say? Is that why you keep stopping?
No, I've just been listening to your response, actually. Seriously. Everything that your basis is on their interpretation that you are interpreting upon. And you think that's not going to change? Well, it's going to change for a reason. Just watch.
Hey, wait till the government introduces the aliens, bro.
My God, here we go.
You're gonna be loving it, huh?
No, I'm
just like the movies.
I'm a fucking Christian. I know
You're,
at the end of time.
Did you just say you're an effing Christian? That's funny. You're an effing Christian, huh?
Yeah, it doesn't mean that I can't say swear words.
I mean, you can. That's fine. It's your claim, not mine.
But I'm just saying that you guys are basing everything that you base upon your flat earth argument upon is on stuff that they have given definitive values.
Right.
I'm
Did they
talking
give us
395.
observable reality? Did they give us
Right?
observable and measurable reality?
They're to lie to you. Holy smokes.
Did they give us observable, measurable reality, LePew?
Yeah. Yes. My name is Cody.
LePew? Right. Cody, did they give us observable, measurable reality that we're basing the comparison of their positive claim on?
They're never
comparing it with? We're comparing observable, listen. The basis of the flat earth argument is comparing observable, measurable reality with the positive globe claim.
Okay.
So did they make observable, measurable reality too?
Okay, based off of whose argument?
Oh my God.
It doesn't matter what they claim. You can say, oh, they've misled you.
With you on that one.
They deliberately gave you the bum steer with a false radius, right? And they knew it was false. They knew that radius was false, and they gave it to you flat earthers so you'd go out and test it, and then they could laugh at you because you disproved them. Doesn't make any sense.
Yo, you just proved that the Earth is larger than you could ever. God put this here for you. You not see that?
Do you not see that? Or does the Bible that you read out of, is it called the Queen James Version? And does it say the Earth is a spinning ball? And it's very inclusive.
Oh, that's really offensive. That's so holy shit. Don't talk about that. Because the Bible is not a flower animal.
Is it a globe Earth book?
Oh, no, it's not.
So it's neither. It's neither flat nor globe.
Everything you're saying about it is wrong.
It's a pear shape. It's a pear shape. It must be.
Or an oblate spheroid.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yes, it's pear shape. The reason why
Does it have a stem at the top too?
Ironically speaking, the southern, as soon as you go down from the north on our compasses, our local compasses, is different. You could navigate the southern hemisphere for as long as you could live right there. It's not congruent. It's not congruent. Is the largest difference that you could make them, and that's fine.
Dude, you're on a lot of whatever substance you're on, bro. I can hear in your voice.
Then you know. Everything that you speak of is larger than you know because
You're coming off shrooms, huh?
And you challenging authority has given you what?
Did you say Newtown?
No. Everything that you're challenging authority from has given you, guess what? SHIT. Yeah, I spelled it.
You sound like you're self-projecting, bro.
No?
Would you smoke some DMT or something?
Your
you on that
whole
DMT?
for your argument is based on what they've given you. The whole 3959 point whatever, blah, blah, blah.
What?
Right? So all you're doing, and I was just talking to the other guys about this, is all you're doing is challenging what the authority gave you to challenge. Okay?
Yeah, by comparing it to reality.
As opposed to challenging something they didn't give us to challenge? What are you even saying, bro?
Why would they give you something to not challenge? Because
why would they not give us something to not challenge?
Well, do you have to curve of this portion of things?
Now you're just blabbering, bro.
No, I'm not.
So
what you said wasn't even coherent, bro.
Okay.
So where is your evidence that we live on a spinning ball?
Because
so if we cannot trust on the government and all that kind of crap, so
everything that you're doing and taking what they've given you and challenging everything based upon it is false. That's what you're doing.
So do you have the correct model then? Can you enlighten us, bro?
Okay. Let's talk about model. Does the flat earth have a model?
Obviously not, and you know that already. You're asking dumb questions. You already know the answer to that.
Does the heliocentric model have a model?
Oh my god. I don't know, does it? You're representing it, so let us know.
All this, and you can't answer your own question.
I didn't ask you a question, you did.
Yes, you did.
What was the question then?
Okay. What was it? What's the model? I forgot what you said.
There's like a time gap in when you're like a lapse of when you're speaking. Either you're reading what you're saying or your handler is whispering it to you. but whatever you drank, you're not picking it up cohesively quick enough.
No, what I'm telling you right now is all of your basis is upon an assumption. That does not mean that
No shit.
Wow. You're self-projecting, bro.
Hey, man. I believe that he will fucking. Sorry to
You
swear.
aren't telling us anything we don't know. You're basically making an argument for us. It's funny.
No, what I'm saying to you is you're basing all of your flat earth truth upon a government that is known to lie. That's my problem.
Right.
We
That's our problem
debunk
too. What is
we
wrong with
debunk
you?
that. We
Hey,
debunk
bro,
that.
welcome to Flat Earth. Church in the back, snacks on the way.
The establishment tells you that it's this, this, this. And you challenge this, this, this. And you come up with something that's in absolute objection, right?
No, that's the thing. I already give you some examples of some experience that I had. I saw things. You see, that's the issue. I give you examples of travels that I did, and I never saw the curvature.
Okay, so let's look at the curvature. Go again. You're basing your observation on the curvature on a government entity that has, you guys will mention the lies that they've told for how long, and then you're still basing your whole argument against the same lies that they have been telling you for how long?
Hey, if that's the case, then we're way further than you are. Then
no.
Yeah, right. What are we supposed to
I'm
do? Are we
beyond
supposed to
you.
challenge it or just accept it?
Understand?
What are we supposed to do? Base it off of something they don't say? Some make believe stuff, like you know what I mean?
Based off of the things that they don't tell you.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Like reading between the lines type of stuff, right?
No, because what you've been doing is proving that the Earth is not something based off of lies.
What are we supposed to
So,
prove it off of
if
something
so,
that they don't tell us?
everything that you're doing right now is a lie.
So what's the alternative, LePew? What's the alternative? Just kick back, let them say it, and just accept it, and just let them tell us what reality is instead of
No,
our
because
own experience.
I'm a part of a community. I'm a part of a community right now. People that know what's going on. But
What's it called? Is it called Glober Day Saints?
no, it's not. It's not anything like that. What you want to put your spin on, it's not. You need to realize that the whole basis of your argument could be lied about.
He's broken. He's on repeat now.
We're
I know.
deconstructing a lie, though. You were deconstructing lies. What? That's the idea. We know it's a lie. So you saying the lie is not a lie?
His
Yes.
factory settings are breaking down.
We need to research that.
Comes the fucking peanut. Sorry for swearing. Here comes the peanut gallery.
Tell us what's going on then. If you're a part of a community that knows what's going on, tell us.
I'm just saying that this could all potentially be a lie.
Hey, bro, you're the way you're speaking is like one of those books where you choose a different passageway and the book ends up something else, depending on which door you go down. You're just making stuff up now.
I'm not making.
Choose your own adventure, is it? Yeah.
I
Yeah,
have
choose your own adventure.
I have a definitive resolution.
Interesting.
Kind of small.
Is your plan to go with the aliens when they come?
Yeah, here we go with the alien stuff. No, completely. I believe that all you have to read is getting on the Bible. What is going on? Pale Horse has been riding. He's been riding for a long time. The end times are.
Sounds like you're about to fall off your chair, man. Are you okay?
Hey, take that ball out of your mouth, bro. Take the gag ball out of your mouth when you're speaking.
No, I'm fine.
So the Bible that you believe in, when we die and go to heaven, where's heaven at? And if that's the case, did Neil Armstrong pass heaven when he went to the moon? Was he looking down at heaven?
Dude,
Or is heaven just metaphorical?
I'm so far beyond. If you're trying to integrate the moon landings with the Bible, you are a heretic.
I've been called worse though, you know what I mean? I'm just wondering where the Bible that you read, where your heaven is at. Is it metaphoric or is it a physical actual place?
It's okay. So where do you go when you die? You don't know.
I'm not making that claim. I don't know where I go.
Definitively speaking, when I die, the government will tell me that based off of these calculations. No, fuck you, man. Oh, sorry, I didn't want to say that. No, you're not telling me where I go.
I'm just you guys who claim to be Christians and believe in the Bible but believe in the globe earth, it just fascinates me that how you can believe in both sides like that and then integrate them together.
The Bible says very little about anything about a globe. It's all interpretation. Okay.
That's what you say. I take it literal though.
Okay, so quote it. Oh, you can't? You want me to quote it for you?
Quote what? What book? What chapter?
Which bit?
You want me to just recite the whole Bible off the top of my head?
Make it rhyme. Make it rhyme,
Right.
Saturday.
No, seriously. Four corners. I don't remember where that came from. Four corners means absolutely nothing other than the feet that you sit upon. Thank you very much. And what you want me to
So the feet that we sit upon, it pretty much you just described a spinning ball. I got it. Okay.
It's all subjective on how you interpret it.
So everything's subjective with you then. Even subjects are subjective with you.
Okay, give me a quote then.
From the Bible?
Give me a quote. You have
Okay.
not.
Jesus wept. Jesus wept. How's that?
Okay, he cried. Okay.
Oh, I bet you I know your favorite scripture is probably John chapter 6, verse 66. And at that time his followers no longer walked with him and turned away. Is that your favorite scripture?
Oh, 666. Here we go. Never read that one. You don't think I know what you're doing? That's fine. That's fine.
You're not doing a very good job at trolling, bro. I mean, I could give you some pointers.
No, I have my piece.
I'm sure you have a script that you have to stick to, but it sounds like the alcohol has got you going off script a little. I would hate for your handler to put hands on you, bro. You know what I mean?
No, that's wrong. You are wrong, sir.
I know that's wrong. Your handler should never put hands on you. Shame on him. You know what I mean?
The only handler I got is.
Well, you can't say his name on air, but we know who your handler works for.
You really think I'm that bad?
I just know you have a handler. You know what I mean?
Name's Keith.
Walking away. The only handler. Sorry, I didn't mean to swear.
handler.
Sorry, I didn't mean to swear. Dude, the only handler that I got is my own free will.
Oh, is that what he calls himself?
and how I interact with
Will.
God on a daily basis. So
Hi, Will. We know you're listening.
it's important. You're all down.
You believe in something, but you cannot prove anything, including your system.
Dude, he can't even speak a full sentence, bro.
Yeah, I can speak a full sentence. The problem with you.
Can you speak to me the full sentence where the globe has been proven by geometric measurement?
So the problem that I have with you as a server is you're still supporting a thing based off of human laws.
So why are you on here then?
Because I'm trying to get you guys on my side.
What's your side? What side are you claiming?
Okay. The whole basis of the flat earth argument is based off of governmental value. And
that's not the case. The whole point of flat earth, geometry.
My side is the faith value. I believe that each and every single one of you can be saved, and you shall be.
Saved to go to heaven, right?
Yes.
And that is not the purpose of the server. It's not the purpose of the server. The server is about geometry. The geometry of Earth. Nothing more, nothing less.
The government value that you challenge each and every single day. Yes. I know.
No, you make it that way. Because not everyone here
your own way
has that idea of government or has that rebellious nature. What the purpose is here is that we give people an opportunity to think outside of the boundaries that they have been taught by doing their own measurements. That is the purpose of the server.
The boundaries that you've been taught have been taught by a government that's been proved to be lying to you. So therefore,
we don't need to go there because it is simple geometry. No government involved. It is just you.
Okay, so what are the numbers that you're challenging? They've been given to you by the government. All right.
No, it can be given by parents who believed the teachers who taught them, who believed the teachers who taught them. You don't have to label the one or the entirety that believes in the globe as evil. You don't have to.
How aren't they?
Because you are making enemies that are not enemies. A lot of people tell you about the globe without even knowing the reality. It doesn't make them evil. What makes it evil is when the person or the people themselves forget to measure a geometry which has been taught to be there, and when you measure it, it's not there. That's the evil part. But that is on the individual for not verifying. And not on a government, not on the teachers. It's on the person believing. Because you don't have to believe in geometries. Because geometries should be measured.
Here's the thing, dude. And I'm not trying to be, intrusive or disruptive, but the word that you're taking into account right now, the word that you're challenging, is based upon what? You're challenging authority. You're challenging government. You're
No,
challenging.
I'm not challenging authority or government. I am challenging the individuals to take it up on themselves to verify what has been taught. The reaction of that is not my concern.
You're taking everything that they've told all these.
They told me in school that I have to verify measurements with direct measurements. I was taught in school that you can calculate shit, but in the end, you need to measure your calculations for correctness. That is what I have been taught in school. So don't tell me that my school was a government program filling me with lies. No, I remember what they taught me and what they teach everyone in school, but everyone forgets it because they're young. And then they get overwhelmed by information overload. But that is upon the individual to forget the basics, not on anyone else. Don't push the blame away.
I'm pushing where it needs to be pushed.
Now you're saying some like little low-key undertone type of stuff, bro.
We know the government lie. We know that. And you're telling us that we're challenging the fact that the government lie. But by challenging the fact the government lie, we're challenging the government, and that's the government's plan to get us to challenge them. I don't know what kind of sideways, ass backwards, fucking reverse psychology this is.
Yeah.
A lie needs believers. We're challenging believers, not the lie. Because believers are the ones who have to adjust. Because the lie will never adjust.
The logical problem. You are in question, right, with what they've given you, infatuated with them. Everything that they've given you is what you're proving not true.
Oh my God.
That's not true.
So you don't
question. You're a flat earther, are you not?
So you don't question, but you don't know the answers as well, and you're still saying that the government is lying to us. Is that it?
God.
If you go back to the curriculum of kids at the age of 14, 13, if you go back to school, they will teach you how to verify things. That's the first year of chemistry and physics. They teach you how to do that.
When you
then,
go to verify,
if you go to the Bible, they teach you don't trust anything. They teach you that. It doesn't matter where you are, they'll teach you to verify. But the issue is, once you dig in too deep, and you have professors around you, and people who teach you shit that they don't know, then you get into a faith-based system. But it is the person, the individual, who is responsible for being in that position. Not the one who is teaching or professing. Because it's your free will to go there, not the other way around.
The faith-based religion that you're talking about has been taught through you. And it's how you're challenging it on this other side of things.
No, again, I am not faith-based educated. I am educated in the way that you have to verify everything. And if you're biblical, it stands in the Bible that you need to verify things. It stays in every basic science book, every first year of science books, there are meaning or explanations that you need to verify things for yourself, that you cannot just take what Peirce told you. It's in every basic science book. So when you forget those first 4 paragraphs of your science book, it's upon you, not anyone else, because they told you straight in the beginning.
What you are believing in is anything other than science, because the science is misleading you. The science is telling you that this is the way of the world, right?
Bro, you came in the server claiming that the Earth is spinning, though. So you don't think that's a false claim by them?
Okay, so it doesn't have to be that way. Okay? Do you understand that?
It doesn't have to be that way. You made it that
So,
way.
so stop contradicting yourself, man. That's what you're doing right now. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Admit it. Just be real, you know.
And don't straw man flat Earth for being something it is not.
Well, I've been arguing the whole time that flat Earth and the basis of proof of flat Earth is based upon what they've been telling you.
No, it is based upon individual measurements taken by individuals, not what is written in books.
I've also been trying to get you guys closer to God.
Oh my God.
You don't have to. It is not upon you. That's all individual shit. That is for an individual to take their free will as given to pursue a connection. That's not upon you to bring them to your side.
Pursuing a connection.
Yes, you just said, I want to get people on my side.
Yes, I do.
You are fishing
with the respect that I'm going to get from this. Okay.
No, so you do it out of selfish motive? I think the Bible has a few quotes on that.
All of your arguments against real life, and you're basing all of your arguments into the government that has been proved to fuck.
You are the one who is pulling government into the equation, not we. We don't do it. We start with a measurement.
The 2959, they've given you the lie. They've given you the lie. They have given you the lie.
What did they give you, bro? The truth?
They have given it to you in such a way that you have no definitive proof against it. Because
it doesn't make sense, man.
I know this is Hegelian dialect, bro, with a little bit of alcohol.
It defies reality.
Shalom.
Try it again when you're a little bit more sober.
Yeah, you're on one right now.
You are A, misquoting the value. B,
it sounds like
they give you a value and we take time to measure the value or the consequence of the given value. That we as persons, as individuals, we take time and go out in nature and try to verify it, and then you say we're against the government and it is anti-government or whatever. No, we are anti-belief. We don't want people to believe in shit being told. We want people to verify what they believe in.
His handler's letting him take a 15-minute laugh break.
I think this guy was here 2 days ago.
Oh, hold on.
We had a better conversation when you were sober. Remember that a few days ago?
No, here we go. All right, let's go. Let's go, man. I'm rejuvenated.
Yeah,
You're
because the balls are
retardinated,
spinning
man.
on and spinning fast.
Maybe
Retardinated.
now his
There's
Earth is
things
spinning.
that I have to make.
Maybe if the Earth is not spinning, you need to make it spin, right?
Right?
I'm not talking about the Earth spinning.
I'm just joking.
Are you talking about the Bible then, or what? What are you talking about, bro? You keep going from subject to subject, and you're actually negating everything you say by every other word you say. And then you take 5-minute handler breaks.
And denying everything that it claims as well. So
Latter-day Saints.
What up?
You want some of this?
Yeah, I want some of this, bro. Bring it on.
Some dis.
All right. So what you
Yeah.
want? What you want?
I want some of this and a little bit of that.
Seriously, no, it's me and you on like Donkey Kong.
I take
Cool.
2 minutes to pick up your handler's cue cards that he's given you.
Right?
On what to say, reshuffle them, get them in order, and
He's
then
got to
see if you can make
batteries.
sense.
Fleddy, you have an issue with the handler's card, because if you read the wrong side of the card, you will read the amount of alcohol contained in the bottle that is wrapped by the card.
There's probably recipes for drinks on the back.
Someone's dropped a few Uno reverse cards in there as well.
Right?
That's where he's going wrong.
Latter-day Saints. You got anything?
Do I have anything?
Yeah, you got anything?
Have anything like what? Like the blunt I'm rolling right now?
One who asked me if I have anything to say.
Well, you came in here claiming that the Earth is spinning. Now you're backpedaling though.
Proof other than that. So
you couldn't provide any proof the Earth was spinning, but then you backpedaled and said the government lies to us about the actual measurements and everything. So I think you're a little confused, bro.
In the way that I did backpedal was the fact that you are going to claim anything that they say as proof. Okay?
What?
Which I understand. Which I understand.
I'm glad somebody understands, because I don't understand what you're saying, bro.
Me either.
Oh boy.
Le Pew.
You're gonna be the one. That's fine.
Le Pew, I'm gonna be a nice monkey and I'm gonna mute you. Not because I dislike you,
Where
but
did
because you are making a fool of yourself.
Where did you take the
I got
3959 from?
to not do this any longer to yourself.
Yeah, don't do this to yourself.
Because last week I had a great conversation with you when you were sober. We had good understanding, mutual understanding, and right now, whatever we say, it doesn't compute in your head because of the alcohol, and it just get a shit show around here. So I will mute you, and I will thank you for your presence. But please be sober next time. Please.
I have a last statement.
Yeah, sure.
All right. This is my last statement. Do you recognize as the numbers that they're giving you as honest and accurate values that they're giving you, or are they duping you?
Oh. You done yet?
That's it.
Cool. Some food for thought, huh? Thank you.
That was a question, not a statement.
Yeah, but I muted him, and I will give the answer because it's only fair and honest to, even though it wasn't a statement, answer the question. The people that teach those values, those numbers given, most of them have not verified them. So they teach them in good faith. Doesn't mean that the values are honest and true. Doesn't mean that the people who instituted those are honest and true. It means that some people do it out of good faith and some people do it maliciously. But the issue still remains that it is up to the individuals to listen to other people and verify what other people have to say. Whether it be true or not depends on the verification process of the individual who was receiving the information.
Do you see how he came in here and said that we're basing what we do off of a measurement the government gave us that was a lie? It's like, yeah, no shit. Like, if it was the truth, then we wouldn't be here. None of us would be in here. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah, I kind of missed when he came in. I jumped in because I got a DM that something was going awry. So that's why I came in hot.
Yeah, no, we appreciate it.
And I like I said, I had a great conversation last week with him, but he was sober then.
He had a different name and icon too, huh?
Yeah.
I know when I was a Glober, this would be the last place I would ever spend my night, or any time. Why would I want to come in here? You know what I mean? Don't make no sense.
I do understand it. It's like, maybe I'm kind of weird in that way, but you go to there is a big amount of people in the world that overestimate their knowledge. We all seen it. We all seen the Globers come in thinking they know the world.
Yeah.
So they are fully convinced of themselves. You get people that claim to know gravity, even though every scientist in the world will never burn their fingers on it.
Right.
And they keep on holding on to it because they've been to school. They've been to lessons that sounded great. And because everything works around them, it must be true. But they're all only, in their teens, maybe early 20s. They're full of hubris. They haven't seen the world. They haven't experienced the backlash of the world. They just know that what they have been taught, and all those schools, if I go out in the city, I can't walk a mile without seeing one or two schools. So, and they all teach the same thing, so it must be true. How else could these things exist if it's telling lies and bullshit? And they never have experienced being deceived by the largest entity out there. They never. seeing the raw cut of history. They only get the polished part of history. So they think it's okay. They think that is the way. And then it is easy to go to a flat earth server because now you are in that authority position. You can school people.
Yeah, right.
And that's how they get in here.
Yeah. I wonder if they think that we just were never taught about the globe, you know, and then they're going to teach us, you know what I mean? Something that they learned in first grade.
And I think most of them, before they enter in here, think that we are some counterculture of rebelling for the sake of rebelling.
Yeah, probably.
And that's where, you know, like when I grew up, we had like a million different subcultures in music and art, and everyone dressed differently. And right now, if I look at the streets, you don't see that diversity anymore. If someone is out of sync with, let's say, the main street fashion, they are rebelling.
Right. Yeah.
And we are seen as rebelling.
Yeah.
Without them understanding that, you know, maybe this is being a rebel, but as they have been taught, a rebel is someone who doesn't understand and does
Right.
what he wants. And we don't do it because we want this.
Yeah, I know what you mean by that. By
Would I
that,
be able? Sorry. Oh, okay. Would I be able to ask a question?
Go ahead, bro.
So, are other planets balls? Like, is Mars a ball?
No, not that I know. I never been to Mars, so I wouldn't say yes or no. I don't know, and I'm very comfortable in not knowing what Mars is. For me, it's a light in the sky that we gave a name. That's all.
Why can you see it physically rotating from
So
Earth?
you could see a bicycle tire rotating. That doesn't make it a ball.
Can you see it physically rotating, or can you see a cartoon on the TV showing it physically rotating?
Yeah, what kind of equipment are you using to look at the sky?
Just a telescope, you know.
What kind of telescope are you using?
Not sure, but you know, your average.
Well, did you purchase it yourself, or was it gifted to you? You don't even know the brand name.
I think it was Gerber.
How much did you pay for it?
I don't know. It was a gift.
Is it the Planetron
okay.
5000 model?
Did you get it for Christmas?
Yes, I did.
Did Santa Claus bring it to you?
Yes, he did.
Nice. Okay.
So
it's a pretty high powered one then, if you can see Mars rotating.
Right.
I mean, it must be. So, what do you guys think that, like, seeing Mars rotate from Earth?
I've never seen it rotate from Earth.
I have never seen it rotating, and I don't even think that it is rotating.
You know, I'm not even going to doubt it. If you've seen it, then you've seen it. But for making a claim of geometry, you need measurements. It's not just on site that you determine a geometry. You determine geometry by actual measuring the physical object. Like, I got a P950 camera, and I can zoom into Mars, and I can change my focus length. And that's on the computer inside the camera, 2 points of focal length that give me a focused image. Which means that the camera cannot determine the actual distance to focus on. It gives you one very far away, but not infinity, and one a little bit closer, but not up close. Both give different views on the same object. The one shows it as being a solid object, the other, the slightly closer focus point, gives me a weird squiggly line thingy in my viewfinder and on my image. How can I say which focal length is correct? And how can I say which aperture or camera speed gives me the correct thing, as I have not been there to verify whether image A or image B is the correct representation of the thing that is out there in the vast distance. I have no clue to say this is it, because my camera doesn't give me the correct position, because it gives a focus on 2 positions. Do you get the issue here?
Yes,
I do. Just on site, you cannot determine a geometry. And that is just, looking at it with a computerized camera. If I do it with my analog telescope, I can produce the same thing. But then they say, well, you changed your focal on the ocular. But it still is a clear image. So that means that not only does the computer not know the distance, my mind cannot determine the sharp picture in the distance. Because when I do it with my analog telescope, my mind says, hey, if you change the ocular slightly, which means you pull the object towards you as in the focal point of your lens, it still gives you a crisp image. So that means the object is at 2 points at the same time, crisp and clear. There is an issue with claiming to know something in the skies, because we haven't been there, and we base it on our perception of a clear image. But an image is a flat surface. Because every camera, every telescope is a monoscope. And to see geometry, you need stereoscope. And for the distances between Earth and planetary bodies, stars, you need to separate those two so far apart that it becomes unrealistic to have stereoscopic view on Earth. In which case you always end up with a 2-dimensional image from which you can never determine a shape.
Yeah, that makes sense. If you take a picture with that camera of Mars on a clear night, would it look the same as a picture on the next clear night at the same time? or would it look different?
For me, in the location where I live, that is always different because I never have actual clear skies. I live underneath the most flown through airspace and pretty much industrialized airspace that, even if you think it's blue sky, it's not. So there is too much shit in the air for me to get an actual clear sky.
Do you have a vehicle, like a car or something?
Yeah, but I'm smack dab in the middle of Europe. Like, if I wanted to go to a place with actual clear skies, I'm probably 10 hours away from that.
Oh, dang.
You know what does look the same from my observation every time I've ever looked at it with the P1000 is Saturn.
So Mars isn't clear, but Saturn is?
I'm saying what has always looked the same to me. Out of all the bodies in the sky, Saturn has always looked basically the same. I mean, sometimes the coloration changes a little bit, but I don't know how you'd ever determine through the telescope that you say you have how that something's rotating in the sky. I mean, do you follow it like with a remote control that's powered to your stand, the tripod that you have the camera on, or are you following it in the sky with the steadiness of your hand?
On separate nights. I
Well,
live
the
in.
thing is, when you're looking at something with a telescope, bro, you can't look at that image for more than probably like 45 seconds to a minute without having to keep readjusting the telescope to follow it in the sky. The moon is pretty much the only thing you could stare at continually because just a portion of the moon fills up our whole viewfinder. But even then, you still have to keep making adjustment because it keeps moving.
Well, I'm saying on separate nights. Like look at it one night and then look at it the next.
Okay, but what does that prove or disprove, though?
It looks different.
I know, but that doesn't prove globe or flat Earth.
No,
like, could I tell what people are drinking on an airplane by looking at the airplane light at night flying over me? I'd be like, oh, that airplane, the people are drinking vodka and orange juice. Or no, but that they make claims through their spectroscopy, whatever it's called, that they're able to tell what something's made out of from the light. But you can't tell what people are drinking, or if there's people on a plane when it flies over at night and it's a lot closer. Even with your telescope, you wouldn't be able to do that.
I mean, no, but not really the same thing.
No, I'm giving you something that should be easier.
Well, Flatter Day Saints, I gotta tell you one thing about lights in the sky with planes. When you have a airplane at night who's flying with their landing lights and taxi lights on, you can bet that the pilot is drunk.
Right?
Because you gotta cut them off once you're in the air. So, and the taxi light you gotta take off once you're on the runway. So, when they fly with them at high altitude, someone is not sober.
That's right. And they're having to dip their nose down every couple of minutes to make up for the curvature.
No, that's when they look.
Like the nose is dipping up.
That's when they look into their glass. Oh fuck! It's empty again.
Oh yeah.
But seriously, looking at lights does not tell you anything about makeup or properties.
Right.
It gives you an indication of something that is out there. Like, we have this whole conversation in globe versus flat Earth with the moon eclipsing and the solar eclipses.
I know. It's such a dumb argument.
No, but wouldn't every astronomer be hunting out for a Venus or a Mars eclipse or a, what have you out there eclipse? Everything that might be obscured by another body.
Right? There would be a lot too.
Yeah, so wouldn't that be like, oh, every astronomer is now hunting for that eclipse? You know, YouTube would be full of those.
Right?
Or not.
Bro, when I like two years ago, I think it was 2.5 years ago, I went down to the beach and I watched the I think it was Mercury retrograding along the sun, right? And I zoomed in on it with my P1000. There was a big cloud bank, but I was able to see for like at least, I'd say like a 15-minute period, like broken apart between when the cloud covered it and then when it didn't. And I zoomed in on this thing, and that thing did not look like it didn't look like anything that NASA's ever showed us. It looked, the way that thing was moving across the image of the sun, it was like flapping around like a babkin, dude. It looked like a fly that was like a fly made of black liquid that was going in every direction at once, but maintaining from like far away, it looks like a dot. But up close, there's nothing about it that would even indicate a sphere whatsoever. You know?
Yeah, I think I can explain it. That would be the image being blurred by the atmosphere. So you probably have a high moisture layer between you and the sun and the transition.
Yeah, yeah. Like a light coming up from a swimming pool at night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I did see fair amount of Venus transitions, which were pretty clear.
Was it retrograding across the sun?
I don't know. It's not that I'm like very astronomical.
No. What I mean is like when you can zoom in on the sun with your camera and look at the sun, and then you see the dot of whatever it is moving like. But the thing is, it doesn't look like it's moving in a direction. It looks like it's moving like the way like a wasp would be trapped in a plastic bag type of moving. You know what I mean? Like the bag's on the counter and it's not moving right or left, but you could see that wasp just bumping around in that bag, dude.
Yeah. What I've seen were like time lapses, so you get dots across the sun.
Okay.
We see the same face of the moon and the same face of the sun. I would assume we see the same face of the stars, wouldn't we?
It's not a face. When you look at them, they look like water. Like they're constantly moving and they're constantly changing shape and color. When you look at them.
For the moon, we see the same face. For the sun, they say the sun rotates. I think west to east from our perspective.
The thing is, when they say rotate, in a way, they might not even be lying, because it could rotate like a chariot wheel over a track in like a coliseum or something.
I thought they couldn't even see the surface or anything. All they can do is measure the frequencies of the light that's apparently emitting from it.
The way they look at the sun is single frequency recordings. So you pick one frequency, all the other frequencies are cancelled out, and then you take different recordings of different frequencies, and they combine them, and then you can, create an image of the sun.
Isn't it cool when you actually train your eyes that you can literally look at the sun in the sky at day without actually, hurting yourself? At least I do this for 5 years now or something, and my eyes didn't change or got worse or whatever.
I do that too sometimes, bro.
It's just, I don't know why.
Have you ever seen the sun being more like a flat, polished kind of disc, and then with a ring of light around it?
Yeah. Have you ever heard of how it turns green right the second before it disappears? It's called a green moment.
I just find it crazy when I realize that the sun is just like literally. If you look at the sun being outside for a day, you can literally see how it just flies over you and goes away. Like literally,
Like
it's crazy, huh?
I was gonna say, like it's on a track.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like that's even a bigger proof of that the sun is circling above us.
Have you ever seen those discs that levitate through quantum mechanics or quantum magnetism?
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, with
so that I'm not saying that that's proof of anything. I'm just saying that's a better example. If you're going to show an example of something, the way something operates, than an example of like taking blue lycra and stretching it all the way around a trampoline and clipping it all the way the edges around the trampoline, and then using like pool balls and stuff like that go in the middle and that like swirl around each other for like 4 seconds. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? That's what teachers show kids though. Bullshit lycra.
If you look at the picture, send it in. How you have this? I think the sun also changes the color because of the different electromagnetic statics that it's producing, or the reaction to the gases. That's why you have the different crazy colors sometimes. I mean, I have seen crazy skies sometimes. I mean, but I think it also depends on the positioning of the sun and so forth.
Well, are you talking about crazy skies, like the crazy sunsets?
Yeah. For example, when you look at the chat, the picture I sent it in.
Okay. Okay, so these pictures, bro, that you posted of the skies, do you think that these are organic? I'm asking your opinion. There's no way to prove it one way or the other.
No, I can't prove if they're organic, but I can definitely say that I have seen crazy different lights at the point where the sun goes away. Because I don't want to call it sunset, because it's not a sunset. The sun doesn't set. Even Disney knows that. In Pirates of the Caribbean, one says the sun never sets.
I just know that, bro, when I was a little kid, there wasn't sunsets like this, bro. And nowadays, they're pretty commonplace. And the thing is, though, look at the structure of the dark clouds. Do you see what I'm saying? Look at the streaks and stuff. Do those clouds look like they're organic?
I don't know. Maybe they already manipulated it in a way that it's not the original thing anymore. I mean.
Well, here's a good example. Look at the picture in the top right hand corner, right? And now look at the cloud that's closest to the ground on the bottom right hand corner. It's shaped like almost like a machine gun or like a fish with a lower fin. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So,
like I would say, except for the last picture, maybe, even though there's a little bit of haze, every other picture is definitely created clouds. I think these hazy clouds that really make the sky turn into white instead of blue.
Yeah.
is definitely geoengineering, or however they want to call it. I think even geoengineering is just another rephrase for something even worse than that.
It's just weather mod, bro.
No.
That's all it's called. You can look it up. Google how many patents there are for it. It goes all the way back to the 1800s. I'm talking about everything. Anything that we experience, pretty much.
Right.
I mean, I don't know about everywhere in the world, but if you live in a high rent district of the world, like where I live, it, they're constantly doing it right here. I would assume that the more an established district puts into their infrastructure, like where you see them just tearing up the roads willy nilly, you know what I mean? And when you see stuff like that, then you could probably safely bet that they're putting some of that money into the sky too. You know what I mean?
Ready?
Yeah,
The ice cream. Flatty's hot micing out.
Sorry, dude.
Hey, Flatty, remember when I was talking to that one chick and I was like, hey, who sings that song where that guy goes like, I'm just trying to pick up some napkins? I just gotta. She's like, I don't know who. She was like naming names. I was like, no.
Are you gonna buy us all ice cream, or is it just on the other side?
The ice cream that tipped on the duvet cover.
33 flavor Baskin Robbins ice cream.
It was a cornetto.
Oh man, a strawberry cornetto.
It was chocolate. It looks suspect on the bed sheets.
Call me when you got strawberries.
Will do, man. The ice cream lady will come around in her ice cream van in a couple of hours. I'll get you in.
Hey, where I live, there's a real not legit at all, but he every day, 5 days a week, he goes up and down the street, and dude, his vehicle from any angle you look at it looks hella sus, dude. There's like bars in the windows, painted on like the name of the ice cream thing, and then dude, it's such a ghetto. There's like cords and shit hanging out. It's hella sus.
What up, Big Perm? I want to see Big Perm's.
I'm gonna post a video of it. Watch.
Big Worm's ice cream van. I want to see that from Friday.
Oh man, I can remember when I was on vacation in England, and the ice cream van came around, but it stayed in the area like the whole day, and it was just green leaves all over every moment of the day.
Constant like chiming.
Yeah, it was like ridiculous. But that song that whenever I hear it, I'm instantly transported back to Point Clear.
We had some ice cream van wars here not long ago. Like you see the American the New York hot dog wars between the vendors. We had we had another lady come onto our like housing area, and she wasn't welcome. And the normal lady turned up, and they started having a fight. It's pretty funny.
What about they say when you go up in elevation, you go higher and higher, and then the stars just vanish. Are y'all familiar with this?
Yeah, I never confirmed it. There was this one guy, I forget his name. He got a YouTube channel and he did his own balloon testing, and he sent up cameras with weather balloons, and he tried to find the altitude where it happened.
So basically, let me give you a rundown on what light pollution is. The guy who asked that question, where do you live at?
Did you catch
What
that,
was
Houston?
What was the question?
The one
Why
who was
stars
talking about
disappear?
lights in the sky at night. It all depends on light pollution.
The stars disappearing at night at a higher elevation. Is that what you mean?
Well, the
Yeah,
elevation
just
is better, but if you're at a place that has high elevation, that has a high population city, for example, light population is dependent on where you live. So light pollution.
Yeah. So Mod Monkey was saying that he lives in a place where there's a lot of light pollution and he can't really escape
I
it.
said elevation. I mean altitude.
Again, altitude is not really important. Like, yeah, you could travel up to 6,000 feet or something like that. Like Cheyenne, Wyoming, for example. But dependent on how far out you travel from there is going to be dependent on how the clear the fucking skies are going to be. It's not dependent on elevation. It's dependent on the population area that you live in. You know what I mean?
I understand what you're saying. I think we're talking past each other a little bit. I'm talking about like when they send, like say you send a weather balloon up, and it goes up to like 100,000 feet, and there's a claim that the stars, like you get up that high and they just vanish.
I don't know which point that is, and if that is for human perception or not, because at 100,000 feet they still use astro navigation for airplanes that can go that high, and I think they even used astro navigation for some part less refined as they have now for the X-15, which went up way much higher, like 3 times higher than the SR-71. So maybe it's a limitation to human eye, or the, let's say, electromagnetic spectrum of light, but that we can see. I don't know exactly how it works, but I know that you have to go way beyond 100,000 feet to have it unusable for the human eye. For everyone interested, I posted the YouTube link of the guy I mentioned who did his own weather balloon test. So.
Hey, Monkey, you there?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember when I first came into looking into flat Earth. He's done loads of really good stuff. Was it him who also did the photographs from the aeroplanes with the infrared?
No, that is Jay Tolan.
Ah, well, yeah, that's another one. He's really good as well, isn't he? Yeah, that infrared stuff is really interesting. How they, it just cuts through everything. You can see so much further. Yeah, both of those guys very early.
Yeah,
really.
It's great to see they, did so much legwork and have the opportunity to do it. Like, for me, it's impossible to do a weather balloon test because of the airspace I live under.
Yeah, of course, yeah. I mean, obviously it's not hugely expensive in terms of, but it's just, you're looking at least £1,000, $1,000, I'd imagine, to send one of those things up. Maybe not.
Yeah, and then you got your camera, and then you have the, you have to be able to retrieve it.
Yeah.
Like, I live next to the North Sea, so, that sets me back a few quid for a boat.
Yeah. I suppose the Jay Tolan stuff, he showed, he did that quite cheaply because he was traveling anyway. He showed how to use. I think he actually showed you how to sort of make your camera pick up more infrared, didn't he? On one of them, he did a bit of electronics and stuff.
Yeah, basically, what you need is a. I don't like to call out brand names, but you need a Sony camcorder with night shot function.
Yeah.
And
do you remember they used to use those for seeing through girls' clothes?
Yeah. Yeah. They pulled back a whole camera line. They back in the beginning of the digital cameras, there was this one camera that was very sensitive, and it was actually a very popular camera, but they stopped selling it, and they stopped selling the night shot option on cameras. So now you have to go to the, let's say, the mid-range and high-range cameras to get night shot options.
Yeah. So that was a 1998 Sony camera they released. I just looked it up.
Yeah.
They accidentally launched camcorders that could see through people's clothes.
I have one, but I didn't use it to look in through girls' clothes. I promise.
Yeah, no, nor did I. No, definitely not.
I know what.
No, but
I'd never do.
Good, it sounds like you fucking used. Oh, sorry, Sin's gonna swear.
The issue with the night shot is that you get that green tint. So you need a a different IR filter, because what Sony delivers is, let's say, a near infrared option, and you need full infrared. So you need to go into the 1000 nanometer segment. Once you got that filter, then you get the real clarity of infrared.
I looked into some old style photography. So like if you get infrared I can't think. The actual reel, that picks up infrared light. You get
Yeah, the film stock.
negatives. That's it.
Yeah, you can get infrared film stock. Yeah.
Film. I can't even think of the bloody word. Yeah. If you look at some pictures of that, you can look at old footage in or photographs taken with that film. Absolutely incredible clarity of distance. Far beyond what you can see with the naked eye. It's incredible. Plus, of course, if you're using film camera, you can have the exposure much longer, which will pick up even more. And that's part of the thing that you can do with a digital camera. Obviously, have the exposure time, so it picks up lots more. And I've got a camera that, if I go out in the garden at night time, I can just put it on and take photographs of the things, in the garden at night, just using long exposure. Sees everything.
Yeah, I think it is a great tool to to have at your disposal, just for your average fun. Back when I was in my early 20s, I had a Sony Video 8 camcorder with night shot, and that thing was fun as hell, because you could make great amateur movies, or weird compilations by just playing around with all the settings.
Yeah, I bought one because we were making a film about soldiers, and we wanted like the night vision goggle effect. So we know that Sony had that green kind of tint look thing.
Yeah, and especially the old camcorders. I like that you have the, even though it's not useful for, let's say, our purposes, but it had that great grainy feel to it. Like, it was not a high quality image. It had that raw, coarse, image processing in it, and that was fun. You could do a lot of fun things with it.
Lots of noise in the picture, in the image.
Yeah. I think now with digital, I'm kind of like hesitant to it, because there is so much processes going on in the digital part that I'm not sure if you get actual image, or is it a programmed image. Like people taking pictures of the ISS with a P900. How do you know it's not a put in image? How do you know it's not just a little JPEG artifact that is, oh, the camera is looking up to ISS, so we use that image to put that on your screen? How do you know that's not the case? Because they can do that.
You know, in skateboard filmmaking, the preferred camera is the Sony VX1000, which is a mini DV tape camera. Just because it's got the look.
Yeah, I know the old method was to get a there was a period that you had digital photo cameras, and then you could make small video clips in it. They weren't like, you know, you can fill your memory card full with the film. No, you can only take short clips.
Yeah.
And then because they like to use the fisheye lens. And
then, the Sentry optics.
Yeah, and then it's
Mark
not
1 fisheye.
It's not that much editing, you know. Like, you don't have to run the whole movie. No, it's just a short clip. You start your run, the camera goes on, and then, you know, you're done with your run, the camera is done filming.
Yeah, editing camera. Short clips just run alongside each other.
Hey, I just posted the video. It took me a minute to find it. It was buried in the archives, like for when I first started putting videos. Old monkey. Monkey.
Man, that van looks like a driving prison cell. If I would run a prison, I would play this kind of music all day.
Mod Monkey's icon is on there. Is that Mod Monkey's icon on the ice cream van? It is, isn't it? Can you see it?
Guys, I just got a letter that I need to be in court next month because I was not wearing diapers. Nice.
I didn't know you played tennis.
What?
I said I didn't know you played tennis. Like tennis court?
Oh no, what is it called in English?
Yeah, court.
Oh, no, it's called court. It's just
okay.
I was making a joke like it's a court to go play tennis in.
Oh, okay. Have you guys ever had this problem?
What, having to go to court?
Yeah.
I didn't go.
Just run
I've
from
been
the
to court
cops.
a couple times.
It's just hilarious because I was not wearing my face diaper. I need to go into like just imagine, man. If someone would told me this 3 years ago, I would just say you're stupid.
Well, you know, just ask them for the validity of the purpose.
Even if, yeah, you're right. But even if I would be the judge, man, I would feel stupid like that. I even need to waste my time with something like that, you know. But
Welcome to 2022.
Yeah.
But
you're in Germany as well, right?
What?
Are you in Germany?
Yeah.
Oh, you got a great defense, by the way. It's called Befehl ist Befehl, and you're not allowed to blindly follow orders. You can say that to the judge, and you can say you can mandate shit, but that's the same behavior we did a long time ago.
I'm gonna first of all, apply for proof why I should actually wear a face diaper. So they should actually give me real reasons, lawful reasons why they why you should wear a face diagram. They don't have this. They don't have this evidence. That's the main problem.
Yeah, and
There's no evidence for that.
And after that, you can say bevel is bevel, and that you did not comply to that order, because there is no validity to the order.
Yeah, I'm probably not gonna say much, anyways. You know.
No, just let your, lawyer deal with it, but
right.
tell your lawyer something in that order. But this might not be the best subject on the live stream.
Right.
But
Okay.
I wish you luck in court.
Thank you. I mean, I don't care what happens anyway, because I don't fear men, so. I'm pretty sure it's just gonna be dismissed.
Just ask them if they also measured the curve of the Earth.
Just change the topic. That would be hilarious. Did you know the Earth was flat?
If you are able to make a personal statement, you can put it out there, and then it has to be recorded into the record.
That's right.
For all you know, maybe you triggered someone to actually measure the curve.
Yeah, who knows? It's just such a waste of time. I really don't want to, go there or think about it. Oh well, so childish, this whole system.
If dealing with the system, use the system against them.
Right. I mean, the guy who, reported me has also done false. He has also written down false accounts because I recorded it with my phone, the interaction, between the law enforcement or whatever they call it here in Germany. It was not police, it was even the worst, the guys who give you a ticket and stuff that are not really police. I don't know if you have that there where you guys live.
Yeah, in Holland we call it handhaving or handhaving.
What does it mean?
They're just let's say they take away the smaller functions of police, like tickets, environmental.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Someone dumping their garbage, etc.
Yeah, then it's the same thing. The funny thing is, police was nearby, but police they were professional. They didn't care, They didn't care of me not wearing a mask. That's even the more funnier thing, They would have just ignored it.
Yeah, but again, we should move away from this topic.
Yeah. Sorry.
So, besides our great spiral this morning, which was a drunken spiral, who else has a great spiral story of a glober?
Yeah, I want to know why the Earth is a spinning ball.
Well, how is it for you or for anyone in daily life when I'm at work, I just, I'm full and open in me being a flat earther, and people will look funny at you, or they will take a walk around you like you're contagious or something. Yeah, how do you experience, being a flat earther in your work or your daily life?
I was gonna actually ask this as well for you guys. Like, are you guys open about it, or do you sort of just like, I don't know, lead two sort of lives? For me, when I first sort of uncovered that the Earth was flat, I disclosed it to my ex back in 2015, and then he sort of just, I don't know, didn't take it very well, and then went and told his friends, and then
So wait, it was
they
your
all sort of
boyfriend?
laughed. Yeah, he was my boyfriend, yeah.
So wait,
But then they
So you fell in love together, but the love ended because your opinion towards the reality of Earth's shape changed?
no, it didn't fall away because of that, but
Okay.
he didn't take it well, that's for sure. And then he went and told like a lot of people what I had said, a lot of his friends, and it just
That's a
yeah,
weird thing to do.
anything you try to argue is just really hard. I've always found that like trying to plant seeds in the minds of people around you is just very, very challenging.
Right. Yeah, what I always look at is I really do not care about what people think or say about me, because the ones who like me for who I am, or love me for who I am, they don't really care about the things I think or say or do. But if there's people who just disregard you because of you changing your opinion towards something, or because of what you think, then they're not really, real people. They're actually, they're just, I don't know how to say it, but they're fake, fake people
Yeah,
who can.
but like
Mhm.
you have to understand as well, like for some people to even try and fathom that the earth is flat is very difficult for some people. I'm not entirely sure why, or why they even refuse to look into it, but for some people
Yeah,
It's the
I
same
understand
problem.
that.
not.
I
It's the
understand
same
that.
problem that we are living our days today. Why people believe in in the big light that we live in right now. It's the same thing. You know what I'm saying?
I think the issue with people is that they understand the magnitude of globe versus flat, the difference in there. They understand that if you are correct, then a lot of shit they believe in falls apart. And they don't want to deal with their world falling apart. They are afraid of being depressed or having to start all over again, or maybe their dream of buying a ticket on Elon Musk's spaceship will be gone because flat earth. So all their hopes and dreams and their actual reality might be taken away just by you saying flat earth. Because before you said it, they would have taken you serious. But now they cannot take you serious because it will damage their perception of reality. And thereby their ego. Because whether they're conscious or not, they have been invested into that belief system.
Like, even like I was invested in that belief system myself. Like, obviously we all were to some degree, like, you know, in primary school learning about the heliocentric model, and like, you know, I loved Star Wars as a kid, but you know, and the idea of space and aliens was also intriguing, and then you know, to find out that the earth is flat, like it was big, it was huge, but like it just learning the certain truths just made me want to try to, I guess, understand more and research more and more. But just, like, even trying to plant the seed for some people or show them certain truths, it's just really hard. I sometimes I just feel like there's not even much point. Like, I find, like, you know, what you all do coming onto this server all the time, trying to, you know, wake people up, very admirable, but I don't know, it's not something I can be open about with people I meet in life, like, or who you would call the normies, you know. I just choose not to talk about it, or just go along with the globe theory because it's easy. But I have in the past tried, but it's just not worked out.
No, but you don't have to. Like like here in the server, I come here just to have fun. But I come here to, you know, meet fellow-minded people. But like you, I loved Star Wars. I loved sci-fi. I still do. But Flat Earth opened me up to a different kind of interpretation of reality. Because with Star Wars, you got all these different kinds of aliens, and you can go to different planets and all what. But here, on Flat Earth, I just go to the Discord, and I meet actual trolls. So, you know, you can dream of aliens, but here we have actual trolls. So, you know, it's just a rebranding. But we can interact with trolls, and that's fun. You don't have to. You don't have to have the same sense of fun. But for me, it's fun. And in real life, I am kind of blessed or lucky that at my workplace, I got a few flat earthers. Some are flat earthers based on religious notion. Others are flat earth based on anti-government notions. But, you know, I don't have to be alone at my workplace as being a flat earther, which makes it a lot easier.
Yeah. I've only ever met one other flat earther in real life before. But yeah, I think it's kind of, I don't know, more and more people are waking up, but I don't know. I still feel like it's kind of something you can't really bring up at dinner, you know?
No, but know that there are more flat earthers around. But you have to test the waters. Like
she has to look at the. She has to look at the positive way of seeing things, not be worried about if the other guy is a flat earther or not, because one day he or she will realize that she has been lying as well, and when that happens, she will be on your side. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Monkey.
No problem. But for me, the first time when I, met a flat earther outside my comfort zone was at work, and we found each other not because we opened up about flat Earth, but because our coworker was so. How would you say it? His whole life was an appeal to authority, and I looked at my coworker and I saw his frown, which I tried to suppress for myself, not to, be a bitch toward my appeal to authority coworker. But I saw his frown and he saw me looking at him. And then we stepped aside at some point, and then we started talking about conspiracies. And once we figured out, oh, we kind of are like the same mindset, we almost instantly said it out loud, like the both of us, are you a flat earther? Because we recognized the same kind of language, the same kind of reactions. So the best thing is to gauge your surroundings and see who's frowning at those who are appealing to authority or are praising the moon landings or something like that. Because the people that start to frown, those are the people you might connect with.
Yeah, it's funny, like I've met people who don't believe we've been to the moon, which, there's quite a lot of people now that think that, but yet they cannot fathom that the Earth is flat. So there are like people that are partially awake to certain truths, but I guess maybe might not see the whole picture yet. But yeah, like I mean, I will keep trying to sort of, I don't know, connect with people who I meet who might be,
No, nobody saw the full picture of everything, including us. But the thing is, you should not be worried about it. You just let it be. One day they will realize it, and then when that happens, you're gonna feel like, well, finally you wake up. I can give you an example of my girlfriend. She doesn't believe on the Earth being flat yet. I'm still like playing around with her, even with some Carl Sagan books that she has and stuff like that. But she can see some things, but she still not want to believe in it. I'm not worried yet. But you should do the same. Don't worry about it. They will see it if they have to. One day or sooner or later they will do it.
You don't have to change people. People have to change themselves. As long as you are comfortable as who you are in the company that you are.
Yeah, I mean, I've always sort of this is the first sort of chat I've ever really spoken in. I don't really talk about, what I've sort of researched or what my theories are with others before too much. I mean, I did a little bit on Twitter before my account got deleted, but yeah, I mean, this is the first time I've sort of spoken with people about flat Earth.
Welcome to the club of the nuts, as they call us.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
It's good to talk. Like right now we're on the live stream. It's kind of like easygoing. But you know, you can go here and have conversations in voice or in text with flat earthers and just learn to be yourself, because most of the time, or especially in the beginning, you feel like you need to hide yourself or your knowledge of flat earth because of the reaction that other people might have about it. And here you don't have to. So it gives you the learning opportunity to speak as your own voice, as yourself, as you are. So make use of it, because it will liberate you.
Yeah, I definitely will. Everyone seems pretty nice. It's pretty funny how, you know, you have some globetrotters on here that are, I don't know, interesting. But yeah, there are some trolls, for sure.
I don't speak much about it in real life because my family I speak to, my kids are on board, my wife's on board, Flat Earth. My brother I speak to about it, he's fighting it completely. We just argue about it. But day to day, other friends and normies around, I don't bring it up. I can't be bothered to get into debates with people, you know?
Yeah, that's fair enough. I understand that.
That's I use this place as the outlet for getting my thoughts out there, you know?
Yeah.
But don't be a stranger. Don't be afraid of your own voice. You know, it is a learning process. But once you learn to speak from out your own knowledge and your own experiences, whether it be flat Earth or something else. In case of flat Earth, this is the place that you can actually get your vocabulary up to speed and your comfort, because comfort is more important than your vocabulary.
If you're not happy, if it's busy here and you can't get a word in edgeways, just ping some people or DM some people and we can meet you in chill chat and just, you know, to practice talking, just because it can be intimidating in here sometimes when you got some big players like Miggy who's just jumped in.
Yeah, well, I might do that for sure. I'm not very good at explaining things. It's like, yeah, I don't know.
No one is. For example, I tried a couple of minutes ago to explain some stuff, and I screw up in the middle. But it happens. But there are others who are better to explain other things than me, so that's why you are here also.
And the fun thing is, like, you can make mistakes. Everyone makes mistakes. The point of flat Earth is that once you deal with a glober, they are not aware of the mistake they make. You, if you make a mistake, you immediately feel the response within you. Like, oh shit, I said something I don't understand. They don't understand anything of their own perception. And they don't get that cue from within. So you are at an advantage, even though it's uncomfortable. But use that advantage in your benefit and benefit of others, because that's the only way you can grow. Go through that uncomfortable zone. And you don't have to do it in the live stream or with a lot of globers, because that makes it awkward. But you can do it in a chat like this, where there are no globers at the moment, or you can do it in, go into ladies' night, where the ladies have the control, and they will give you the room to speak and help you. And then, you know, it's kind of like a more equal footing than, let's say, in the live stream during a heated discussion, because that's far more intimidating, and you feel a lot more pressured not to make mistakes. Are you playing Michael Jackson?
I'm sorry. Yeah, I was. I'm sorry. I forgot to turn off the mic. Yeah, I was checking something that a friend of mine just posted, and I forgot. I always forgot to turn off the mic when I'm doing something else at the same time.
Yeah, no, I definitely will check out Ladies' Night. But like, I'm not a huge fan of debating really either. Anyways, just because I don't know, I've just never been a huge fan of debating. I've just always thought, you know, people should do their own research and come to their own conclusions. Like, sure, share ideas and stuff, but I mean, a lot of the time I just feel like some conversations, you know, can be pointless or just go around in circles and sort of, yeah.
Let me give
you.
you.
Know what I mean? Like,
I'll give you a secret.
Sorry, yeah.
This server never had any debate, ever, about the Earth. Never. There has never been an actual debate, because the Earth and the topic of flat Earth versus globe Earth is a geometry debate. But to have a debate on geometry, both sides need to have actual measurements. The globe doesn't have that argument. They don't have actual measurements. So it is not an actual debate. It is a circle jerk, because the requirement for the debate is to have opposing arguments. So they need an actual measurement to even be in a debate. So it's just a debate by name and by the debate rules set. Except we know the Globers never have and never had an actual argument, as in a geometry argument. So once you figure out that, whatever the Glober brings to you, you can bring it down to the basics. And that's the point, that they never had any argument at all.
Yeah. Do you get many Globers on here anyway? Really?
Yeah. We got millions. Or millions. You know, we got a lot of them passing through. But I think of the, I don't know how many, 25,000 members we have, I think 2/3 are Globers. And they still haven't figured out that in a geometry debate, you need actual geometry measurements.
Are they regular Globers? Or they just come in and out of the chat sort of thing?
Most of them are incidental, as in they find the link, they join, they have a debate in lobby, or you know, in one of the text channels, or maybe in voice, and then they stay for a week, and then they never come back, or you know, they start lurking. Then you have the deliberate trolls that come in here just to create a drama and try to be funny about it. And then you have the regulars, which are like about 20, 30 guys that come in, try to put flat Earth into a bad spotlight, and then they will leave or be banned for a while, and then they come back. And
Yeah, deflaggers.
Yeah, like there's this guy called Kosho. He's been in the flat Earth debate scene for years, but he never actually brought the debate requirement. But he will antagonize. He will try to stir up emotions just to put us in a bad spotlight, and he knows how to do it. So that's kind of like what we have here. But we also have like sometimes actual people that support the globe. We had Make West in here, or actually you can have a decent conversation with him, but he will never concede on the fact that he doesn't have an actual argument in geometry, because that would defame him. There would be a blemish on his record, and he's a big guy in, let's say, the globe world.
Yeah, okay. Interesting. Well, it'll be good to jump in the chat more often and, yeah, hear what everyone has to say.
Yeah, and this sounds kind of weird. If I were you, I would check in on Friday evening or Friday night for Ladies' Night and ask for the Flat Earth role in there. So you get your Flat Earth tag, but you have it in the comfort of having to deal with the women in there, which are or might be more comfortable for you. And you will get, let's say, a heartfelt welcome. We can give you a heartfelt welcome just the same. But at Ladies' Night, it's a different kind of welcome than you would get in a regular day.
Any ladies, or is it because, like, I mean, it seems like there's a lot of guys more so.
Yeah, and Ladies' Night is where the ladies with the Flat Earth tag and roles control the live stream and moderate the live stream and have control over the mic, and all the guys have to shut up because it's Ladies' Night. They have control over the microphone, not the guys.
That's so funny that you have a ladies' night, actually. But it's good. I mean, it's good, but it's kind of funny. But yeah, I'll check it out for sure.
Yeah, you can check it out. You can listen to it on the YouTube and see the difference between the settings. Are you familiar with the live stream on YouTube?
I've never listened to it on YouTube or anything like that. I don't really go on YouTube much. I usually just go on BitChute or Rumble, things like that, because I'm not a huge fan of YouTube because of all the censorship and things like that. I try not to support it.
Like this conversation right now is streamed live on YouTube. I don't know if you were aware of that, but
yeah. Yeah, I was aware.
Okay. So, at least you were aware. But we record these and they are put on YouTube, and you can listen back to them. And I need the other YouTube channel for that because they specify when ladies' night is, and you can listen to it on your own accord, and then you decide what you like, what setting you like, what time of day you like, when you want to be on, when you want to see certain people and talk to certain people.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it all sounds good.
In the live stream voice text, the second link has the ladies' night recordings isolated, so you can listen to a general ladies' night or when you want to, and see how you find that atmosphere.
Oh yeah, cool. All right, thank you. I'll listen to it. Sorry, my voice is a bit raspy. I had COVID last week, so yeah.
We just call it the flu here.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just have a flu. Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
You should know. You
Tea
should.
with honey and a slight pinch of cinnamon.
Honey and cinnamon. I actually have honey and cinnamon. Do you put it in tea or just honey and cinnamon?
I would put it in tea.
Yeah. Yeah.
It will take away some of the raspiness in your voice, or ease the feeling in your throat.
Yeah. Yeah.
I could say take a licorice, but most of the people in the world don't have the licorice we have in Holland, and most of the people don't like the licorice we have in Holland, but it does work good for your throat.
Like, do you have red licorice in Holland?
Yeah, a lot.
I love red licorice, but you can't find it in Australia really anymore.
Here we have most of it is black licorice, and
Okay.
but we do have red and other colors. But the black licorice here, yeah, it's just good for your throat.
Yeah, I didn't even know that. But yeah, we do have licorice and like black licorice in Australia, but you can't find red licorice anywhere anymore. That was my favorite, anyways.
But how did you find out about Flat Earth?
So when my Twitter account got banned, I went onto Telegram, and I met some people on there, just talking about other conspiracies, I guess. Or, but yeah, and then I met some people on there in the chat, and we were just talking, and one of the guys said, just sort of added me to a chat in Discord, and I mean, I had Discord, but I never used it. And then from that chat, I met more people, And then one of those people added me to this flat Earth chat. So yeah, all kind of random, really. I mean, usually I don't talk to people in chats. Like, I just like things and yeah, sort of just read whatever's happening or going on to just, inform myself. But yeah, just it was really random, to be honest. I just sort of went from one chat to Discord to another chat. But yeah.
So you were pulled into the rabbit hole.
Yeah, I mean, sort of. Like, I've known about. I mean, I knew the Earth was flat back in 2015, or maybe 2016. I'm not sure. A long time ago, and I was obsessed for a long time with researching it and finding the truth. And one truth leads you to another truth, and you find out all kinds of crazy stuff, and then it's sort of, in a sense, undeniable once you connect a lot of dots. And yeah, I sort of, like, I reference this a lot, but like, I sort of at times plug back into the matrix. So, I sort of just leave it for a little while and don't look at it or like stop researching and just, go about life. And you sort of, I mean, it's always in the back of your mind, but I guess you don't really think about it ever. And that's some of the things you've learnt. And you just go about your days, being like a normie, basically, thinking everything in the world is grand. And then from time to time, things just suck you back in, like you get triggered by things. And you meet someone and they trigger something in you, and then you look back into it again and you sort of build on your knowledge. But I always find myself, from time to time, just not researching it. Yeah, I only just sort of got Telegram maybe last year in October or something like that. So yeah, I sort of, you just go from, I don't know, going about your day or your life as normal, but then, you somehow manage to plug back out. And I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah, you cannot always be on the edge, depending on the situation you live on. Like, I have to be between normies, like my work day, even though I have flat earthers around me. That doesn't change the fact that I'm a monkey and they are human. Like, you have to participate in order to survive around here, and you need time to process all the information. You can gather all the information you want, but you still need time to process it. And being plugged in is a nice way to do it, because then you can subconsciously or consciously work through all the information you have gathered without actively seeking even more, because the danger of that is that you will suffer information overload.
Yeah, that's true. And I think as well, it's for your own sanity sometimes. Do you know what I mean? Like, it can be pretty alarming, some of the things you can learn online. And like, I mean, you know, you're really challenging your belief system, and at times it just seems like a bit all a bit too much, you know. So I think it's healthy to sort of step away for a little bit sometimes, but it's something, once you know it, or once you've learnt something, you can't exactly unlearn it either. But I mean, I wanted to seek the truth, and so I did massive amounts of research and things like that, and looked into things, and so. But yeah,
I always make the analogy that normal or normie life is like a vacation. And some people don't want to stop the vacation. We call them normies.
yeah, yeah. I mean, I think back and I think, what if like I didn't know all the like about the flat Earth and things like that now, and I don't know. It's a hard one because I mean, a lot of the time you just want to tell people and you want people to become a flat earther, but yeah, at the same time, kind of you think ignorance might be bliss. I don't know. I mean, I'm happy I know the truth, but I think a lot of people, I mean, obviously a lot of people can't probably conceive of, you know, an idea like the flat earth, which is why they choose to sort of run away from the idea without even looking into it.
Yeah, again, they have to, especially with flat Earth. I think flat Earth is oftentimes too big of a hurdle to start with, especially with those who have totally no knowledge and are in full belief of what they perceive as reality. I think flat Earth for them is like a cold shower that will stop their heart. And sometimes you need other avenues to start with to get them questioning. Some people don't even know what it feels like to be questioning of something because everything has been presented to them. They never had an actual question in their thoughts because, you know, oh, I got a question, oh, I can Google it. But they never actually did anything themselves to resolve a question. And for a lot of people, that is very intimidating, especially when you can see the consequences of, in this case, flat Earth. Because a lot of people ask, oh, what will it change? Well, in daily life, it doesn't change that much. You and me, we can go back to our normal life in an instant because we know how to adjust. But for them, they don't have the experience of adjusting to a new norm. So it will be total chaos to them. And they are afraid of chaos. They are afraid of uncertainty. And I think most flat earthers are or learning or are capable of being comfortable with having questions open and being at ease with not knowing. And not knowing is what most people fear.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. It's just it's interesting, isn't it, to see, like, I don't know, some people's reactions to certain things. And I mean, to be honest, the way, like how I discovered the earth was flat was probably the same as a lot of you. Like, you hear that, you know, there's people out there who are saying the earth is flat, and you think it's crazy. And so, I mean, intrigue gets the best of you, and you go look at how they could possibly believe something like that. And then it's like, well, actually, can you even debunk it? And it's like, you can't debunk anything the flat earthers are saying. And then a lot of what they're saying makes 100% sense. And yeah, I mean, but I don't know. A lot of people. I think you have to. I think you just have to be, I don't know, open-minded. I don't know. I don't know how some people can research it and then, you know, recognize it as truth and you know, see the evidence and then add the dots, and then some people just, I don't know, can't. It's just interesting.
I think a lot of people like don't have a reference to Earth, as in they believe the globe because they have been taught the globe, and they see flat earthers talk and make YouTubes and do whatever stuff, but they cannot put it into perspective or in a reference frame where they have experience. And they just look at it based on the manner in which it is presented and the words used. And then I cannot fault them, but most flat earthers are not well equipped to deliver flat earth, because we just don't have the amount. And most of the people now are just looking at the amount of evidence, not, or the amount of arguments. And again, it comes down to the understanding that most people don't understand it's just purely geometry. Because 9 out of 10, if not 99 out of 100 people coming in here thinks it is a physics issue, that physics determines geometry. And that is what most people, when they are met with flat earth, do not get. People talk in flat earth about the impossibility of space, or the non-existence of gravity. But those are secondary to flat earth. Those have nothing to do with geometry. And even though they are valid arguments, they have nothing to do with geometry. And the globe has that, like, set in stone almost, with the amount of people cheering on those physics things. And that's where flat earthers just, are in the minority. And people look at just, statistics. Oh, you got so many of this, you got so many of that. And then they say, oh, I looked at flat earth and yeah, it's bogus, because they just don't have the quantity.
Hello?
Yeah, you're still here.
Oh. Sorry, something happened to my microphone then. I actually have to jump out. It's kind of late here in Australia.
Yeah.
I have to go do the normie stuff.
Well, have a good rest and enjoy the normie stuff while it lasts. And see you back soon.
Yeah, thanks, Monkey. See yous.
You're welcome.
Who wants some coffee from space anyway?
I think they use instant coffee.
Yeah, get that out of your system before Gospel Bear comes there, or not Gospel. Who else wanted to? Says is that Lou? Yeah, Lou. If he's in there, Lou, what's up? What's up, you guys?
Hi, Miggy. How you doing?
Hey, Miggy.
Yeah, pretty good.
Lou fell asleep. Still logged in.
Oh,
Kind of pretty drunk last night.
It's all good.
Yeah, I started this morning with a drunk fax man.
A drunk what?
Fax man. He's a guy that makes 20 alts because he gets banned every time.
Oh, you come in here or what? That guy?
Yeah, and he was pretty drunk when I came in. I got a DM from someone saying, "Hey, you got to go to the live stream because this is getting out of hand." So yeah, we had to do some drunk monkey stuff just to get it back to order.
Or you're like, there'll be none of that around here, mister.
Yeah, well, you know, it's just sad. Like last week, I had a great conversation with him in chill, and I didn't ban him because you know I had a good experience with him. But now he was drunk, and I was like, oh man, why?
Yep.
I think the problem with him was that he wasn't consistent with himself. That was the big issue.
Yeah, and his motives are not honest. You know, he's here to, you know, gather people to his side. He literally said it. So, you know.
What's his quote?
Who knows what side that is when a drunk man says it?
Oh.
He was contradicting himself all the time. Doesn't matter what kind of evidence that we brought in.
It did sound much different than the last time I heard him. Interesting.
I'm not sure if Lip Hugh is fax man. Monkey.
The slurping sound or whatever.
Yeah, it's a different
drooling, quote unquote disability effects. Whatever you want to call it. Yeah.
Well, if it wasn't Faxman, then, you know, it's just my ears wanting to hear Faxman. I don't know.
You miss him?
Are you saying fax as an FAX or fax as an FACTS?
It's just his screen name.
Fax
For some of his accounts.
Have a look at Usual Suspects, maybe.
What's that, Flatty?
Have a look in the Usual Suspects section. You'll see him. See him in his aliases.
Usual Suspects. Let's see. Yeah, nothing much, man. Just checking out the live stream, seeing who's on. Kind of caught the tail end of that conversation you were having there, Green Monkey.
Yeah, it was a great conversation. And I hope she comes back, and I hope she does the Flat Earth interview in the ladies' night. Because, you know, it would be fun for the ladies to have a Flat Earth interview at ladies' night. She was kind of like hesitant to speak in the beginning, but well, you know, it's good to hear people talk, like, you know, trying to speak the things that you cannot do in normie life.
Break out of the shell.
Yeah.
People usually have these thoughts. They don't get it. They're not vocal about them. They don't like to speak because they feel like if they do speak their mind, people will shun them in some way. And if you create a space where they can speak about things, and it becomes easier for them to come out of their shell. So that's good. I mean,
yeah, and I hope, you know, she enjoyed it and comes back again, because the more the merrier, right?
Yeah. I find sometimes it's difficult in this line of work that we do, in this business, this being an ambassador for truth. It's not as easy as people make it look, because we're going against the mainstream. We're going against status quo. We're going against people that think like everyone else. So we're a small community, you know, that people that stand up for truth. So we need to be, you know, as close as we can to each other, because at the end of the day, you know, like we're here standing in this fight with each other, you know, against the majority of people. So it's often at times it's difficult, man. Like for the person who is going through this alone, I can see why a lot of people want to plug back into the matrix, want to just do the thing that makes them feel like they're a part of the rest of the world. I can see that. But at the same time, because we choose to be truthers, we have to understand that there's a cost factor for being a truther. That you're now going to be an enemy of the people who believe that the Earth is something that it's not, or whatever truth that you're standing by that can be demonstrated against everybody else who doesn't see the world that way.
Well, I'd rather be called conspiracy theorist than being a donkey with a hat on. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you can yeah,
At least I'm
but
thinking for myself.
right, well they would argue that they're the free thinkers, quits. So from their perspective, they're the ones that are freely to think. They don't understand the fact that everything that they're saying has already been given to them to say. There's nothing that they've like investigated or looked into themselves. They're just saying it because that's what the majority of people believe. So they're just going to parrot it without any question. So, but yeah, like it's a difficult thing, man. To feel like you're going alone doing this, and that's I feel like most of the times, like I was listening to what she was saying, that she felt like sometimes you kind of fade back into the crowd because of that. It's you don't have the same. You want to feel like you belong. Everybody wants to feel like they belong. So that's why I was saying it's hard to find a group that's been consistent and it's been here, like this group. But once you do, it's kind of like just hang on to it because we're facing every day. We're facing like these incredible obstacles. People who are ferocious with their reactions towards the flat Earth. They don't relent. They don't give up. They're continuously at trying to storm the gates. So it's in a way it's kind of like and I've told people this before. It's a war for the mind. It's not for the weak-hearted. As much as we want those people to feel like it's okay and stuff in this space, this world will tear them apart if they're by themselves trying to talk to other people. So if you're not bold enough to stand up for truth, if you're not brave enough to say, you know what, I admit that there is no evidence for the case of the globe, and be able to withstand what comes next, then it's a hard line of work, man, for somebody to actually confront that, right, and to move forward in life. Otherwise, you're just going to live in a shell of an existence because you want to speak truth, you want to be amongst people that speak truth, but you don't want to stand up for it. You just want to be in the crowd like just like you believe it, but you just won't say it.
Yeah, and you also got the I'm the super secret agent kind of mentality.
Yeah, but at the one hand, you can think that way, but see, here's the thing, man. With that, you don't ever make anybody understand. Like, let's say, for instance, we're in a group and I know truth, right? Because I've actually fought against the mainstream. I've actually had people challenge their beliefs in the globe, and you didn't know this information prior to me actually confronting somebody that you knew or something in the conversation. But now that you've heard, you're intrigued by it. You're like, this is crazy. Why is this guy who's thinking differently than all of us really making a point here? Like, why is it nobody's ever be able to extinguish this idea? Like, it should be easily taken down. And so yeah, it sparks something in you, right? Like all of us. Like when we began our journey, something inside of us knew that something's wrong with how we were thinking. So it changed us, and it makes you look at things differently. And what happens is we want to start breaking out of that shell. Like, I want to be bold, I want to be brave, but I need to know how. I need the tools. Like, I need to know what to say in order for me to carry myself in a conversation where I don't feel like I'm going to be swept away by the nonsense, because it can get, it's like I said, it's a war for the mind. So you're going up against the whole entire world who thinks that the earth is a globe. So they're going to come at you in every which way, with every angle, with every kind of psychological trick they can pull out of their bag so that they can take you down. I mean, it's not necessarily that they're mad at you, but they don't want it to be that they exist in a world where the mainstream is being challenged. So
yeah, and you have to have a comfort level, and I think that is the biggest thing that the server can provide.
yeah, within the server, definitely. You can feel that sense of growth in here. You can grow in here. Whereas if you're by yourself trying to do it, you'll easily get taken down. Like, and then you will be like, you'll get discouraged. You probably won't want to do it anymore. You'll be like, see, I tried doing it and it doesn't work. I tried talking to my family and everybody just comes at me real hostile. But in here, you're able to build up a sense of understanding of how to approach a conversation, or it's difficult when you first start off how to navigate this these conversations. But upon hearing like different people in here have these discussions with other people, it makes it clear how you want to approach it. Like you're like, oh, I'll take that approach. That seems like a good way for me to handle it, or whatever. But it's in here. It's different.
Yeah, and the good thing around here is that you're not alone. As in, if you, like I told her, you can make mistakes because you're amongst flat earthers. So if you make a mistake, someone will back you up. Someone will help you. In real life, when you have a conversation and you make a mistake or you stumble upon your words or something, there's no one to back you up.
No, you're all on your...
Here we got a whole family of people that will help you. I can remember the first time I was on Discord and in voice with Globers, and I was just like, first I was not accustomed to being on voice with strangers, and then the first time I went on the live stream back then, it was a organized debate with a group of people from a university, and I was like, what the fuck is going on? I stumbled over my words. I screwed up big time, and
at the beginning, Green Monkey, it was like a very intellectual standpoint. You have to be a high level intellect in order for you to carry a conversation within this framework. Upon the revelation of like understanding that you don't need any of those things, because it's so rudimentary, the foundation of the understanding that you don't need to do anything. As a matter of fact, they need to provide you with the information of how it's demonstrated to be the case. So it's kind of crazy because it was always held up as in like, okay, you have your proof, I have mine. But in the whole, you peel back the conversation to its bare bones. It's all the very essential thing that it comes back to is that they need to demonstrate to us the claim and validate it. And that was always that underlying, stepping stone to go to the next step. So that's how I look at it, man. I look at it as we never needed to have like proofs of our own. It was always them needing to demonstrate it to us and validate that the curvature is an existing reality. And that never happened, It's just never happened.
For me, it was, I found my comfort once I realized that everything the globe has to offer is based on physics, and the physics relies on the geometry. So they have to provide the geometry first.
Yeah,
Otherwise
exactly.
They cannot use the physics.
Yeah, that's the same thing I was saying. So it always goes back to the demonstration that the Earth curve actually exists in reality. So there has to be like geometry, right?
Yeah.
There has to exist a radius, diameter, and circumference, because if that is the capstone for the existence of this reality that they want to presume exists. So if they do come forward and say, okay, so this reality is the reality in which we live, it always falls back to they have to present the evidence, and they to validate the case. If they don't present that to anyone, there's no way that you're going to continue forward and saying, okay, well, let's skip over that and talk about gravity. Or no, if they haven't presented you that, and so yeah, it's always been the geometry. So that's what has always been the thing that has needed for this conversation to exist. You know, for anyone. But it seems like they go to things like Cavendish or other things that kind of are the presumed understanding of what they're trying to provide as evidence, but they're already presupposing that the Earth is of a particular geometry and shape. So that's already a given, and they're saying because we know this, we're going to test this thing out. And it's always fallen to like us to correct them and say, no, we can't talk about what you want to do on top of the ball you think you live on. That doesn't work that way. You have to provide evidence of the ball to get to this place. Step one, then step two, right? If you haven't provided the evidence for this, we can't talk about a Cavendish experiment as you want to provide as your evidence. Or let's go to the beach and then you're going to tell me how the ball exists because you see a boat going over the horizon. And that's what you're providing as evidence. But first of all, you haven't even demonstrated how it's a globe. So it always, in the beginning of this whole movement, it was a very high level intellectual conversation. It was more on the intellectual side.
Yeah.
So
Now it's down to the bare bones.
It's bare bones, man. It's really, honestly, when we talk about it, and I've said this before, it's psychological. It's a belief that they're holding on to that they don't want to let go. So it's a lot more to do with pride, and cognitive dissonance, right? But it has to deal with a lot more something where they feel a necessity to belong to a consensus of people who believe that the Earth is of a particular shape. And it's that sense of like not wanting to get away from the crowd that keeps them locked into that belief. So even if they're confronted with that, understanding of like they don't have any evidence, they're going to continue to believe maybe the scientist knows, or perhaps somebody out there somewhere, or maybe it's a bigger ball. They'll continue to keep the dream alive, so to speak, so that they won't have to deal with the fact that if they themselves challenge that, then they're now on the side of people who believe this very niche understanding.
We could actually, and it's kind of joking, but make the analogy of they are trying to reanimate a dead globe and chanting in their head, staying alive, ha, 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 staying alive. They're reanimating on that beat and they profess that beat all the time. But they don't realize it's a dead object.
Well, the idea itself is preposterous because it only exists in the mind. It doesn't exist anywhere in reality. We can't go somewhere and visit the globe. It does not exist. It's a fantasy. It is completely made up by some people long ago, perpetuated by people in high standing, who then gave it to the people who were common folk, and they who didn't understand because obviously they can't. There weren't people in high positions, so they couldn't challenge the authority. They just have to accept, and this led to a mass group of people adopting an understanding that had no foundation in reality. And this is the issue even today, because you see normal people, just laymen, right? I would say some that don't feel like they're educated will tell you, dude, I'm not smart enough. That guy over there, This guy knows a lot. But see what, and I can understand what they're saying, education level wise. That's what they're talking about. I'm not as educated. I don't have enough mind to actually go against something that intricate. Like I can't navigate these conversations. Like I don't know what to say when somebody's coming out with these big words. Like how am I to retort? But the simple thing about it all is that it doesn't take a high level of understanding to establish, demonstrable evidence. It only takes somebody challenging the guy who's saying, yeah, this is what the earth is of a set size and dimension. Okay, that's great. Is there any way you can provide me evidence of this? Show it to me. Go take me somewhere, or tell me the person who did it so I can do it myself. But I need to verify the thing that you're saying that is a belief so that I can continue to move forward in life and I can know that it's a globe. I don't want to have, but you never get there, don't you? It's always like they tell you just trust me, man. We've done there's people, like millions of people. It's taught in schools. NASA pictures. Come on, man. I mean, ISS. Like you're gonna deny all these, and they get into this kind of it's psychological. It's a war for the mind, and if we don't get them to realize there is nothing in reality that can provide evidence for this, well, where do you think rockets go? They question things that they have no validity for. They can't validate that. Or did you get in a rocket? Did you go all the way up to space? Like, what's up, man? Like, what's really good? Like, let's talk about it. There's never that conversation that really. It's and they can defer all they want. Well, I'm not smart enough to carry this conversation. I don't know too much. I just know the Earth's a globe. You can't stand on that. You can't say your known reality rests upon the shoulders of somebody else. So your perception of reality rests on somebody else. So that guy, that scientist, has to input into my mind what I perceive as the truth of my known reality. That's essentially what they're saying.
Yeah, and the funny thing is, we all had the reply that, yeah, but it's science. And the funny thing is that science, as like a field of philosophy, was designed so that the layman could understand things. It was to be repeatable for everyone. That's why you have the scientific method. So to record every step so it can be repeated by everyone able. And that's where they fail, because they cannot repeat what they claim is science. And thus, the validity of the science has fallen away, as science should be repeatable.
Yeah, but let's put it this way, man. First of all, it's not even science that we're dealing with in concerns to geometry. But not only that, how are we in every nation of the world, every part of this earth, how are we indoctrinated with this information? Because there's a vehicle in which it is used to be given to us. Like all of us. It's not known reality. You're not born in a location and you're just looking upon the earth, going places, and you're like, man, what a crazy ball this is. There's not that thought in anyone's mind.
No, but it was more like me replying to, let's say, rocket science. The thing is, they have their science defense without the understanding of the actual purpose of science, namely that it should be repeatable by the layman.
That's understandable, but their misconception of the term is where they're fundamentally wrong. So so that can get pointed out to them in a way that they can understand what science deals with. It deals with how, why, not what is. So that's really it breaks down. It can be broken down as simple for them to digest that way. But at the same time, like I said, I always go back to, like, how did we how do we start believing this thing? Because it doesn't come as something as a known axiom. We don't just look upon the earth and say that it's a globe. So that information isn't we're indoctrinated with, and we're taught ever since we're very young. And we're not taught how to view this in a critical way. We're taught how to think about it in a way where we don't challenge it. It's not something that can be challenged. It's something that has to be what our known reality is. It's a perception. They're drilling into your mind a perception of how you can view the world. You can see the earth as flat, but treat it as it's like you're living on a globe. You know? So this is the perception that everybody's indoctrinated with. So we get this perception, we live with it. When we get to a critical thinking age, when we can actually start thinking about, what our world is, we further get deep into it by images of video images of like NASA and pictures of the moon and stuff, rocks, meteors and just different things, right? So at the critical thinking age, you get bombarded with even more propaganda. So now we're swimming and swarming in like this vast sea of indoctrinated information, and it seems like there's nobody that stands against it. There's no person that's like, hey, you know what? Has anybody ever challenged this idea? Nobody ever stands up and says that because it's a foregone conclusion. Oh man, we learned that back in like second grade, when I was a kid. Why are you challenging it now? So it almost seems like it's a fruitless attempt at discovering that there isn't any validation for this. So therefore, the mind, right, really just tries to grapple with that whole understanding. This is what happens with people, right? That's why they come in here. They ask the question, why would they lie? It stems from a deep rooted belief that everybody knows that the earth is a globe. Why are we saying that it's not? So it's the mind is trying to wrestle with the whole concept, and it's difficult. So I've and over the time that I've been doing this, like with the conversations that I've been having, uh it happens more often than not that the person isn't really like arguing from a standpoint of intellect. They're arguing the standpoint of more psychological view stance. I see it that way now. I can't see it any other way because, as we know, there's no geometry to the thing that they're presupposing exists. There isn't any measurement. That's understood. We can already say that with full assurance, being here for as many years as we have. If there was such an animal that exists, it would be found already, because people in here also do research, and there's been tons of evidence to the contrary of the Earth being a globe. So this is what we're doing, right? We're always challenging every day. So because of that, we know that they're hanging on to something that doesn't exist for the reasons of not being excluded from the social construct. The social construct being that if once they start saying that the Earth is something that people believe that it isn't, they become ousted from their communities. They're now an outcast. The black sheep. Oh yeah, that don't talk to that guy. He's a flat earther. Like that. This is the way things are. Peer pressure then gives the people the uncomfortable feeling to want to get plugged back into that matrix, so to speak, as a term that the young lady was using that she was in here. So you get plugged back in, then you're back in normie land, right, where everything is globish and normie news tells you what to do, and you're just going about your day. It seems easier that way when you don't fight against the current. It's much more tolerable existence. But and this is the issue. Is that how you want? Is we question that? Do we want to live our lives as just tolerable? That we have to put up with people spewing out false information, living under the idea that the Earth, and it's the challenge, right? That's at that point you start to break because you're an ambassador for truth, and even if you wanted to be an introvert and think of it like, well, I want to be just like listening to people talk about like things that are not correct, and I know the truth, but at some point it makes you want to break out of that shell, you know? So you're not just somebody who's just only participating and listening, you become somebody who's vocal and you speak out. No, that's incorrect. Well, what makes you think that the earth is that? And then, so being in here kind of teaches people, and all the different kinds of conversations that we have in here, but ultimately how to carry yourself, and that ultimately belongs to how you perceive you want to move forward in the truth environment. I mean, nobody can tell you how to do it, because you're your own person. So yeah, that discovery is yours alone. How you're going to proceed forward. But I mean, I think it's a great thing for all of us when we start to get together and realize that I'm speaking out over here in this part of the world, and you're speaking out over in that part of the world, and everybody thinks in every single part of the world that we're crazy, like they all do, because it's a deep rooted belief that they have.
If I can just add something there, Mix.
Yeah.
I thought it was one of the greatest analogies in terms of trying to get people to understand that this type of information requires you muscles that you've never used before. So in that Matrix movie, just mentioned it now being plugged in the Matrix. When they unplug Neo and he says, "Why are my eyes so sore?" And Morpheus says to him, "It's because you've never used them before." And it's the same thing when it comes to this kind of information. We're actually asking people to use their own brains to determine their own idea of what's going on or their own level of truth. And we're actually asking them to use a muscle they've never used before. Some people, when you talk to them for half an hour or 40 minutes, then they say, "Wow, now my brain's sore," or like, "My brain's tired."
Yeah, I've noticed that.
It is because you're actually trying to get them to use a muscle they've never used prior to this discussion. And if they've never used that muscle, then you understand why they've never had that logical consistency to be able to look through the information and determine yes, true or false. We've just been taught to believe it comes from a credible source. We must gobble it all up and regurgitate it word for word.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas when it comes to understanding, simplicity is divinity. And if you try and really break it down to its simplest form, it generally doesn't make sense. The heliocentric version of things. And it really, like the Matrix saying, you've never used your eyes before. On this topic, you've never actually used your brain before. So expect it to be a little bit sluggish on the first couple of times you try and use it.
Solar, man, yeah, that's a great point, man. Because you know what, I'm gonna add to that is that I've heard people in a conversation say, "Oh man, my brain hurts," like talking about this, and I'm thinking of it more of a kind of a snide comment to like how they think that this is absurd, but it's not really. It's their brain is starting to fire on different levels that it never was before. It's starting to think for itself. And not be, dude, like that's great. That's gold, man. I like that. But I always thought, like I said, it was just more of a snide comment. And they might even say, yeah, it's just a snide remark as to like how absurd this is. They might even say that, but it's not really, because this has never been challenged in their mind. So it's new information, to the person that has never heard about it. That's why they feel like, oh man, this is making my brain hurt. That's crazy. Thinking about it like that.
Yeah, not a lot of people think about it that way, but it helps me when I'm speaking to someone who's brand new. It's like you don't take a toddler and expect them to run a 5-mile race with you, but yet we're taking these toddler minds and expecting them to go on this 5-mile race with us. And if they've never strengthened their legs in the first place, they can't even do 1 mile. And a lot of flat earthers, because they've taken the time to over months process this information, they can now succinctly put it into one sentence where all the information's crammed in. But we've got to understand who we're talking to. We've got to understand our audience, and that they've never used those eyes before. They've never used those circuits in their brain before. So be patient with them when you're trying to bridge that first gap.
Yeah, coming into this conversation, a lot of people feel like they're ready to have it. And I don't think that's the case. I think that nobody's ready to have this conversation, even though they say they do. If they want to challenge it, let's say, upon the challenge and receiving information that goes contrary to how they perceive it, I think it's difficult for them to really analyze the fact that they haven't been thinking for themselves this whole time. Because this whole time, the knowledge that they have has been just a parroted format. It's something that they've learned and they're just regurgitating it, as in true knowledge is, all you got to do is listen, learn, and regurgitate. It's not to think for yourself. It's to like, how do I say this the best way possible? Because I mean, what do people usually say? Well, I'm not smart enough. The scientist knows. I'm just a regular guy, man. But yet, it's weird because they do want to have a conversation, but they'll defer. Towards the end of the conversation, they'll defer. And it's like, it's crazy. You think to yourself, well, that's interesting. Why didn't you defer it in the very beginning? You could have just said, I'm not equipped. Right? Don't you? Like, they could have easily told you at the beginning, look, before we start, I don't think I can have this conversation. I don't have the mental capacity to carry this conversation. So I'm going to defer to the scientist. So that at least we could be like, well, that's fair because you don't want to, then we don't have to engage. But I think more often than not, we get the person who engages. Towards the end of that, they're like, well, listen, I mean, I haven't went to college, so I don't know. The professors, those guys have the answers. I'm just, you guys probably studied, and they'll say that often, older. You guys probably know more than I do. It's like, no, it's not the case, but thank you. 'Cause they view these guys, these scientific minds, as towers of intellect that would have the keys to unlock this mystery. But I'm more of the mind is like showing them, it's like, guys, we're all in this together. I mean, all of us. If there's something we need to know about the geometry of Earth, it should be easily discoverable. It's not like this super complicated thing where you need to take like a panel of scientists and like go at this thing where we're got formulas, and like it's not that freaking hard. it's simple algebra, like it's not difficult. But
that point that you made right at the beginning there, of your last sentence, was the realizing that you haven't used your mind to choose your own decisions, or that you haven't really been awake. I think that's something that I still often dwell on, thinking, how did I go through those first 30 plus years of my life with being on autopilot? Like, how did I end up where I am now? Or what choices were made in autopilot mode that are still affecting me today, simply because I wasn't aware and wasn't using my mind the way that it should have been.
Say solar critical thinking does it far extends into every facet of your life, right? Everything. It doesn't just stop at flat earth, it goes everywhere. You critically think about everything, and it's like your mind awakens to like the fact that you question things. Okay, why am I doing it this way? What is the reason why I'm doing it? And why does my life
new mental headaches as you tackle these new topics.
New mental headaches, dude. Like, I like that, but to me it was more of a
growing pains.
You remember
growing.
I like to refer back to the Matrix, because the Matrix has a lot to do with like reality and somebody waking up. You remember when they plugged him into like the machine and they were teaching him kung fu, and the guy says like he's been at it 10 hours. Remember how we first got into the flat earth, how long we were researching? We were hooked, dude. We couldn't stop.
10 hours was a mild day.
It was easy. Like, dude, I didn't sleep for like almost 3 days and I'm going strong. I feel like you were invigorated, right? So the mind.
Remember when there was that much content available? When you did have weeks of content lined up, no trees on flat earth and all these other topics that were readily available and being discussed, and
dude,
felt like every day your mind was being stretched and grown, and you were having to comprehend things and now it's sort of shut down again. Luckily there's platforms like this where we can come and talk to like-minded people. But just finding those content creators anymore is...
There's archives now, and there's us. we're living proof that we went through that. There was I would say about 2 to 3 years of solid, like just straight solid information. I'd say, I don't know, maybe it was more than that. 5 years. I give it to the extent. I don't know. I'd say 2 to 3 though. Solid, good years that we had where content was flowing and it was easy. You had videos you had on tab, like you just knew what to refer back to, and yeah, it was a consumption of like as much as information as you can that would go against status quo. So we were filled with so much information and knowledge. It's like when what's his name, Morpheus, he told Neo, Neo says, "Hey, I know kung fu." He's like, "Show me." He told him, "Show me." But that's the thing. It's like we think that we're well equipped and stuff, and then upon the battle, right, when we start engaging with conversations that goes against people, we start challenging mindsets of all different types. We go from the very smart person who thinks he's educated to the one who's just really don't know anything. It's just indoctrinated, who's just spewing out, "Dude, you're so stupid. The Earth is a globe." Like from that level to the other, you know. And we've seen debates too. We've been in them. We've seen them. It's quite the experience. And now your mind, it's firing on different modes. Now it's like you're thinking differently. You can navigate this world like I don't know, man.
Do you watch Ken Wheeler at all, Mickey?
I've seen him. I've seen some of the stuff he proposes, but some of the stuff I don't agree with. And I would say a lot of the times, the truther community would look to him as explanations for things. Not so much. Not so much the globe side, because he doesn't really advocate too much for what globe mentality is about. Because he goes his understanding of things and the way he presents them. It sounds like it, but I mean, what are his?
So he just had an interview with Globebusters this week, with DITRH, with Jeranism, Globebusters, and Ken Wheeler, and it's a 2-hour. I've just posted it in the live stream. Phenomenal, because Ken Wheeler's always been talking about the dielectric plane of inertia, which it can only be where matter occurs is on this plane of inertia in this toroidal field, and it's a 2-hour discussion where Ken completely agrees with everything flat Earth related. He also says that for many years he's been saying we live on a plane, but at the same time, he understands that once you bring those conspiratorial topics in, all your other work becomes questionable. So it was a fascinating discussion to hear Ken not rejecting the idea and actually positing towards the end that we're 100% spot on. Obviously, he's not as well versed in a lot of this topic or a lot of the matters in this topic that the average flat earther will bring up. But it just showed me how a normal interview should go with another critical thinker, where you present something logical to them and they say, yes, that's logically sound. Not, oh, but the globe says, wah, 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 making up some bullshit. So I've posted it in the chat. It was brilliant.
So
I've
did
just
he
finished it this morning.
Did he finally admit that he's more into flat Earth now, or like was that something that he?
Yeah, he full on says that he absolutely agrees with the toroidal field. A point that Bob Nodell has really driven hard, which I haven't heard a lot of flat earthers discussed, is the fact that we've got this 100 volts per meter that rises up as we leave the surface of the Earth. That's considered a constant electromagnetic field. And the only way to have a constant electromagnetic field is to have two Gaussian plates with opposite charges.
What, those opposite charges, which is what they say because of the. Okay, here's one crazy thought. I mean, I'm not gonna get too far into it because I think further what do you call it? Demonstratable evidence needs to be done to provide more and more evidence as we proceed forward into these types of conversations, right? Like I'm always of the mind of, because we're critical thinkers, we can take in different information, right? We can listen to people say different things, but it has to make sense on a more practical level where we're actually having demonstrations done, things that provide evidence for anything that we say and to back up this. Once we get off into the realm of our best guesses, then we start to veer off into a territory of where we're getting people to believe us just because it sounds good. It sounds like it sounds like that's what it could be, I should say, rather than that's what it is. Because that, I think, to me, that to me was the detriment of the beginning of flat Earth. I should say, and I'll just put it out there. There's a lot of things that people got on the bandwagon with because it sounds good. Different examples, flat Earth, solar, like we can take a look at the
convex Earth.
Yeah,
that convex Earth, and everyone promoted it till they found out about Bilu, the alien, which they've been communicating with. Exactly.
Yeah, dude. Like, there's a bunch of absurd things, and I don't want to say that I poo-poo on everything, but like, I want people to objectively look at information and realize if somebody challenges you on any point, we can't say, well, this is what we think it is. Like, no, that's not, because we challenge the globe, and every time they say, well, with the sun is, nuclear fusion, and it's our best guess that it's a ball of burning gas, and then we're just like, okay, that's great that you think it's that way because that's what you think your best guess is, because there's things that you can allude to that notion of it being that, but do you know that's what it actually is? And then when they say no, then it's like, well, then we can't with certainty say that that's what it is. So the same for flat Earth. I'm more of like, I can't take information in until we have ways to demonstrate to the people, right, that you can look at this very intellectually. You can dissect it. You can do tests. You can depends on what it is, right? Experiment with it. Like, there's different things that we can do to achieve maximum level of certainty. Like, we cannot go off of like, wow, man, that sounds great. That's possibly what it could be. No, I can't. That level of thinking was what got us into this mess. So it's, even if like people propose things and I take in, it's great. I'm listening to everybody, and I don't mind hearing new ideas, speculations and whatnot, even theories that sound great. But I'm always very what's the word here? I'm optimistic. I'm skeptical, but
Cautious.
I'm optimistic, but I'm skeptical because I have to look at it like, this is the potential. It could be, because it's definitely not a globe, so it could possibly be this. But if I'm gonna sign off that this is what it is, and I'm going to back it up as evidence, then I need to have the ammunition of having to give to someone demonstratable, practical evidence that this is the reality in which we know. Because if I don't, because like I said, theories sound great.
But that's what that voltage thing to me is that the only way you can reproduce an equipotential voltage scale between something is with two plates that are flat, because the distance between the plates needs to remain identical to cause this banding that occurs every meter. And already our scientists have proven that up to 50 kilometers high, there's this 100 volt increase per meter. That when you get to that 50 kilometer mark, which is technically halfway to the Kármán line, which is where the ionosphere, where everything seems to bounce back, is at that 100 kilometer mark. At the 50 kilometer mark, there's still this even banding of voltage. And the only way, because I'm in solar energy, the only way to get that equal banding of energy is with two Gaussian plates that are perfectly horizontal. If those plates are not parallel to one another, and there's one area that's slightly closer to the other plate, it's going to create a higher banding or a more uneven banding between the closer sections than the perfectly parallel sections. And then what we do find on the Earth is this perfectly banding. Every meter you go up, it's an increase of 100 volts. All the way up to 50 kilometers is consistent. So then it almost proves that the firmament has to be parallel to the ground.
Yeah, you're getting
for that two plates to create that field. And that to me is like you're saying now, that's something that's a hill that I would die on, because I'm in energy and I know the field strengths. Then I would go and bring that up and show them that there has to be, based on What we experience in the real world and what all the theory supports is that it has to be this way. But like you're saying, when you start speculating what the dome is, then you're in the realm of speculation.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm not going to disagree with any information that gets presented as demonstratable, right? Because one good thing that we have is we can test things. So when you're testing energy levels and you're going up in altitude, you can find this information out. It's not a secret, it's measurable. So once you do that, you're coming to a concept. You're developing an idea of what things can look like at this vantage point. Let's say you, like you just said, two Gaussian plates. You're going with that whole understanding of how things can operate under this theory, right? And that's great. But once we start learning new things, we can't then therefore attach the underlying premise that this is what it is. So it's if at the end of it is it's still a speculation as the overall structure of what you think it could be, then we can't sign off on it saying that yes, this is what it is. So we have that information of the energy level.
Well, let's critique it. Let's critique it on the spot. So I already heard what sounded like an open area of failure in it, which is as if you have the two plates that are measurable. Now, regardless if any of this is true, it's irrelevant. Say, so if you have the two plates that are measurable, right, and it's consistent between the two plates, right, and they're a plate, which is a physical object, and you say it goes up 50 kilometers, and then after 50 kilometers, it does something different than what these two plates do, right? Well, then 50 kilometers seems like that's where the plate should be, yet you can go higher than 50 kilometers.
So what I meant is that they've taken reliable readings up to 50 kilometers, but during that time up to the 50 kilometers that it maintains this equal spacing, and the only way to create an equipotential electrostatic field that is exactly precise and all the lines are parallel is by having two parallel plates, one positively charged, one negatively charged. If either of those,
right, that's fine. You need to parse that with the only way we know of.
Correct. Okay, I get your point. So presently, within our field understanding,
what if it's just an energy?
If we
what if
change,
it's just an energy, right, and not a physical?
if those plates are not parallel, you don't ever get a banding structure that's even. If those two surfaces are curved or circular, you get these coherent and incoherent zones where there's more charge or less charge. There's like this, the banding is never consistent. But the banding that has been measured already up to 50 kilometers shows that every meter goes up by 100 volts. So we're measuring the field, and the only way that, like you rightly pointed out, the only way that we've identified up until now create that banding pattern is two parallel plates that effectively create a capacitor. And that's the capacitance that we have in our entire existence here, is that it's this equal banding, and the only way that we're aware of creating that equal banding is two parallel plates. So it's one of those things that is, all the demonstrations suggest that there has to be another plate above our head that's parallel to the plate that we're on, and it has to be negatively charged. Or no, the ground is negative, it has to be positively charged. So it's one of those preponderances of evidence, but again, it's not a proof. It's not a, until we get to that second plate and know that it is parallel also.
Right,
it is, I guess, still speculation.
Well, listen, check this out. Check this out. There's a guy who did a video a long time ago where he had essentially what's it called? You know, the loops that could loop in on themselves. But, you know, essentially a figure eight of some style magnet, right? He was able to put things within it that would stay parallel. And he demonstrated it live. Okay, so see this idea where it must be two parallel plates, and then you have this other guy demonstrating this wonky thing that does the same thing, right? So then you don't have this conclusive axiom where it's like, oh, we must have two parallel plates. That's the problem with this kind of reasoning. You know, you start to develop a construct of the physical structure of the Earth in your mind based on small scale models of what we think we know, extrapolated outwards. You know, same thing with like the laws of motion or light. Like things will go on forever if no force acts on them. Well, when has that been proven? You know, so you just imagine throwing a baseball and nothing impedes it, so it just keeps going into infinite space forever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever. Sure, I mean, that's plausible in principle. It sounds okay, but it's not proven in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, we hold
Same
to
things
the.
like with light. Like with light, you know, people will tell you that light travels in a straight line, right? When's that been proven? Beyond a shadow of a doubt.
It doesn't.
They'll say,
Because
"Oh,
light,
in this small section, we measured light traveling straight." Okay, what if there's a tiny variance in there that you don't know because you can't measure it at 1 trillion miles?
but light always diverges, and technically, light doesn't even travel in the first place. So that I hear what you're saying. In the term of uniform field theory, it is always defined as parallel plate capacitance. So for you to have a parallel plate capacitor or to have a real capacitor, those plates have to remain parallel. And that's
Yeah,
the only
interesting.
thing
But you
that
just said
creates
light
a
doesn't
uniform
travel.
field.
But the problem is if light doesn't travel, then how come it takes time to arrive and get back?
So
What's it
once
doing during
again,
that time? Chilling?
do you watch any of Ken's stuff?
Listen, let me
Ken Wheeler?
put it to you this way. I use lasers to laser targets, right? That calculate the time differential for the travel from point A to point B and give me accurate distances.
I understand your question, AI. That's why I'm asking you if you watch any of Ken, because what I'm about to say is going to be very different to what the mainstream generally considers as light traveling or the speed of light or distances in terms of speed of light. Ken Wheeler describes it as a rate of induction through a medium, kind of like a
through a
sound wave.
medium.
A
So it's kind of like
sound wave.
traveling. So kind of like traveling.
No. So an induction is
no, that's
but
not how it works.
induction is not traveling from point A to point B. It's the energy being transferred through the medium or in the
Oh
medium.
my goodness, dude.
So,
Yeah.
for example,
So you know what that requires? It requires precedent causation, right? In a chain reaction.
no. So AI, listen
Yes,
here.
it does.
If light is traveling and it enters
Oh
a
my
more
goodness.
dense medium, listen. If light enters a more dense medium and slows down, when it exits the more dense medium, what causes it to reaccelerate?
What caused it to slow down? You need to know that first.
The rate of induction through the medium. This is what I'm answering you. What causes it to reaccelerate once it exits the more dense medium? How can it travel slower
Here's
through
the
a pane
simple
of glass?
answer.
And once it gets back
Yeah,
into
here's the
air,
simple answer.
accelerate again without energy being applied? It cannot be movement. Whereas if I sent a wave, like if I sent an energy of water in a wave particle and it goes through a little chamber, it'll then slow down while moving through the chamber. But as soon as it exits on the other side of the chamber, the rate of induction through the medium will go back to the original speed. So it is only impeded for a certain amount of time based on the medium.
Correct. Okay, what's
that
impeding
energy
it?
is being transferred through.
What's impeding it?
The density, potentially.
Okay,
Now, this
but
is
what in
why if you
particular?
think
How is
of
it being
light,
impeded?
so if you think about light as a rate of induction, meaning like if you think
Okay,
about
bro,
heating up
check it out,
a
Holmes.
rod,
You
you
ask me
heat up a
questions,
rod.
I try to answer, and then you just keep diatribing over my answer. Then I ask you a question you don't answer, and you just go back to your previous diatribe.
Which
You
is
see,
why
this
I
is why
asked you a
conversations about the
foundational
nature of
question
light don't
in the
function.
very
You
beginning. This is
understand?
why I asked you foundational questions, which you're triggered
No.
about. I was having a
No, I'm
productive
not.
conversation with Miggy.
I'm not triggered.
You've jumped on top of it, claiming firstly that parallel plate
All right,
capacitance doesn't imply
muted.
parallel plates. Secondly,
Yeah, cool story, bro. Okay, when you're having a conversation, if you ask a question of me and I begin to answer it, you don't go back to the previous diatribe. Understand? Okay? The person triggered here is you, my friend. Okay, I'm just asking parsing questions like what's impeding it? You just say the same thing that you said before, which is a tautology. It's like a circular reasoning. Okay, so a lot of these things sound rhetorically powerful when people talk about light and all of this stuff. But like Miggy's saying, you got to have real, tangible, demonstrable stuff, not just explanations. Okay, for example, this idea of the speed of the light. You can go from point A to point B and stop within a quote-unquote medium by taking multi-circuit paths, which take up more time. The speed of the light in that instance wouldn't actually be changed whatsoever, so it wouldn't be decelerating then accelerating. It's taking a path, and when you take a diagonal path through free space, that takes longer than taking a straight path. 2 diagonal paths versus a straight path takes longer amount of time. So the speed itself didn't actually change. So you see, even in point-to-point ray light theory, you still end up with the same phenomenon, but you see it's just 2 different explanations, right?
Yeah, what I think happens though, AI is
but real quick, even if the other guy's idea is true, that rate of induction or propagation or chain reaction, okay, still is traveling through free space from point A to point B, just like a sound wave. Sound wave doesn't arrive instantaneously. It must perturbate the medium, then perturbate the next medium, then perturbate the next medium, and on in a chain reaction that travels from point A to point B, which takes a specific amount of time. So yes, it's entirely accurate to say it travels. Now, you might say light as a photon, as a discrete particle, doesn't travel, but that wave is going to travel from point A to point B, no matter how you slice and dice it. So there's rhetorical language wrapped up in this stuff that people take party to, and then they get all bent out of shape when somebody doesn't accept their rhetoric.
Yeah.
All right? So I'm going to unmute that guy now.
No, I think he took off. Solar took off.
Yeah.
What the way I see it too is like, people are trying to find explanations to our known reality, and it's a very dangerous thing to latch onto an idea that has not been given as demonstrable evidence, and what we can get into at that point, because we think we have sound information to back up a claim, is getting to the point where at the very end of all of our spiel, we don't provide the necessary amount of evidence to prove it. So at the end of the day, if it's just our best guess, that's exactly what the Globers are saying. Why are we then going to do the same thing to ourselves with that whole idea? And I think we can just take a look at everything that way, right? I mean, if somebody says, I look at the sun and it's not what they're saying it is, but I think it's, I don't know, whatever, make up insert idea, and then just say that's what it is, because it sounds like it makes more sense than versus the globalist idea. Why would I stand on that? Like, you can't do that. Like, none of us can. And this forum was always meant to be challenging. It was always meant to be a place to, if you have an idea, okay, let's hear it. But if it doesn't suffice to stand against scrutiny, if people are not able to hear, like, if something is like, it's apparent that when you're saying something like, it happens this way, it can only be this, then you haven't explored the possibility that you could be wrong, because you're already making an absolute statement that it can only be this. You've already have a bias, so the bias won't let you realize that you could be wrong. And I think that's the part of it, like in here, when flat earthers get into like these little groups of like, thinking that the earth is whatever else, because they know it's not a globe. Boy, that's a bad place to be. Honestly, I think that's where we can get ourselves in trouble, in debates and in, what I mean?
Yeah, real quick for everyone, we can also get ourselves in trouble when we start to make personal connotations against the person we're speaking to. For example, I merely interjected on that conversation in not Andy's conversation, my conversation with that guy, clarifying questions. I didn't impugn anything about him. You understand? Yet he immediately told me that I'm acting the way I'm acting because I'm triggered and all these other personal connotations, right? And that's why I muted him. Because one, he asked a question and didn't let me answer. I asked a question and he steamrolled right through the answer.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Now, if I'm debating an ignorant glober, I'll use those same tactics, right? Sure. Don't get me wrong. Okay, but the point is to parse out this concept, like Miggy was saying, is you can't just have an explanation and then all of a sudden that's your reality.
Yeah, Bob's your uncle, right? Like, no, that's not how it works.
Yeah, exactly. You're like, what makes light speed up again after it goes through the medium? It slows down, then it speeds up again. Who said the speed of light slowed down while it was in the medium? I'll tell you what had changed. The amount of time it took to get through the medium changed. That's what you know. You don't know that the speed itself of the path of light actually changed. That's an assumption and an assertion.
Mm-hmm.
Like for example, I drive my car, right, 60 miles an hour, and I'm in a town, and I'm headed to you. Some of the time when I'm driving, I'm on the highway, and some of the time I'm in a town. Now, I can actually maintain 60 miles an hour in my vehicle the entire time. When I get to the town, what I end up in is congestion of roadway, where roads are going this way and that way. And so while I maintain 60 miles an hour, I have to go left, right, up, down, back, forth before I can leave the town. But then when I get back on the highway, I can go 60 miles an hour straight. At no time did I actually lose 60 miles an hour. But if somebody looking at a micro scale, let's say, from outside looking in and just saw that when I arrived at the town, all of a sudden I spent more time in the town and then assumed that my speed of my vehicle changed, right? Is that reality? No, it's not. But notice how in both avenues, it's just an explanation for the phenomenon you see. And the phenomenon you saw was when the car got to the town, it took more time before it left the town, and then it took less time after the town. So one side gives an explanation, the other side gives an explanation. One side says, my explanation's correct. And then the other side says, no, my explanation's correct.
Mm-hmm.
But guess what? Propositions of that nature, you could both be wrong. But you can't both be right.
Say what's up to Indio. What's up, Indio?
What up? Did I miss something?
Chilling, bro. Nah, we're just having a discussion in here. Yeah, nothing really, man. Just in order for us to conduct ourselves in a manner of like being able to pass truths to other people, those truths have to be demonstratable to others. And if they are, then if we can't sign off on saying that we know for absolute fact this is how it is, then it becomes in a realm where we were at before, square one, global territory. Isn't that what they're saying?
Oh yeah.
So
it's funny. Emerald Monkey is talking live stream about it, about space. Sorry, I just read something. Bladdies, that's fucking funny. Oh god, don't get him on something. He'll go right down a rabbit hole. Like space being like, yeah, we know it can't be what they say it is, but we making claims about what it is, right? So getting at high altitude, say 200 miles, 400 miles, it's a lot of speculation on like what happens, but it's only speculation from everybody. It doesn't matter who it is. So we were listening yesterday to the interview, Robert Pisano's interview with the deputy director of the Hubble program, and he was talking about that he has this idea that space is a superfluid helium-4, and it would nearly have the same properties of a vacuum because it has zero viscosity. So if you quote unquote flew through it, there'd be almost no drag. I'm actually looking at a paper right now. I haven't gotten far enough into it, but about whether there's drag or not if you're in a superfluid, right? If you're immersed, and you're an object immersed in a superfluid, like whatever, airplane, rocket, car, is there going to be drag, right, to slow you down? Because that's really the difference between what they say, right? It's a vacuum, and because it's a vacuum, there's no drag, so you can have orbits and all this stuff. But you could actually be in a medium that actually has no drag. And how would you tell the difference? Whether you're in a medium with no drag or in a vacuum. My point is that it's speculation, right? Going like whatever's up there, it's speculation. We can say what it's not, but I don't think we can say what it is.
I like that. What's the need for
the ironic part is when Aaron Ra was debating Jeranism, he was like, he kept saying that. He's like, oh, you know what it's not, but you don't know what it is. As if somehow those were mutually exclusive things. Like if you didn't know, you couldn't state you know what it's not, as if you don't know what it is.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
I can look at an animal and say, and not know what it is, but I can go, that's not a dog. You know what I mean? Because it's got freaking wings.
Let me give a concrete example of that with this argument that the Globers always used to give with the ISS. They're like, there's absolutely no way about anything that we know of whatsoever that could possibly be going that fast in the atmosphere, because the atmosphere would resist it, right? So a very plausible loose explanation that you could just answer them with was, hey, if after the ambient atmosphere it's superfluid helium, you could be traveling through it as fast as you want with no impedance, so you're retarded. You see how easy you can use explanations?
Oh yeah, certainly. I mean, we're obviously we don't have budgets, so we can't know a lot of things.
Well, what sucks is whenever you take the bait and you speculate and try to move back to the point that you falsified their claim, they just want to focus on whatever you said, like prove it, you know.
Well, yeah, that's why I just try to stay away from anything that is, if I'm interacting with a Glober, and especially an anti-flat earther, I won't say anything that is like could be interpreted as subjective. Period. I'm only going to talk about objective, empirical shit I can actually prove. That I could say, hey, you can go do this yourself. Let's not argue about it. You go do it, and then come back and tell me you didn't do it or you did do it.
Yeah.
Hey, Winston, you missed the conversation yesterday about the rabble rouser who was in here trying to get us to go to Antarctica.
Oh, I hate the Antarctica. Like Hollywood used to do that. Oh my God, I used to hate that.
Why are you guys sitting in here when you guys could be going? If you talk about flat, that ain't gonna convince nobody. You got to go to Antarctica. Like he started coming in here. It was crazy.
And then what? Like, what is Antarctica gonna prove?
Well, wait. I mean, to be fair, if we can just fly over Antarctica and pop up on the other side of the ball, that would prove something. You guys heard about the dude?
No, you're only going to prove that there's an island there. Because
exactly.
Listen, you have to assume that like their entire coordinate system's correct, their map is correct, all that stuff, and then you flew over Antarctica. If you assume all those other things, yeah, it's a ball. The only thing, so-called mapping-wise, you would have to do is you have to make a circumnavigation north and south on a single meridian, right? Not going up one side of the Atlantic Ocean and down the other. Single meridian, boom, and end up back at the same place.
Yeah, sure.
How do you even verify you're flying straight? See, that's it. That's another
Well,
problem.
it would be basically impossible. Like the video came out where the guy's saying that he works for a company, and if we'll charter the plane, he'll fly it to go over Antarctica.
Yeah, I know.
Darren contacted that dude. Darren contacted him after the first video and said, "Okay, what's your company's name? What's the price?" And he's like, "I'm not telling you that." And now he's come out with the new one saying that we were scared to do it, but it's 1.5 million, and obviously he won't be flying it, you know.
Right, but let's be clear. Watch the video. He will give you the route in question that supposedly would disprove the globe or prove flat Earth, whatever the heck. Then he tells you, we are not going to take this route.
Exactly.
Listen, at that point, it's over. Shut your mouth. I'm not giving you any money. The end.
Yeah, well, we actually tried to look into a realistic number. What?
what was even the point of that? Like that video.
Well,
we're gonna do this. Like you could do this, but we're not gonna do this. Give me $1.5 million.
No, I can explain it to you. It's a sociological assertion, essentially, that flat earthers who claim that this is the way to prove it haven't done anything since they've been challenged to do it, even though it's attainable by their group. Therefore, they're a bunch of bullcrappers. Look, it's the same thing to the McToon challenge, right? The McToon challenge is, hey, here's a moot challenge that no one's going to take, but because I attribute 10 grand to it, somehow it's palpable and it just demonstrates that flat earthers are failures.
Oh
yeah,
my
that
God,
is a clown.
McToon's
That's
challenge.
actually
It's all rhetoric. It's all rhetoric, really.
I know it is. Listen, the first thing I did, someone's like, why don't you do the McToon challenge? They're all over it on Twitter. So I go look up the rules, right? So McToon judges whether somebody's won or not. And then if there's a dispute about it, then he has it judged by 3 people that have taught celestial navigation for at least 1 year. Okay, so that's all fine and dandy. But he said the challenge is get your position based upon these observations. Right? Now, that's not difficult in any way, shape, or form. Just because you can do differential geometry, I could do it from whatever surface I want. But listen, it's going to be a freaking 5 pages of mathematics. So I'm going to present that to McToon, and he's going to evaluate it? Yeah, right. Or someone that does celestial navigation? No, you're going to need a mathematician, someone that has taken differential geometry. So it's a challenge that will never be met. Someone that teaches celestial navigation, they just know celestial navigation. That's all they know.
Yep.
Yeah, like I called him out for like I said, well, you don't get basically is your little degree you love to brag about every 60 miles. Like we get to use the same sky, it's just different math. So it's like do you not get that? But that was on the conversation where he also posted about this plane. And he wants 1.5, and we got a number around 750,000. So this guy might actually believe it's nonsense as far as I'm concerned, and he's trying to make 750 grand to go on a vacation, not fly the plane, and hire a documentary crew. We're supposed to give him 1.5 mil, and just like you said, he draws a line over Antarctica. He's like, this isn't the actual flight, though. So I think Jaren's right. Like the reason he made the fall is because Jaren pressed him. We should hold our feet to the fire. Like, I'm down to go. Let's all throw in. Let's go. Because it'll never happen. They'll never fly us over the middle of Antarctica. I mean, I get that you'd have to verify the flight, and it'd be difficult to prove. But
well, look, he set in his premise, okay, that essentially the conclusion will be we leave Buenos Aires, we arrive in Perth. If we do that, therefore the Earth's a globe.
Yeah.
So that alone right there, with the fact that they're not going to take the route in question, it's ridiculous. Now, to be fair to him, he did say, well, even in a pseudo flat Earth quote unquote model, that would still be too long of a distance for the flight time, and therefore that might prove something. But that's assuming that that's the orientation of the map. So there's a lot of assumptions in here, and none of them are actually flying over the route in question in particular. So what's the point?
Right. See, I'm willing to die on that though. Like, if like I'll still say that'll prove something. Like, it'll give us that if we fly over the middle of Antarctica and pop back up on the other side of it. And I mean, I just know that'll never happen. So I have no issue saying, yeah, let's do that. Let's prove something. Why don't you just prove it? I look at that like it's the opposite of what the dude in the video is saying. The globe earthers or NASA or anyone should have done something to that effect to shut flat Earth down quickly if it's such a dangerous misinformation that they can't do that. So we know they can't do it. That flight doesn't exist. It's illegal to even try to charter such a flight. We should just hold their feet to the fire. I don't think we should even be scared at all. I mean, I'll go if I die.
Doesn't it turn into like what the astronauts are saying? Dude, I've been to space. And if a flat earther says, dude, I've been across the South Pole, there is no South Pole, so like wouldn't it be that way with us trying to explain to people that a certain amount of, because they're going to turn it around and say, well, you guys say that you don't believe astronauts. Well, how are you going to believe the flat earther that flew over the Antarctic? Wouldn't that be that same way?
Well, that's what they're gonna say. That's what they're already saying on like Tune's Facebook. Like, it wouldn't matter anyway because if you did bring the flat earthers, they would just question the validity of the flight. Or if they did change their mind, all the other flat earthers would say they were shills. And to be fair, there's a little bit of truth there, but because I would probably question the validity of the flight. I would need to know how to verify it. But I've woken up hundreds of people to flat Earth with, well, what would prove that the Earth's a globe is you just circumnavigate it. And it's been circumnavigated east to west effectively every day for hundreds and hundreds of years. So why can't we do north to south? It's never been done like that. I'm never going to not tell someone that. Like, north to south circumnavigation would prove a globe, and it's never been done. So, I mean,
why is there a preferential direction? Really? Because on a ball, right?
Exactly.
Every direction is equal. Like, there should be no preferential direction. But everything seems to go, east to west, right?
Correct.
All our travels.
Yeah.
So McToon also has a gravity challenge, and I didn't know that. I was looking for that his silly surveyor challenge, and I saw this gravity challenge. My God, dude. Let me just read one part. It says okay, challenge. It says, many flat earthers claim gravity does not exist. If gravity does not exist, something must be offered to explain the measured downward force. They have no explanation. They have no mechanism. What the hell is he talking about?
Holy crap.
So they have a description, right? They have a description of the measured downward force. And then he goes like, this shows you his Dunning-Kruger. So I go through this document, and he's like, it says, let me read it to you. So, provide an alternative mechanism to accurately predict the measured downward force at different points on the Earth without using any mass in any way. This means the mass cannot be hidden or obscured in any part of the formula directly or indirectly. Neither can constants be included to incorporate the mass. The alternative mechanism must be described such that the predicted downward force for any location and calculation can be calculated within the latitude, longitude, and elevation. So funny. Other data may be input to the formula if the data does not. And he goes to this thing where so he wants a calculation, and that's going to be compared against the so-called globe calculation. This Dunning-Kruger does not know that this acceleration of the Earth is not calculated from the universal law of gravitation. Right? So when you get to the bottom, he switches to little g. Right? He's such a Dunning-Kruger, man. Or he doesn't even switch to, he still has big G.
Well,
you understand? So there's like, listen, because
he wants to present your results,
right? They eliminate one of the masses, right? So they got, it's G, it's mass 1, mass 2, the attraction, the force is inversely proportional to the square of the distance times the gravitational constant, right? So you have two masses. They don't use that for the acceleration. They assume they eliminate Earth as a mass, right? And they use the so-called mass of the falling object. And that is determined by weighing it. Right? So you weigh the object in a spring scale. You do the calculation for how much force would it take to accelerate an object, right? So it's 9.8 meters per second squared, right? So you reverse engineer, you get the mass out of that. You don't know the mass beforehand. But they don't use the inverse square law. They just eliminate the Earth's mass. Because technically, if an object is falling, that object should also be pulling on the mass of the Earth, pulling it up to it. Right? They should both be going towards each other. But they just eliminate the mass of the Earth. They just throw it away.
Well, right? No, that's because we don't know the mass. I mean, but
I know that. That's my point. That's my point. They don't know the mass of the Earth. The mass.
All right.
He's just such a stupid fuck, dude. Sorry for swearing, but dude.
But what I'm saying is, like, they think they get mass, which is this concept. We get it. It's really just mathematical, and it's not even agreed on. We get it, but really, it's just in layman terms, it is an attempted quantification of matter. Like, that is what it is. Like, it's an amount of matter, and density is the compactness of the matter. And so to pretend that somehow we wouldn't get to acknowledge that phenomena is ridiculous. You're asking us to come up with a mathematical description, but we can't use the mathematical description. And the first of all, quote unquote mass, the matter, it's all electrostatic. So that's the answer. So yeah, I mean, if I wanted to describe this fake phenomena, I can also do that. Like, I don't get to not use mass. It's just
no, like he does a bait and switch. He says, I'll use the formula F equals G times M divided by R squared. And then you go down like a paragraph, and then he switches the formulas. And he tries to use the little g formula. He's so dishonest. Like, it's just utterly...
Yeah, well...
Anyway.
Well, that's
whatever.
This has been a trick they've been doing for a long time. They use these words that, in their mind, these words and these concepts came from a globe Earth paradigm. So if you use them at all, you're conceding to the paradigm from which they came.
Exactly.
And that's what they use that with gravity a lot. Like they'll say, oh, you don't gravity. And then you'll say something and they'll say, oh, you don't believe in gravity, but I can drop things. So when they say that, what they're trying to do is attribute to gravity all the connotations of all this math that involves the radius and the assumption of a globe. But when they ask you, I can drop something, it's a bait and switch, because just dropping something, as far as you know from your experience, is just a linear relationship to the horizontal plane, right? You see something in your mind go up and down on a horizontal plane, and that's how you imagine it. And they want to take that imagination with the word gravity and wrap it around a radius and then tell you, no, my friend, you just proved that it's falling inward to a floating space ball just by conceding the word. And they think that they win an argument that way.
Look, that's the fundamental problem that they have when they do this, when they make these silly challenges, is because they don't know how Newton got the inverse square law in the first place. It did not come from experimentation. It came because he noticed that there was a mathematical relationship in Kepler's laws, right? That if you have an ellipse has two foci, right? And if you make the acceleration, right? So you have an object in motion going in an elliptical orbit around an object, right? But it's elliptical, so there's no center, it's offset. So if you have the so-called force acceleration going towards one of those, it's inversely proportional to the square of the distance. And that relationship is based upon, right? How fast it moves is like the time it takes to go from one point to another point, right? Say I took like 1 degree of the ellipse, right? And I segmented the entire ellipse out in 1 degree sections. The time it takes to change between the beginning of that 1 degree to the second part of that 1 degree, right, in that motion, right? So it goes from 1 degree to 2 degrees, right? So if I just take if I take a vector from the beginning to the end, right, and just measure those two portions, that change is the same all the way through, and that change is r squared, right? You can get r squared from that relationship, right, for an orbit. So then he took that r squared, that inversely proportional to the square distance, and just applied it to the Earth. He could have used anything, r cubed, r to the fourth. He could have used anything and just just fit falling objects, the measured value of 9.8 meters per second squared, and made a formula and had that fit into any formula. Literally any formula you could possibly conceive of in the world. And if you just stick it back in the formula, it's going to work because it's reverse engineered from it. It's reverse engineered from the observation of 9.8 meters per second squared, a falling object. I don't know if I'm making myself perfectly clear. I take a measurement, right? And I can make any formula. I can take that value and stick it in any formula, no matter what, right? And have it come out as some other variable. But when I take that variable and stick it back into the formula, it's going to come out as the measurement, no matter what that formula says, right? Because basically you're on different sides of the equal sign, right? So if I go one way, it's going to come out as my variable. And if I take that variable and go the other way, it's going to come out as the formula. This is just what Newton and notice that has nothing to do with anything physical. It's just a relationship that he happened to notice. That's why they consider the universal law of gravitation is not a physics law like the second law of thermodynamics or laws like that. It's not a law like that. It's a law. It's a mathematical law. It's not
right.
It's not about the physics. But they don't know this, so they come up with these silly challenges. It's just, I don't know.
Yeah, and in math testing, right, when you do this in certain types of questions, you have to prove your math that you've done, and that's how you prove it. And that's what you're doing. You're just proving the accuracy of the math that you did. You're not proving that any of the claims within the math correlate to reality directly.
Hey, India, what if I hit McLooney Tunes up and I offer to be the moderator and you get to talk to him about his little challenges real quick? You wouldn't want to, I mean, I'll just mute him if he interrupts you.
That would be fun. I won't make him money. So if it's on his channel, forget it.
No, I would never.
I refuse to make that guy money. Go get a job, you bum.
Yeah, no, it wouldn't be on his channel, but it would be funny. I mean, you could do both of the challenges pretty quickly. He probably would never agree to such because that would be fair.
Yeah.
Listen, I only skimmed it. Like, I just skimmed it and seen all these problems with it. Like, it's just, this isn't, he doesn't even, I don't even know how to describe it.
Do you think
basically he mistakes his own, like, he mistakes not only he doesn't know his own model, he doesn't know the own status of gravity in their model by saying they have an explanation. They have no explanation. They have a description created by a formula that was created from presupposing orbits, right? So the math works, but it's still only a description. But from us, he wants an explanation, right? And we already know a scientific explanation comes from what? Experimentation, right? Dependent variables. Yep. We don't have a viable independent variable. Neither do they. But he just tries to use rhetoric to just say that they know the cause, right? He's using a rhetorical device, not science, to say that they have an explanation. And
right,
it's just dishonesty. You know how it goes. He's one of the most dishonest ones there is.
What do you think though? Like, is it like what's the level of the preemptive nature of the dishonesty? If that makes sense. Like, do you think he really knows what's all wrong with these challenges? Like, I know he wrote them.
Partial Dunning-Kruger.
Yeah, exactly. He doesn't know. That's
wrong. You're wrong, bro. Hold on now. We got to clear this up real quick. Riding on eggshells helped him write some of his challenges. But don't.
Total Dunning-Kruger then.
Yeah, like I think that would be hilarious because
listen, bro. Let me be clear. Okay, I read some of the challenges. Okay, he should have hired a technical editor because he made category errors repeatedly. In one instance, he says derived from Earth as a globe or as a sphere or something, and then in the next one he says the globe model. Okay, let's be clear. Those are two different things. You could derive a lot of things from a model that have no basis on measuring anything in the real world.
Oh, certainly. You can just multiply variables that have nothing to do with each other, right? And say this is some new variable that's completely unphysical, right?
I just think we should expose him. Like, I think because I don't think he knows. I think he may actually. He thinks either he's just such a liar, he's pretending this whole time. But I think because I have him on Facebook. I think he really thinks that he like hit a home run with these challenges, bro. I think he actually believes that. So that would be a hilarious interview if you could, I mean, I think it'd be funny.
Well, I mean, they, you know what they would pull? They'd be like, you're lying, you're wrong. But guess what? The reason I know about this is because Richard Feynman, right? So you got Feynman's lectures on physics. It's an audio series, right? Of him, he taught a freshman class at Stanford, or Caltech rather, and he recorded all of them. So there's a whole audio series you could purchase called Feynman's Lectures in Physics. But there's one that didn't make it because he did a guest lecture. It's called Feynman's Lost Lecture. You can go on YouTube and watch it. And that channel 3 Brown 1 Blue did a thing on it. So it's in both of them. This, what I'm telling you, how Newton derived the inverse square law from the orbit, and that it wasn't derived from any experiment of falling objects on the ground. Wasn't derived from any of that. Has nothing to do with any of that.
Correct. But then it goes full
what
circle.
they do is they take the second law, the acceleration, right? How long, the force it takes to accelerate an object to a certain amount. They take that and they try to derive the mass from that and plug it into the universal law of gravitation, right? But they don't know the mass of the Earth. So they just take the acceleration and say, well, if this mass here, this has to be the mass of the Earth because the other formula, because all this shit must be right? You know what I mean?
Yes.
It's and it's like, that's the thing. He tried to say it's my opinion, and I would just pull up these videos. Like, no, it's not my opinion. It's their opinion. Tell Richard Feynman, go dig him up and tell him he's wrong, and tell this 3 brown, 1 blue guy he's wrong too. Go tell them they're wrong. And tell Newton he's wrong because it's in the Principia. But his explanations are super complicated because he used like conic sections or something. Like, they did stuff but quite a bit differently. They didn't do everything like mathematically. They actually showed it geometrically, right? So they would draw like little diagrams, little geometry shapes.
Yeah, I think it's cooler.
Yeah.
That's dope.
I like it better too. I think it's more intuitive and it's more real, right? But they took that, right? That thing, they turned it into algebra, and then they took it like to next level where it's just all symbols and not differential geometry, calculus and derivatives and stuff where there's like nothing physical anymore.
Exactly. And you have no physical visualization or representation. Like the same thing with how we defy
It's like 5 dimensions. Like it's in a 4-dimensional space. You can't visualize that.
Yeah. But like, okay, like the phi sequence or golden ratio or whatever, we just have the Fibonacci sequence where we have numbers, okay? But the numbers are just representing a geometric pattern because that's what everything is it's like it's the manifestation. I would say, I don't know, this gets really spec. I think that everything, matter itself, comes from a certain dispersion of energy, and that creates geometric patterns. And so, really, it's like cavemen scratching their head trying to put numbers on shapes. And in the grand scheme of things, that makes us dumb. But we think it makes us really smart because we can count the shapes, and we can even now know the shapes without seeing the shapes. But the shapes are the whole point, I think. Everything has a certain proportionate layout geometrically.
Were you serious about writing with eggshells helped to make that AI, or were you fucking around? Oh, he left. Damn.
Dude, but here, what do you think of this, right? So, like, he was bringing up the word thing, and so that comes from gravitas, right? Like, heavy, like how heavy something is. So, like, weight. So now W equals mg, right? But really, if you're like, you don't even believe in gravity, it's like, well, the word means how heavy something is, and so, yeah, I don't disagree with that word.
Well,
I don't think they get to have that.
Oh, you guys think gravity is fake or you don't believe in gravity. What they're trying to import on the audience is this guy doesn't believe things fall. That's what they're really trying to say. They're like, this guy is so absurd, he doesn't believe things fall. That's how crazy flat earthers are. That's what they're really trying to do. They're trying to use like a rhetorical tactic to give a false impression. Because people, you know how people are. The nuance. They're not going for any nuance. Right? They try to like this. They want sound bites in the simplest possible thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, my position isn't that gravity's fake. My position is there's no evidence that mass attracts mass is the causal mechanism for falling objects. It's not a shred of evidence for it. Like none. Zero.
Correct.
And the funny thing is that they'll argue with you, right? They'll say, well, every object falls at the same rate in vacuum. And that's somehow an argument for the gravitational theory. And I don't understand that, because that fact alone means that they don't have a viable independent variable. They're saying the cause of this falling is the mass. Okay, so I get a different mass to make a bigger one. You have a bigger mass, it falls at the same rate. And then I get an even bigger one, falls at the same rate. And I get a gigantic one, falls at the same rate. So I'm changing the variable, right? The independent variable that they say is a cause. I'm changing it, but nothing else is changing, right? The measured rate of acceleration is not changing. So how can that be the cause? I'm not measuring a change in the dependent variable.
Yeah, exactly. Like the fact that they all fall at the same rate is actually bad for them. But
I
they
know.
don't. But I
Like,
don't
they
even
try
think
to
they
use it as an
do.
argument for their side. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah, it's crazy, bro. It's crazy. But I don't even think, but they, like you said, it's like soundbite spells. It's like every one of the propaganda spells always are like, where they have to keep them real simple and short and repeatable, and like soundbite-ish. Everything falls at the same rate.
I want to make a series about. I've been thinking about this because it's reaching, the anti-flat earther lying and dishonesty is reaching like some epidemic level. It's like peaking or something. I hope it's peaking, because I can't imagine it getting worse. So you know how you were just talking about that the airplane, the flight guy. Have you read through any of the comments?
No.
You know, the $1.5 million flat Earth challenge. That guy,
Yeah, I
the
haven't read
pilot.
it.
So I've read through some of the comments, and I get to one comment. It says, I flew over Antarctica on a flight from Auckland, New Zealand to Buenos Aires, and I saw the sunrise and set in 60 seconds. Right? Okay, so check this out. So I go on Google Earth, and I draw a line between Buenos Aires and Auckland, New Zealand. That line doesn't even come within 1,000 miles of Antarctica.
Wow.
So I'm like, dude, so I leave a comment. Why are you lying? That flight would not come within 1,000 miles of Antarctica. You know what everybody in the comments they start attacking me, because now they know I'm a flat earther. So they start attacking me instead of the guy that lied.
Yeah, that's crazy.
But I was thinking about, because you got Professor Dave did his thing. It's like there's this crazy epidemic of like of like anti-flat earthers just lying and saying shit. I like literally just want to like
It's
make a
Custer's last
series
stand,
of like
Joe.
30 like shorts of them just getting busted lying.
Yeah,
Lie
dude,
after lie after lie, man.
you know what it is? It's like the very last attempt. It's like the final push. Because
Exactly.
after this, they're just gonna die.
Death
Like,
throes,
there's
man. That's what
nowhere
they
to go.
are. They're death throes.
Yeah.
Yes.
This is it, man. And once we get over this, the anti-flat earthers won't be able to retort. Like, I know Witzit's in the front line. You are too. Like, we're all we can feel the cert. It's peaking right now.
Well, that's
They're
the thing.
coming
I
up with.
used to just want to ignore them, but now I want to expose them.
Mm-hmm.
Because I didn't want to like I just wanted to ignore them, because it's like giving them free press. But now it's like, I think it's so blatant now
It's time to annihilate. Yeah.
that it's not like an opinion. Like they can always toss up. Well, I just have a difference of opinion. I'm not lying. I think now that they're saying such absurd things that anybody just with half a brain can see that this isn't like a difference in opinion. This is a calculated lie.
Yeah, they're just wrong. Yep.
But that will actually be the biggest thing I think that makes Flat Earth tip over. The tipping point is when people finally get to see it, they see two sides of people having a conversation, and they see one side just being crazy dishonest and just terrible.
Faulkner.
Yeah, like that's everyone that hits me up. They're like, dude, it's how you made the other person react in the debate that made me like immediately take Flat Earth serious. It's like the anti-Flat Earthers win people over to Flat Earth. So I mean, I think
Well, Zanuck the other day, he was in here with it. He was
Oh my
challenging
God,
India,
Zanuck.
and towards the end of the conversation, he started arguing our point for us. It's crazy, dude.
Yeah,
And
he started chasing his tail.
at that point, India was like, "Yeah, dude, you're saying what I'm saying, man." He was just like, "Yeah, I know." I was like, "Well, duh, dude, what are you doing?" You know, like at some point. So I don't know, man. I just honestly think that
So,
it's
Witcher,
time to annihilate.
how often do you encounter this tactic? I think because he just mentioned Zanuck, because this is a tactic Zanuck uses. That you'll be talking about some subject, and then they'll use a personal anecdote, how either they did it or they know somebody that did it, and whatever way the Globe says, that's the way it works.
Yeah, just literally just lie, just make it up. Like
yeah,
just
Zanuck does this. Zanuck has like 50 professions now. He actually went to the point where he said that he used to, because we were talking about the precision, because we were talking about distances, how all the distances on the globe are calculated distances, they're not
odometer.
measured. And he was like, yeah, exactly. So we started talking about the odometer and how accurate the odometer is. He actually said he made odometers.
Wow.
You know what I see a lot in these debates, through just coming up with weird arguments and weird questions, or trying to make logical things look weird. It's actually the only thing that they have is hiding behind that laughing, that insecurity, of that cognitive dissonance most of the time. I think they're just what their ultimate weapon only is trying to make flat Earth look weird. That's the only thing they can do. That's why they always show these weird pictures that no flat earther believes in, of a flying disc in outer space.
But that's good. The disc in outer space, they keep showing that when they know we don't think that.
But that's a good thing. That means they know they can't actually win. Like, if they didn't do that, they would think that they could maybe convince people of the argument if it was shown fairly. They clearly don't think that. So
but they're not for us. They're for other. Listen, even so, Danny Faulkner's been in here a few times. He hasn't been talking; he's like been lurking. So he wrote some articles like against the Black Swan, whatever. But the thing is, he says, I'll never debate a flat earther. And like he said, he told somebody that his book that he wrote about flat earth was not for flat earthers to read. But on the cover of his book is the disc in space. So think about it. He misrepresents us, right? He knows that we don't think the earth is a disc flying in space. And specifically says, this is not for flat earthers to read. What is he saying? That's like admitting you're doing propaganda.
Yep. Yeah, well, he's like that. Yeah, he's crazy. That's crazy. I can't understand people like that. But just in general, right? When I meet people in the world,
dude.
But he's obviously, come on. But when I meet people in the world and they've heard of flat Earth, but then I explain to them that all that stuff they've seen is literally none of it's what flat Earth actually is. They're all like taken back. They're like, oh, whoa. It actually works.
How long does it take for you to actually explain that to them? Like, but do they like get it right away? When you're like, we don't think there's a disc in space. Like, we don't think do they actually like get that right away, or do they like fight against it?
All of it depends on like the vibe. Like, if people feel defensive already or like kind of from the spot and embarrassed, then but if they're having a real conversation, like when I don't have the mic or cameras out, it's a lot easier. But people, whenever they hear that, they're kind of in the middle, but it takes their guard down. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're still in front of people, so they want to be like, okay, well then what about this? But to be fair, like, now they don't know what we even think, so that's kind of where they should be at. In real life, you'd be surprised. I feel like it works a lot. Like, it works a lot.
But if Satanists came up to you, right, and like they started talking to you about their Satanism or whatever, and they were like, no, we don't really think that. We're just portrayed in the media wrong. You would think, yeah, this guy's just trying to bullshit me and snow me over, right? And like, basically, he's going to disavow like those things, but he actually really does believe those things. But he's just disavowing them now to try and rope me in for the initial conversation, and then like slowly drip, get me to his absurd belief.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Maybe.
So I was wondering if people have that reaction. I'm not sure.
Yes. Overall, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, unless I can calm myself down enough where it's a cordial, calm, slow conversation and it's point by point, like, do you even know, like, our approach really is, you may be a flat earther and don't even know it yet. Like, Chris came up with that and it works real well, but same type of vibe. Like, well, I'm guessing you've seen that, like, flat earth is like this disc in space. in the solar system with the other spherical planets. But that's not what flat Earth is. It's like the bottom floor of everything. It's stationary. It's effectively the basement. Everything moves above it. It's not out in space. The quote unquote planets move over top of the Earth. They like people just don't know that. So I mean, it just depends on how honest the person is. But if you can get all that out, it usually works. I don't know.
There's always this thing where like you're fighting, like, because when they conceptualize the Earth, when you say, oh, what do you think the Earth is, they're always like that astral projection, right? So what they've been shown, the diagram of the solar system, the pictures, all that stuff. So when they ask about the Earth, that's how they think, like, oh, I'm outside of it, looking back at it, right? And we don't even think that that's even a possibility. So it's like they ask you, oh, what does flat Earth think? Oh, you like, oh, do a 360 and look around. What's the Earth? Do a 360. Like, because they always show us views that we've never seen before, views that no one's ever seen before, outside the Earth, outside the solar system, outside the galaxy. But we don't experience the Earth from outside of it. We experience it from within it. So I find it, that's one of the kind of the mental barriers that you have to like kind of penetrate, because they're always conceptualizing it from outside. Think of it, the orthographic projection versus perspective, right? That's really it. That's what it's like. A lot of our arguments come down to it. Oh, you should be able to see a boat's bottom if it's a gazillion miles away, because of in an orthographic projection, I can draw a line from your eyeball to the bottom of the boat, no matter how far away it is. But we don't see that way, right? So they jump from how we see. They're trying to compare how we see from inside to something that's outside, and they're not like commensurable with each other. They don't overlap like that.
Yeah, that's a great point. Actually, like breaking that down to them from the beginning.
Yeah, it's a significant barrier. At least in my experience, is that's like the significant barrier is to make them think about it in the way they actually perceive it, as opposed to thinking about it in the way that they don't perceive it, right? And like to get out of the conceptual and get back into the reality. Because the Earth to them is a conceptual thing. Like the globe, that it's completely conceptual. It's not. It's almost like I don't know. Think about it like this. If I say the word cyberspace, right? It's not a place you can go, right? But if I say cyberspace, nobody thinks about, oh, I'm on the computer typing words, right? And they don't think about what they're actually doing. Oh, I got a web browser open on the laptop here, and like what they're actually doing when they're so-called in cyberspace. They might fucking picture the matrix letters or, wires or, stuff that the media has portrayed cyberspace as, right? These concepts. So this is where they're in the concept of cyberspace as opposed to the actual real thing about it. And this is how they're perceiving the Earth in the conceptual. So instantly say, what's the Earth? Their mind goes to the conceptual idea. They don't think about, like, if you say, what's the Earth? Nobody's mind goes like thinking about the dirt or the trees or the mountains or the ocean or clouds, like everything we experience. Their mind doesn't go there. It instantly goes to the concept as opposed to the reality.
Yeah,
All I'm saying is it's a significant barrier that I've encountered is just getting them out of the conceptual back to reality. It's like it's like you gotta drag them kicking and screaming.
But it's why we were taught this information at the time where we were being taught other fairy tales. That our
you gotta go
imagination,
and when, right? And when our imagination was at its greatest.
I've heard Ken Wheeler often describe that space doesn't exist, but he means space as in a distance between actual matter. So in the same way that a shadow doesn't exist, it's just the absence of light. Shadow in itself is not a tangible thing. People often assume that space is like a tangible place. tangible thing, whereas space is just the absence of matter.
Yeah, and well, yeah, he would say, of course, it's not empty. There's no such thing as emptiness.
No one's ever seen empty space. Never been measured, experienced. That's also completely conceptual.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't exist either, so of course it'll never be. I mean, I don't even see how you can postulate that in any type of logical framework. I don't even.
Not only does it not exist, it can't exist. It can't. It's literally, even in mainstream physics, the quantum vacuum, it can't exist.
Exactly.
It's the opposite of existing, so how could it?
Whitson, why weren't you on the call
got a
with
good point.
Glowbusters and Ken Wheeler?
I don't know. I was busy.
Damn,
I didn't really
man.
ask.
Would have been a good discussion.
Yeah. Maybe I'll talk to him at some other point. I would maybe if me and him could just talk or something. I don't know. I didn't want to be there for that, honestly. In a way, like I didn't know I was going to go. I didn't want them to like dog palm too hard, interrupt them too much. So I don't know.
It was actually a beautiful discussion.
No, it was. It went great. That's what I'm saying. I would have been
nice when someone's.
I would have wanted to jump in, and I feel like everyone was already wanting to, and so I'm cool with letting three of my OG homies do it. Cool with me.
3 against 1.
Yeah, that's enough, right? Like, because I want to ask him, the specifics of the magnetic field applied to a plane Earth.
That's where I was hoping Bob would take it. I guess it was just an introductory discussion. But in future discussions, I think Ken can actually give us a lot of sort of filling content for some of the ideals that people are postulating. Like you say, you'd like to explore his ideas of the magnetic or the electrostatic existence, electrostatic field that occurs, that is present here. I look forward to where that's going to lead. Really awesome work.
Yeah, I mean, he's cool, man. Like, he already knew Apollo landings were super bust, and I could tell that for a while I would say this. I'm like, I just think you have to consider his perspective, and if he just comes out here screaming about flat Earth, I mean, come on, give me a break. Like, he's gonna get so attacked, so you can understand. I mean, I would always do it, but I'm just saying you can understand. Like, he already talks about what's considered fringe, but in overall, that's what the overall conversation was. If you think about it, right? Like, there's nothing that, okay, first of all, nothing doesn't exist intrinsically. It's just conceptual, of course. And then, like he's saying, all the physical evidence shows it. It's just, there is no such thing as emptiness in this existence. Like, not just the material existence, all existence. Right, like we act as if those are like we act as if the material world is existence or something. Like, that's so dumb. That doesn't even make sense.
Particle.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, it's funny even now. Like, that's speculation. Also, I'm just like, okay, it's the only logical framework that exists to start to explain observable phenomena. Period. So you can just not have one. You cannot have one, but I have one. I mean, I have the only viable one, and that's a bold claim, right? So acknowledging the background, the only viable option. And so until someone offers an alternative, you can say it's just speculation or whatever, but I'm still going to use the logical framework. You just don't have one yet. There's another one. I mean, unless someone wants to enlighten me, because I've yet to find one. And basically, you could have to say this: is this a false dichotomy that I'm painting here? It's basically the etheric background or atomism. Atoms.
Well, here's a question for you. Do things exist independent of something to perceive them to exist? So say all life as we know it just extinguished, and there was just inorganic matter. Would it even exist? There's no one there to say, yes, this exists.
Well, what exactly? Yeah. If there was only inorganic matter, right? I think that matter.
There's no one around to say what it is, whether it exists or not. Like,
existence itself is predicated on a consciousness to perceive it. It can't
Sure,
exist independent of the consciousness.
right, but would that also
I would disagree.
consciousness is limited to the physical though? Like consciousness is limited to the finite physical material body. Like it, that would be what.
To have actual being of any kind actually be at a certain moment or throughout a certain period of time.
So
perception is mutually exclusive of existence.
Yeah, I just need is there a viable, okay, so there's metaphysical, we're talking about material, and we know both those are just objective. There are things that are not material that exist, right? And so now we're talking about consciousness in order for us to convey our perception of said material. But so that consciousness, I mean, can you bottle up and physically hand me consciousness? No. So also the very mechanism that perceives. Well, I think I went out. The very mechanism used to perceive the material world exists outside the confinement of matter.
Well, can gospel bearer, I'm not saying that it has to be perceived to exist. It's the potential to be perceived to exist. Right? It has to be able to be known. I mean, how can it exist without, if there's no conscious entities in the entire universe, there's no one to say it exists or not.
Well, I would say that the one who is above existence itself would be the one that would be the only one that could tell you it exists.
Well, he's conscious, I'm assuming.
Well, unless we create the thing ourselves for other people to discover, the only way that we can find out if something exists is by revelation from somebody who knows that it exists, or by inference, necessary inference, following the clues back to some sort of necessary conclusion that we step out on faith and declare. And so, if you're talking about like the ether, it just appears to be a necessary explanation to explain the 15-degree gyro drift without saying that the earth is a moving, spinning ball, without just dismissing the 15-degree gyro drift as, nothing or just as some sort of anomaly. It appears to imply that space itself, the ether, flows and has torque and has subtle effects on matter.
Yeah, but there's, well, I mean, that in say a ring laser gyro or a fiber optic gyro, that's inserted programmatically. You can go on YouTube and watch a guy make one. The earth rate drift, what they actually measure, they measure a differential voltage and they infer a drift from that.
That appears to be a necessary explanation. Otherwise, we'd have to say absurd things like space is nothing that you fill matter with or something like that. How, yet again, how can nothing exist? For space to exist, qua existence or whatever, it would have to be something, some sort of substance like an ether.
Well, yeah, okay, so let's put it this way. There's probably no doubt that something is causing this asymmetric voltage, let's call it that. And we're inferring as a rotation because we're getting the voltage off of this phase shift of light that we measure. Ether drift, whatever, something is causing it to be asymmetric. Right? So you go one way, one thing, and you go the other way in the ring laser gyro, you measure something else. But what it is that's being measured, that's I don't think that's been elucidated yet.
Otherwise, we need another viable explanation for why light beams that are split in the interferometer come back out of phase, as if one or both of the light beams were slowed down by some sort of fudgy, treacly substance of space, otherwise known as the ether, but currently renamed as space-time or quantum foam, quantum fluid. It has various names, but all of those names come back to space being some sort of flowing substance.
The issue is that if you have a gyro or that, let's say it's a fake gyro, because a gyro is a mechanical thing, not a light-based thing. The whole thing of the computer is that you use an appliance that should not be used without the flight computer of a airplane. They use an airplane gyro, but it has to communicate with the flight computer and other data sets within the aircraft. If you hook it up to an aircraft and they line up the aircraft before taking off, it has to calibrate itself to a standstill. So the airplane is standing still for 10 minutes. And then the computer says, okay, I got my 0 point. And that's the whole airplane system, right? An airplane will not use that 15-degree rotation ever, because then it would deviate from the flight plan, and it has to adjust for that 15-degree and the curve. So what you have is what Indio already said. It is a programmed thing in there. So when you hook it up without all the other equipment needed, it gives you a false sense of motion. There's no motion proven anywhere, because that might just be your pre-programmed motion. Because planes need to be at standstill. And once the plane is, has a bump, it has to recalibrate itself again to 0.
Well, the ether attempts to explain the 15-degree gyro drift by saying space is some sort of flowing substance that could be moving.
Yeah, but the gyro drift is not measured on a mechanical gyro. It's only measured on the laser gyros.
Yeah,
and
Lemon,
it's out of its natural habitat and the environment it should be used in.
And Lemon, are you aware that they took, Rob Zimmerman and those guys, they measured a change in the so-called drift by putting it in a vacuum chamber and taking it to elevation?
Yeah,
and
they're going to be in pure
so,
ether.
what's your explanation of that?
You're in pure ether that's easier to register mechanically, and that something's touching something else, giving you some sort of effect. The ether is touching the gyro differently because in the vacuum it's probably pure, and up higher it's probably swirling a little faster. Down here it starts to slow down a little bit because the surface of the earth is in the way or whatever, and it has to mix with other objects. So down here you got ether that tends to be mixed with other stuff, and up there you have pure ether that's probably swirling a little faster. There you go. That's a mechanical.
They measured it. They measured a slowdown in going at elevation. Obviously, it's less air pressure, so that's why they did the vacuum chamber in the first place. They did it at elevation. They got a different amount, right? And then they did the test within a vacuum chamber, and I think they got it to like a so-called Earth rate drift of like 3.4 degrees per hour. And on top of that, they found that published paper that's in Russian where they're like somebody else got the same result. So I'm not saying I know the answer. I'm not saying ether's wrong. I'm just saying that this anomalous data, it certainly doesn't correlate to Earth rotation. Because then you'd have to reach the conclusion that when you put a gyro in a vacuum chamber, the Earth slows down. I mean, that's absurd. So,
well, Dayton Miller got hundreds of ether, observations or whatever you want to call them. And he got a sinusoidal ether drift that would go up and down throughout the year and vary depending on the season. So they may have measured the ether or whatever at a time when, I don't know, the polar torque of this substance that we're swimming through as fishies in the ether is under a little bit less stress. I mean, if it's anchored to the spin of the stars and the sun is over there seasonally, you're going to get a different value than, say, if the sun's a little closer to you and the ether's under a different amount of stress as it, pulls or, compresses towards you or something like that.
What I'm
But anyway,
thinking,
the main thing is that the ether values that they did get were sinusoidal and varied throughout the year, going up and down and up. And so they might have measured the ether at a time when it's, a lower value or something. But I'd have to look into this further.
It could be its interaction with matter, right? Is that when there's matter present, ether, let's say the ether drag is greater when the ether drag on light is greater when there's matter present. And the density of the matter when it's present is, let's say the drag is proportional to the density of the matter that's present. So when they put it in a vacuum chamber, there's less drag, and because there's less oxygen in there, right? And when they do it outside the vacuum chamber, there's more drag, but it's not just we know the oxygen's not moving. So it has to be some interaction of ether with the matter that's there.
No, I can
a second order effect, right? So like a second order, the combination of the two, not just one thing.
I can give you another hint on why the ring laser gyro is not a valid option to even start talking about ether, because they turned it on. Once they turned it on, it didn't respond. So they had to go into the ring laser gyro board and then find out what was wrong. They put in the location, the GPS coordinates that it needs. And at that time, once it got those GPS coordinates, it started to show a 15-degree drift. Before that, it didn't work. So it shows you that the tool cannot work without an environment or a data set from an other environment.
You know what? We should try to get one and program it wrong. Like put in 00 or 90, right? Equator or the North Pole, and see what it spits out.
Well, the ether appears to be a very nice way to at least explain things. I mean, it's explaining the Iapvis effect, the supposed, increase in weight going east versus west. I mean, mechanically, and by mechanically, I mean something hitting something else, causing some sort of interaction. If the ether is butting up against the object going east, since you're going against the flow of the ether, versus going west and going with the flow of the ether, that could be registered as a different weight if mass is, ether absorption or release or something like that. And it explains the Allais effect, at least somewhat, with, these pendulums swinging anomalously during an eclipse. I guess this planetary bodies, so-called, would be like pebbles in the pond of the ether that line up and divert the flow of the ether slightly to give you anomalous pendulum readings if this ether normally flows over and around the pendulum, having subtle effects. And so the ether offers a nice, possibly simplified way to answer these phenomena without the need for the Earth to spin and rotate.
Well, I think my point is not even that you have to argue about the again to try to explain anything. If you don't acknowledge either there's a theoric background or there's not, and if you're saying there's not, then how?
Well, the atomists are gonna, hold to their paradigm of eternal separation. They're like, show me a glass of ether, separate this ether from something else atomistically, and show me that it can be separated from other substances. It's a paradigm of eternal separation. But when does that separation stop? Is everything separated from everything else like a pebble or like an atom? Or is there an end to the separation where there's just this background that permeates everything and doesn't necessarily allow that level of separation? That is a big philosophical question. The atomists appear to say that there's eternal separation all the way to a background vacuum of nothing to allow eternal separation between atoms and things to allow proof. Or the, people that are going with the other, I guess, more etheric side say this eternal separation is eventually going to, stop. and everything is just going to be connected by this interconnected background that doesn't necessarily allow separation. It's just two philosophical starting points. Atomism, or something that's a bit more holistic, or holism, where everything's connected on some level.
Yeah, it's like I think no one ever wants to address it that doesn't that attacks the ether. Like, because my argument's pretty bulletproof here. The only viable framework to explain observable phenomena is an etheric background. If you're going to claim otherwise, you can go with the status quo. That's atomism, and I don't think you can make a compelling argument for that, nor any other viable alternative. When you get into the weeds about how it works, that's a totally different conversation. You know? That's various proposed explanations within the framework. I'm just addressing. No one wants to talk about the framework. Like, you don't have. There's no other viable option. Like, there's got to be some rebuttal for that, right? That's very bold.
I mean, it's the only viable option going forward that sparks the mind and gets it thinking about this stuff, halfway properly. I mean, that, as far as I can tell, the ether is it. But I mean, we may not be able to separate it like an atomistic pebble from everything else, but we may be able to accumulate it, concentrate it, or watch it disperse. The closest thing to an ether accumulator or whatever that we could have in that case would be a vacuum chamber, a form of purified ether when you've gotten rid of most of the other stuff as much as you can, and all you're left with is the background that's probably still flowing in and out of the chamber, the ether. What they call now dark matter, dark energy. It comes under different names, but it's this background that would always be there, even in a vacuum, in a pure form.
That's right, but that's never all that's there, and of course you have what they call like virtual photons and all this nonsense, and that's actually how they explain electromagnetism, like an exchange of virtual photons. But so virtual particles and all this stuff. No, it's there's an etheric and material like spectrum that's connected, dude. That's what it is. That's what matter is. So it's like the overall part is there's no other way. So I don't understand. You're claiming that there's nothing. You're claiming that there's nothing, or I'm right. That's kind of how I look at it, right? So that's why it's frustrating for me, because if we could all just agree on that, if you want to tap out there and be like, dude, I'm not into speculating as to exactly how it works, it's too hard to control, I'm with you, I get you, but at least acknowledge like the elf in the room. Like,
the only thing you can do is, the only thing you can do then to try to falsify this is try to purify the ether in a vacuum chamber, or like Wilhelm Reich did with his orgone generators that were varying layers of wool metal, or whatever, that filter out, other matter, and just leave this purified etheric orgone substance, or whatever in his case, in the middle of the chamber. You'd have to filter it out or purify the ether, I guess, and leave a vacuum chamber, aka a ether chamber or something like that. And I guess that would be the best starting point to try to science the crap out of this stuff.
Yeah, again, though, I'm not even going to go as far as saying that I can isolate the ether. I don't think there's any such thing. In fact, look, it goes even further than this. It's like, good luck trying to explain how matter doesn't come from the ether. And if you're saying there's nothing there, how do things propagate? So what does energy move within if there's nothing there? How does nothing even exist? That doesn't make any sense. It makes no sense. And then we have limited perception of a material world, and we know things exist outside of easily perceived material senses, right? So it's literally impossible to even postulate any type of worldview saying that there's nothing. It makes no sense. It's not viable. They're like, so I'm sorry, there is just something there. You can call it whatever you want to call it, but there has to be a background. There's just no other way. It doesn't even make sense. Like, even ontologically, philosophically, logically. Anyway. I think flat Earth should absorb that. I don't think there's anything that we should be scared to talk about. I mean, we should pump the brakes on.
The weird thing is that a lot of people try to use a vacuum chamber to prove ether, but if you evacuate gases, you basically relieve pressure of what is remaining there, of gases. those will be going to their fourth state if you take atomism, and then you end up with plasma. So what is left in a vacuum chamber once you cannot suck anything out anymore would be plasma, because your vacuum gauge will not register plasma because it's invented and created to measure gases.
Yeah, can you take all the plasma out? If you take all the plasma out, what's left?
I don't know.
That's my point. There's no viable option, dude.
Yeah, for me, ether is just a rebranding of plasma.
Okay, fair enough. Tomato, tomato. I think plasma is a version of. It's a modality of the etheric background.
Yeah,
that's what everything is.
I go for plasma because it has electromagnetic properties totally different from gases, and that could explain a lot of stuff, which they don't want to have us explained.
Right, but if you just jump over and you say, well, there's gas and there's plasma, and that's all that's there, then you're falling into the same trap, because there's no such thing as all that's there.
No, I don't know what is out there or what is, in between intermolecular space. I don't know. I'm just saying that it doesn't make logical sense to use a vacuum chamber when you then intentionally create the fourth state of matter, which you do not measure with a gas pressure meter.
Well,
so the claim that it's empty is false by that.
Well, this is where some of the infinite or eternal separation comes in. Atomists appear to believe that you're going to find a particle here, a particle there, something that separates from the surroundings, infinitely all the way down into the atom and beyond. I mean, when does this process stop, if ever? I mean, is basically the universe a bunch of separated bumping atomic particles? And
now you're talking
background that connects everything. That's a big question.
Now you're talking quantum atomist. I'm just talking about the basic convention of the progression of matter. When we qualify a solid, a liquid, a gas, or a plasma, that would still be the atom. It is not beyond the atom. It's still the atom that you're talking about in thermodynamic sense. And that would be the speed of the inherent motion of the atom. I'm not talking about separating the atom into different kind of smaller particles.
Well, we know that we have an atom when we have this particle or whatever that appears to be separated from the surroundings. So I think that's why Ken Wheeler kind of calls it a cult of bumping particles. This thought that we can just separate everything out to isolate it and, science the crap out of it. Philosophically, that might not be correct. And so people think of the ether as this infinite potential that can formulate into an atom, a solid object, or whatever as needed, kind of like this metamorphic thing that things can crystallize out of to give us what we call, quote unquote, solid matter, a field of infinite potential that may not be quite anything we can recognize yet, but has waves, ripples, energy storage capabilities, and the ability to become and crystallize into, quote unquote, solid matter. That appears to be a better philosophical basis than, the atomistic, infinite separation into infinite, bumping particles or whatever.
Yeah, but that's not the part that I'm talking about. I'm just talking about the particles that behave in a certain manner according to the thermodynamic scale.
Well, thermodynamics as a theory is predicated on bumping particles. Bumping particles that
it's not bumping particles. It is particles in motion.
Starting point right there that may need to be re-examined itself. Does everything reduce down to bumping mechanical particles that mechanically contact one another, bump into one another, and exchange their energy on collision? Does everything reduce to that? If not, then
but that's not thermodynamics.
Thermodynamic theory.
That's not thermodynamics. Thermodynamics is the behavior of a particle.
Upon collision.
No, not upon collision. That would be part of physics. Thermodynamics is not physics. Thermodynamics is the behavior of the particle. That would be the inherent speed of its own motion. That's thermodynamic temperature. That classifies it as a solid, a liquid, a gas, or a plasma.
So what happens when these atoms collide with one another? Thermodynamically, they
That's
change.
not what I'm talking about. And I don't give a shit.
Well, if you don't give a shit, that's fine. But we originally got on this line of investigation asking what space is. You said you don't know, which is fine. Do you have a way to figure out what it is? Do you have a framework that allows additional exploration and additional discovery, or do you just bottom out and stop at I don't know? That's the question. And the way forward appears to be with something etheric, something that guides our exploration towards space itself, as opposed to just going with the old atomistic paradigms, whether or not they allow additional exploration or not. And so we could talk about the basis of these systems of thought about thermodynamics, atoms, and otherwise, and see if it's really justified and good enough to help guide our additional exploration into the future to find additional stuff or not. I think the ether has much more promise and appears to spark the mind rather than the old, defunct atomistic paradigms, as far as I can tell.
The basic explanation for space is the volume occupied by matter.
The area void of matter, it's the area in the matter.
Breaking
so
up,
is there
dude.
any such thing as empty space?
Start over. You broke up in the beginning.
Yeah, am I better now?
Yeah. Good.
It's the area void of matter, right? It's the area other than the matter. And so the question is there any such thing as empty space?
For space to exist, it has to be something. That's why we started with the logical, necessary precondition assumption that for space to exist, like you and me, it has to be a something. And that would be encapsulated with an ether. Now we can go with an atomistic ether that we try to separate, into atoms or whatever, or we could go with an interconnected, flowing substance that's metamorphic or something like that from there.
Well, I got a question. What about the space between these somethings, right? So we could take, say, a 1 meter cube, stick 3 atoms in it. Now, that 1 meter cube technically has stuff in it, right? 3 atoms. What about the space between the 3 atoms? I mean, I think we're trying to solve like riddles that no one's ever going to solve. This is like Zeno's paradox. This is craziness.
Well, I think it's just right. It's like it's knowledge that you're gonna either if you're saying there's nothing there, you're the one making the claim. If you say that there's nothing there and it's emptiness, then that's a claim, right? Like
yeah. Well, I mean, the problem. Actually, these are like old problems. These aren't new. Like we're speculating. This is actually not new.
Yeah, of course.
The thing is the correct model of reality a discrete model, right, where you break it up into little individual pieces, versus a continuum where there is technically no empty space, that everything is actually just connected in a continuum, right? But within this continuum, we can say, yeah, there's something here, but there's not something there, but they're not actually some separate thing. They're all connected within the continuum. This is like an old problem. This is an old, ancient problem that goes back to the Greeks. This is how Zeno basically falsified all mathematics, because of if you break things up into these little discrete chunks like numbers, right? You can make them into a contradiction, right? So what happens if I approach a wall and I just approach the wall going halfway each time? Now we all know that we can actually approach a wall and touch it. But according mathematically, because I have to go halfway each time, I can never reach it. right? So it's like there's a flaw there. There's a flaw in this model of reality, this discrete breaking it up into little chunks.
Exactly.
You know, we often get in these like these discussions. It's like, you know, we think there's an answer, but it's like a limitation of the human mind is most likely the answer is that can't.
Oh, yeah,
Someone someday I think will overcome it. I don't think it's us.
No, I think we genuinely have the problem that we are not satisfied with not knowing. So if one thing doesn't fit, we immediately reach for something else to fill that place. And we don't have the patience to wait it out until we are able to actually measure or do the things needed to figure it out.
So your answer is to just ignore the question, and that's fair enough. I just want everyone to acknowledge that's what they're doing.
And also, when people don't know, they don't just stop. The only thing that you can do when you don't know like that is wait for revelation from somebody with enough faith and certainty to go forward, or you're going to have to tell yourself enough of a just so story to power your exploration to figure out what the hell is happening later on or not. You can't just sit and say, I don't know. That's just not good enough. You're going to need to tell yourself a just so story to power your exploration forward, or you're going to need to rely on the revelation from somebody else who's trusted enough to guide you and lead you in faith in another direction.
Well, it's always up to the individual, right? That's an individual decision, how much further they should go or if you should answer. That's what I was just saying is if we
There's only so much time in the day. At some point, like you can say, I don't know, and then move on to something else that maybe you can know for the purpose.
What is the use? What is the use of knowing space if you are not able to go there?
I brought it up to make it. It should have been. I brought it up like this, like 10 seconds, then move on. That's why I brought it up. Was the idea that it should be this summarized from here forward. If we could move forward, that would be ideal as a community, right? Like the idea is, well, if you're saying there's nothing there, well, that's an impossible claim. There's no such thing as nothing. So, like, if you have a vacuum, if you were to get all the little air particles you don't get out, would it be completely nothing? Or no, of course, there's always something there. So you have two different, like either the stuff that propagates in the world propagates to something, or there's nothing. And just address what the question is. Either say, well, I don't want to answer, which means you're basically saying you think it's viable that there could be nothing, is how I interpret it. Or you're like, I don't know any specifics, but I'm not going to make a claim about nothingness. I think it's that simple. And then, people speculate a lot about it, but I just think it's weird that it gets so bogged down, I know why though, because we want to make sure we don't speculate too much and people go run off the handles and blah, blah, blah. But just answer the fundamental question. Are you saying that there's nothing there? Is there such thing as empty space, nothingness, a privation that exists outside of this material world? There's nothing there. Or is there obviously some, background there? It's that simple, I think. So
it's a tough question. And I think people are not comfortable with rationality, reasoning to a necessary conclusion. I think people are more comfortable with pre-programming with old paradigms, atomistic or otherwise, and waiting for the old answers to provide a new way forward somehow.
But I don't think that's what's going on here.
Yeah.
Then. You're talking to flat earthers, right? Like no one in here.
Some flat earthers as well would sit.
So,
but I think the ether does provide a way forward at the very least.
Right, but what I'm trying to say is this isn't a new discussion that we're just coming up with. This is, like India said, a super old discussion. But it's just subjective. It's just subjective.
You know why it goes nowhere? I'll tell you why it goes nowhere. Because nobody has gone. Because it's like this. It's a dichotomy, and we can't get the answer on either side of the dichotomy. And instead of people going, listen, using the techniques I've been using, I can't figure out the answer. Maybe I should investigate that, right? Why can't I figure out the answer using the tools of knowledge I particularly have right now and investigate that first? And then once maybe you figure that out, why you can't figure it out, then maybe you can make progress on the other one. But instead, we sit there and beat our head. I must know the answer this way, and we're going nowhere for thousands of years.
Right, but I just think it's an acknowledgement of fundamental axioms. Like the idea of nothingness only came into postulation, as we can tell it in history, but to try to explain the nonsense that is the globe, and that the stuff in the sky is far away. So, because that doesn't even make sense. And it was the idea of the opposite of matter being nothingness, which doesn't make sense. That doesn't make theoretically the opposite of it. Sure, it wouldn't be there, but nothingness doesn't exist. So I it's like an acknowledgement of the fundamental axioms. And when we start going further than that, you can't test any of this. None of this is a test. It's like it's just simple stuff, right? It's like we have consciousness, we have intuitions. We can't see all spectrums of light. We can't see all spectrums of frequencies. There's all kinds of things that aren't perceivable materially, but we know exist. And that means that they exist outside of the material. If there's another alternative, I'm happy to hear it, but I've yet to hear one ever.
All right.
What about antimatter?
I'm going to go before antimatter and say, what about it? Wouldn't it be equally true to say that darkness doesn't exist?
Sure.
Okay. So isn't that slightly irrelevant to say? But darkness is a concept, the absence of light, and so on. But darkness is a thing, and it's something that we experience, despite it not being part of physical reality, just because it isn't. Okay, so I guess maybe I'm getting. So just saying that something doesn't exist isn't super relevant, except as it pertains to physical reality. Right? Is that the point?
Well, yeah, okay. Well, darkness is a concept for sure, but if you were to use darkness as the background and just excitement within that illuminates it, so you see different spectrums of the background until there's no more excitement or light, darkness is the background, then in that sense, yeah, you would say darkness exists. But if you're just talking about the idea of absence of light, which is kind of this conceptual confinement we have in nowadays terms, then whatever. But my point is that we know phenomena exist outside of the physical material world. We all know that. We have intuition, we have consciousness, there's many things. So that means that it exists outside the material world. I'm not making additional claims. I'm simply acknowledging what is inevitably true.
Well, if darkness doesn't exist, why?
Wow.
What happened?
If darkness doesn't exist, why? And then you cut out.
Well, I said if darkness doesn't exist, why did it have to be separated?
Yeah,
Well,
I was going to ask.
That's the background, I would say. So that is the etheric. The etheric is what we perceive as darkness. And there is illumination in the material world. We have eyes that perceive certain vibrations limited to the material world because it was designed and we live here.
So yeah, that's
created light and saw that it was good.
And that's why I think on the first day there was a light and dark ether, a luminiferous and a somniferous ether or whatever, that the sun and moon were put in place to rule afterward, like a yin yang symbol. This light and dark ether were swirling around each other, giving you some sense of a clock-like, 24-hour-ish day without the sun and moon being necessary qua the sun and moon when they were created.
So what was the source of that light then?
The source of the light would probably be God or something. He probably separated the light and the darkness, and they were swirling around each other, giving you some sort of day-like period. That's what I would go with.
Now we're getting wood.
Yeah, that is an interesting thing to say because I've been wondering the same thing. It just seems like there's something more to it.
Well, that's why people in this room are like, can we not go here? Because it does lead to certain deeper questions. And that's why I'm kind of trying to bridge the gap. I'm like, well, if everyone can understand what we're talking about, this is how I see it. For you to say that there's nothing and for you to be so vehemently opposed to the etheric background, intrinsic within your opposition is you saying that I'm wrong when I say there are things that exist outside the material world. Therefore, just the limitation of the material world is not all that exists. That's not even like a claim. It's just it's an axiom.
It's a logical. It's
an axiom. So unless someone wants to claim to me that things don't exist outside of the material world, I mean, I don't physical material confinement. I don't see how that ever be productive. So I guess the point I'm making is etheric background is really not that bold of a claim. It's a very wide open claim. It's just an acknowledgement of a background. You can go a million different ways, stop there, go wherever you want to, tap out wherever you want to. But atomism and materialism is a very bold claim, and it limits it and changes everything. It's very dogmatic. So,
but what about let's say supernatural or metaphysical?
Beautiful.
Being not physical.
That's what it is. Yeah, metaphysical. Yeah.
You were saying nothing can exist but what is in this physical realm.
Well, that's just that's insane though. That doesn't hold any weight because that doesn't make sense. We know that's not true. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's my point.
Because that was sort of my question about the antimatter, because they always talk about antimatter and that if it comes into contact with matter, then it obliterates it. They talk about matter. We've been asking what's mass. They can't define mass. Even matter, they describe atomistically with massive gaps. So everything that's physical is actually only like 10% actually physical, and the rest is just this giant gap of nothingness.
Well, you can't quite define matter fully unless it's in dialectic opposition with space. To get a full definition of matter, you also need to include its quote-unquote opposite, or the thing that it's defined against, which would be space. How do you know that you have matter without space, or vice versa? So, to have a full definition, we need to have a definition ideally of matter and space together, whatever space is and or matter is.
Check this out, Lemon. That's where I think the big trick is. And historically speaking, what we have available, that's Aristotle came up with the antithesis to matter, right? Being a privation or nothingness. But what if matter is just a modality of, a version of the background? So that you can call it's not space. What does that mean? Like, there's no such thing. Right.
In that case, that's very much like ice and water. Water could be everywhere, but until an ice block, freezes or materializes out of the water, you can't really tell the difference in the background of the water.
With your second example that he's like trying to give you a different perspective on. I'm glad. I'm glad to hear you say it. I've tried to propose that because I'm like, it's a false dichotomy. And it sounds like that's what you're saying too. But I love the conversation.
That sounds like that idea, that conceptualization of ether being able to shapeshift into any type of matter, doesn't that appropriate ether in place of the creator?
Well, it's just it would be obviously something the creator made. Like the way that matter manifests is a byproduct of the creation. So that is the creator. But yeah, it'd be a quality of the creation.
It would be like God made this metamorphic ether that could respond to his voice. And when God speaks with that vibratory pattern, that sets the energy and light in place and locks it into what we call physical matter, until that matter breaks down, dissipates, and returns back to the ether or something like that. It would be like salt on a Chladni plate. The salt would be the ether that is everywhere.
Yeah,
and the vibrating into shape would be, the Chladni plate under, God, the influence of God's voice, giving us matter, shapes, patterns, and stuff like that.
So at what point in time has anyone ever converted substance, any physical particle, into seeming non-existence, aka ether?
I think it went the other way in the Starfire project. They're talking about transmuting matter out of nothing with a whole lot of electrical energy. And so I think in the other direction, they've been able to take, quote unquote, this etheric stuff or whatever and turn it into matter, or quote unquote, find matter that was not there before by some process of transmutation with a whole lot of electricity added. I think in the other direction it's happened, but going from matter to ether or whatever, that's, that.
Well, even without human input, we see it happen that way. Without human input, we see matter come into existence. I guess this question is the other way around.
Clarify?
Yeah, like they call them like virtual particles and stuff. When you isolate a certain area, it will look like you've isolated everything that's there, and then things will pop into existence, quote unquote. All they do is become materially perceivable, though. But that is a phenomena. So where does it come from?
When and where? What is that about? I've never heard of such a thing.
I'll show you some articles. They'll call it virtual particles.
Yeah, but that's yeah. I had posted the word for virtual, influencing by physical virtues or effective with respect
Oh,
to
I'm not
inherent.
arguing your definition. This is quantum physics bean counting materialism. So, like, what they're defining the phenomena as is ridiculous. There's no such thing as virtual particles. That doesn't even make.
Yeah, for sure. I'm also not a believer in quantum.
Yeah, like I think that well, they see a bunch of stuff that's real, but what they say is all BS, right? Because and that goes back to they're confined with this atomism material. Actually, see, I think it undermines the creator to try to limit the world to materialism. That's like so disrespectful. That's not how you communicate to the creator. That's not how you have a consciousness. That's not how you have a spirit. It actually undermines the value of creation to not acknowledge the metaphysical spectrum. And it's almost as if we were made with eyes to perceive things in a certain vibration that just shows us a certain spectrum of that background. And that's what we call matter. And we can interact with it. But we can rise above that, different vibrations. We can change a matter's structure, the structure of matter with certain frequencies. You know what I'm saying? So it's limitation of materialism that I'm speaking out against. I'm not rushing anyone to any other dogma, like claim the ether and speculate and claim speculations are true. I'm trying to break people out of the materialistic dogma and these false binaries, like the antithesis of matter being space. Or, for a crude analogy, hypothetically, like a condensated version of the etheric background would be matter. And it's density relative, of course, the compactness of it relative to the energy within the matter. So I don't know. I mean, we should detach from false binaries. And that's all I'm kind of saying. Acknowledging the background is actually the only viable option. It's super open. It's not religious or dogmatic. It has no definition. It's just a philosophical foundation. And it's an acknowledgement of how beautiful this place really is, right? Which is clearly encompassed metaphysically.
Well, the closest thing to something, going
Before
from matter
Lemon's
to
input,
ether.
I agree with all of that.
I was just going to say the closest thing going from ether to matter from matter to quote unquote ether to matter again, I think they say is with monoatomic gold. They basically get this gold and get it in some sort of monoatomic form, and it weighs less than, the same amount of gold that it came from or something like that before. And they're basically saying it's vibrating with the surroundings, going to basically another dimension. And basically you're losing weight in the monoatomic gold because of that, like it's going somewhere else and slightly lighter because it's going to this other realm or whatever. That, I guess, would be the closest thing of going from matter to ether and back again or whatever. You might want to look into that monoatomic gold and how much it weighs and some of its very unusual properties, some of these monoatomic elements and stuff like that. But you might want to look into that, Gospel Bear, if you're looking for something like, matter to ether.
What do they mean by? What do they mean by? I guess the other dimension. I mean, because that's like they have that. What does that mean? Like,
Well,
okay, so they're seeing something, right?
Right.
But they're the rhetoric behind it is, well, it's in another dimension, and I'm. What does that mean?
What does it mean for something to be in another dimension?
Well, yeah, he's saying that's what they're saying. Yeah, what it actually means is it's just a different part of the spectrum of vibration that is existence. It's really nothing is complicated, man. And this is a hermetic principle. Like he's right. Thousands of years ago, dude, you can only see a certain spectrum of vibration with your eyes, and we know this with very precise science now. Even though the eyes are not understood by science really at all overall, right? We know that we perceive vibration. So we perceive a spectrum of vibration. They call them other dimensions. It's just the imperceivable to the eye spectrum of vibration, right? It's a giant spectrum. Everything's interconnected, a spectrum of vibration.
Basically, Elijah, to be in a dimension, you have to vibrate in sync with your surroundings. surroundings so that you can touch things, interact with things, and move in sync with other things. If your vibration is out of sync, if you're vibrating too fast, you're just going to vibrate straight through something else, and it'll be as if you're in another dimension. You would need to share that dimension, quote unquote, Elijah, with other things that vibrate in sync with you, other things that you now can touch, can interact with, and can, quote unquote, share existence with in a more appreciable way. Otherwise, you just vibrate straight through everything else and you're out of sync. That's basically, I guess, what they're talking about, this sort of stuff. That all of a sudden, you turn the gold monoatomic and it weighs less, as if this mass of gold that was there before has just up and disappeared and gone somewhere else. They basically theorize it's gone to another dimension, or I guess in this case of ether, appears to have just gone up into this other realm or whatever.
Well, they have to
But
say
it's not
dimension.
going like based on what you're saying. It's just imperceivable. It's there, but it's imperceivable because it's operating on a frequency that can't be perceived normally or naturally by us.
Correct.
Yeah, it starts giving off, I don't know, frequencies that the eye can no longer process. The eye's like, what's going on here? I can't process these frequencies into a 2D image. I can't, see this thing anymore. I can't touch this thing anymore. It's vibrating right through my hand. It's, for all intents and purposes, to me, this thing is not there, even though it's still there. You just can't interact with it.
Let's open this up real fast for this life guy. You have a question about the sun's heat? Hit us with it.
So we know sometimes like how hot the sun is. Can't like if the sun is going the same path as the moon, can't the sun like basically burn the moon?
Okay, so we know how hot the sun is. How do we know how hot the sun is?
The temperature of the sun.
How do we know the temperature of the sun?
By the temperature on Earth, the rays of the sun, like temperature of the Earth.
Oh, so we know the temperature on Earth.
Yeah. When you like the weather, like we know how hot it is outside. Yeah.
Yeah, we know the temperature on Earth. We don't know the temperature of the sun, though.
But we get our heat from the sun. Right?
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So then, when the sun's over the Earth, the Earth gets heated up.
Yeah.
Okay, and you're saying why doesn't it burn up the moon then?
Because if we stand in the sun somewhere, like if we go out in the sun, we could get sunburns, right?
Right.
So if the sun and moon are actually same size and the sun is super hot, like is it super hot or is it medium? Like is it?
Well, it could be a converter. I mean, Eric Dollar talks about the sun being a converter, and some people talk about it being like a graphene converter that's actually colder toward the center and hotter toward the outer portion. They talk about some sort of gas law that says actually if you get to the center of a hot swirling gas, it's actually colder toward the center and hotter toward the outer part. So there's a bunch of different theories we could go with, even with how hot, if anything, the sun is. But what's your main question?
Basically, why isn't the sun burning the moon?
I guess it could be an electrical light if you want to speculate. I mean, electrical light has like a rapid, transition from hot to cold sections of the electric, light, like a stove. A range top stove can be cold to the touch 1 minute, heat it up electrically, and all of a sudden it's hot. And it could be like very cold away from the range of the electric stove.
Well,
so if it's an electrical light, it could, have a very focused range of hotness without burning anything that's beyond that range because of the rapid transition from hot to cold electrically.
Sure, but without even speculation, though, whenever I go up in the air towards the sun, is it going to keep getting hotter or is it going to get colder?
Whenever you go from the air to the sun?
Yeah, if I'm on the Earth, okay, it's a certain temperature, it's hot, and I start going towards the sun up in the air, will it get hotter or colder?
I think it will get colder.
Yeah, so it ends up getting colder the closer we get. Now we get it, the density of the air, blah, 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 we get it. But the point is, we don't know. All we know is we experience heat based on the air we have down by the Earth being excited, creating heat based on the sun. And so that's what we know. To speculate as to the actual source of energy is
just that speculation. It wouldn't burn up the moon because we see the sun and the moon all the time. It would have already burned it up, I would imagine.
In this video, they showed the light being shown through a firmament, like structure of a hemispheric glass dome. You have a focused light that has limited reach, and you have a dark zone all around that could be cold. So the moon could be in that dark zone, kind of off to the side, while the sun is shining kind of in a different area, giving you a cold and dark section right there, just by the focusing power of this hemispheric glass, or in this case, the firmament dome, if that's what we're covered with.
You have any other?
Yeah.
You have any other questions about the Earth? That was a hiccup for you.
Is the sun outside the dome, or
we don't know, man? We don't know. We don't know, man. We don't know. Like, the fundamental thing you got to get is we don't know all the answers to everything in the sky, and neither does anyone else that exists. And if they do, it's some mechanism we don't know about that's been hidden from us.
Well, let's talk about what's knowable. Let's talk about what's knowable. If we're having sundogs, parhelions, and other things that look like the sun cascading off of a solid surface, it may be slightly beyond, or in the dome itself. I would go with within the dome, since, the Bible says that the sun, moon, and stars are set within the firmament, as if they're within a solid structure. But I think that that's pretty knowable based off of the sundogs, parhelions, and other things that look like, the sun shining off of a solid surface, and rainbows coming from the sun's light being refracted and separated and split into bands, seemingly by going through some sort of solid structure, like I would say a firmament. So I feel like it's pretty knowable that it's within the firmament based off of that anyway.
Well, yeah, so there's certainly evidence for, and that's cool. But, like, I'm trying to understand. Do you have any other questions? We don't actually know. There's numerous cosmological depictions, and like he said, the Bible, the Hebrew people, it goes back a lot. Everything's set within the firmament. The sun and the moon are within this container over top of the earth. That's what a lot say. We have no physical evidence we can present to you right now that we went and verified said dome, location of sun in said dome, anything like that. We do have evidence of reflective type properties, etc. When we look, so that's what we know, right? But fundamentally, this comes down to what we can prove, and we know for a fact the earth isn't what they taught us, right? So prior to us trying to go explain everything that may be inexplicable or not attainable, we should just acknowledge what they lied about first. So maybe we can get there. What do you think about the earth as of now? What do you think the earth is?
Well, from my observations, I don't feel any motion, like spinning as they claim Earth is. The horizon is flat. I learned about fish islands. But what if, like, the Earth is the Earth that we right here see right now in this plane is not spinning for us, but like the sky that, like, outside this Earth is actually spinning. What if that's true?
Correct. So you know that what they taught us about the earth is incorrect.
Like they taught us about, like, how it's spinning. Yeah, I know that's incorrect because you can't prove the curvature of the earth.
Okay, cool. So yeah, we don't know all the questions. I mean, do you have any other questions? I guess I don't know. Is there any other hiccups for you where you think something's wrong with flat earth?
It's just that you guys can't explain the containers. I just don't understand.
Okay, so this is how we know there's a container, right? We have gas pressure on the earth that we breathe. We breathe oxygen, right? That's how we are alive. That requires a container to have gas pressure. You can never have gas pressure sitting next to a vacuum, right? Because it would just immediately and violently fill the vacuum. So that's how we know we have a container. We have not mapped it out. We have not gone out there and chipped a piece of it and brought it back to the lab and studied it. You cannot do such a thing. You can't even try to do such a thing. It's illegal. You will go to prison, federal prison, for even attempting such a thing. So, that's where we are, man. We have observations that we can make from the earth. When it comes to the container, the necessary antecedent, the requirement to the gas pressure that we breathe is that something's containing that gas pressure. Certainly relative to the fairy tale they told us, which is that there's a vacuum out there. So
We don't have to make additional claims. We have, like he said, rainbows, which it looks like there are 7 layers to said firmament, and that's why we have 7 colors to the rainbow. You have to have a reflective surface, and we have sundogs, and we have all kinds of phenomena of local sun. We have local reflection of the sun on the ocean and all water, so we can tell that they're localized. They're the same size, right? And when it comes to where they are, what they are, and how far away they are, we cannot know those answers.
They can't.
But just because we can't know the answers doesn't mean the lies they told us is true, right?
Yeah, it is right. Like, are you saying we actually can't? Like, we're just gonna be living on this earth without ever knowing?
Without ever knowing what specifically? Yeah, I mean, all the stuff I just said, probably, yeah.
Well, short of revelation from a trusted source, we can try to speculate or infer a necessary conclusion based off of the evidence that's presented. That's why we can talk about what's knowable based off of some of the facts or whatever that we have already and go from there if we wish. But like we say, it's, unknowable to a certain extent without, something else, telling us what's going on through some sort of revelation or something like that. Otherwise, we'd have to speculate and infer.
Let me cut to the chase for this guy. You'll have to flip the switch, right? Where you learn to actually admire the things that aren't knowable, because that just shows you and forces you to acknowledge the beauty of this place, the magnificence of the earth that we were lied to, this realm that you live within, this plane that you live on, you were lied to about, and it's incredible. And what happens in the sky is incredible. The synchronicities are incredible. And there are things that eludes our comprehension, but it's supposed to be like that. And when you start to appreciate it, then you'll stop feeling like you have to replace lies. Let go of the lies and then just appreciate what you know.
I think that's sort of the essence of quote unquote science, quote unquote, what's knowable based off of the facts we have on the ground, precedent, our experience, our experiments, our theories, and what we want to believe or what we don't want to believe. I guess it just depends on how we're going to go forward. Are we going to go forward with, global agnosticism and lack of knowledge, or say that something is knowable and go forward from there?
Yeah, what a Bible verse. Ecclesiastes 8:17, I saw every work of God, and that a man is unable to comprehend the work that is done under the sun. Despite his efforts to search it out, he cannot find its meaning. Even if the wise man claims to know, he is unable to comprehend. And I think that's actually the first step to wisdom, right? I would say, right, like acknowledgement of it. Yeah.
It's one of my favorite go-to verses, especially in regards to claims of definitive knowledge.
He is the source of knowledge, and that's why it's nice to have knowledge revealed from such a source. And that source appears to be saying that there's a solid section of sky, aka the firmament, the container, that covers our world with the sun, moon, and stars set revolving within it, it appears to say within its pages.
Yeah,
I'm going to roll back in the conversation a bit. I posted a little video. What is the temperature in a vacuum chamber? He drops the pressure, does the vacuum chamber thing. So here's my question: how does a manual thermometer work? I don't know if it involves mercury or not, and then translates some type of pressure in the mercury chamber into a digital reading. I actually don't know exactly how this type of meat thermometer works that he has in there, but is temperature a pressure reading converted into numbers that we understand as temperature? Or like why does the temperature change? So he's got like 19 something Celsius, and it drops all the way down to 11.1 at one point. But then anyway, if you watch the video, it's not very long. So I'm just curious, is a thermometer and how it works related to pressure? And if so, that pretty much just answers the question for me, because I can do the rest.
Well, the normal theory of how temperature is, or heat rather, is transferred is atomic collision. So that does relate to pressure, because a bunch of atomic collisions are in the normie theory translated as a pressure against the surface when a bunch of atoms collide against the surface and quote unquote press against it. It's related in that regard. Does that answer your question? With higher temperature, there's more collisions and quote unquote more, I guess you could say, atomic pressure against the thing. In a vacuum, there's quote unquote less atoms and therefore less collisions because there's less atoms to quote unquote transfer the heat via collision in the vacuum chamber. And so it's registered as cooler, even though there's all this energy, quote unquote, that's going around.
Okay. Electronic thermometers work in an entirely different way. I'm reading off of a website. Way to mechanical ones that use lines of mercury or spinning pointers. They're based on the idea that the resistance of a piece of metal, the ease with which electricity flows through it, changes as the temperature changes. As metal gets hotter, atoms vibrate more inside them. It's harder for electricity to flow, and the resistance increases. Similarly, as the metal cools down, the electrons move more freely and the resistance goes down. An electronic thermometer, which is what he uses, works by putting a voltage across its metal probe and measuring how much current flows through it. If you put the probe in boiling water, blah, 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 blah. So it's actually an electrical current measurement and in how it correlates to what we call temperature. So with that said, any ideas why the electrical current changes based on evacuating the chamber?
You removed impedance.
You allowed the electricity to flow better or something like that in the vacuum?
Which decreases the temperature.
Right, because it removes impedance because it has more of like a restful state that's like less combative force, right? Or impedance.
Yeah, I thought impedance is to hinder.
Right. Well, yeah, right. So if it was hotter, then if you wanted to make the best generator ever, like supercomputers have to be like in crazy cold temperatures, you know what I'm saying?
I thought that supercomputers had to be in super cold temperatures because they generated so much heat, so you actually had to equalize it to, like, aren't they like, I don't know, 90 Fahrenheit or something, even when they're in a 212 negative environment? Like, aren't they still operating at like 90 degrees Fahrenheit, or am I wrong on that?
No, it still probably warms up pretty significantly, but the point is that you can get more efficient electricity when it's cold, right? Because like the amount of electricity that you could transfer would be less if it's hot. So that's like the maximum to whatever maximum temperature it's running at is like the most it can do once it was kept that cold. They'd have to get it even colder to do more,
So it's an inverse relationship. Higher the temperature, lower the. So if you put less easily, so the resistance goes up by precisely measurable amount. Okay. It says if you put the probe in boiling water, the water's heat makes electricity flow through the probe less easily, so the resistance goes up. Okay.
Yep. Right. So you're going to get all the stuff that transfers energy. Matter does transfer energy and heat, right? So you get a colder environment, it's going to work better. But this kind of goes against atomism in a way.
Just this concept of having I mean, I know that people make fun of the Action Lab guy, but I like his channel and I like a lot of what he does. Sure, he inputs his own interpretations and information in there too, but very briefly so. Oftentimes, the bulk of what he's doing is just, hey, look, I'm doing a thing. Then he does his explanation, but, take it or leave it as far as I see it. I like the demonstrations. So Okay.
So that's also why I guess there's a greater charge potential the higher you go because it's colder the higher you go.
Oh yeah.
Well, I don't want to say colder the higher you go because I don't know what the limit is, but
like lightning and stuff is lightning doesn't happen like 4 feet off of the ground. We don't see lightning bolts only shooting 4 feet up into the air or 10 feet up in the air. They're usually hundreds or maybe thousands, maybe even tens of thousands of feet.
Yeah, and you have less impedance the higher you go. That's why I definitely think you could fly around pretty high above the Earth. I think you could fly around very easily with certain technology for sure.
I think so too. I think it's a lie that there's this limit. I think it's a lie because we can't actually test that limit. Coincidentally.
Yeah, I just don't know the characteristics of any limits or how far you can go within.
What is the device that utilizes this electrical freedom? I'll call it for colloquial purposes. What is the device that utilizes that to its advantage that prevents it from being influenced by a downward?
Magnetic levitation, I would say, that would be the most efficient way, or like electroglyphic propulsion. But it just you'd be able to establish an electric resonance much more efficiently higher up. You'd have less impedance. I mean, it'd be the same mechanism as down on the Earth, like a magnetic levitation you can do on the Earth. Just be in the form of some type of craft in this scenario, or whatever container at the least, and it would establish its own little resonance field, but there's nothing impeding it really. So yeah, like magnetism. Well, what's the difference? Electrostatic propulsion, magnetic levitation, tomato.
Hmm.
I think they've had that for a long time. I think they had that way back in the day, actually. But so there's probably some truth. That's probably the big trick, right? Is the people that are really in the know. They're like, these people think they figured it out because we're lying about all this stuff in space, but we really do be wilding up there. They just don't know. They like to go into the ocean too. So whatever the craft that can go into the ocean pop back out. I mean, the impedance isn't a big deal, obviously, but I just think it'd be like you could just probably do all kinds of crazy stuff without the pressure material.
If I guess the material has too much impedance electrically or otherwise, the electrical energy just starts accumulating at one spot and starts heating up the material and breaking it down, you're going to need a continuous, flow of the circuit to go from one place to another. Otherwise, it'll be backed up and possibly break down the circuit as all that energy accumulates in the quote unquote wrong place, or a place other than where you'd like for it to go.
Dude, and maybe that's why they go in the water, bro. Maybe when they get lower to the earth, they have more impedance. They overheat quicker, they heat up quicker, and so you just cool off and you dip down and go kind of deep in the water. It gets colder and colder. Cool off, pop back up. I was telling Chris, the only problem that I can see from a fundamental point of perpetual energy, it would never be getting the energy. It would be actually handling or facilitating the excess of energy and preventing overheating. That's all you have to do.
Have you seen this weird physics of upside down buoyancy video?
I have not.
It's pretty neat. Pretty neat. I posted. It's like 4 or 5 comments back in the live stream chat right now.
Is that a magnet?
No. That's just a thumbnail. That's how he drags it from one place to the next, but that's not how it's doing what it's doing.
But it isn't. He's holding it with the magnet, though.
Not the whole time.
Oh, I don't even know. I'm just saying, is that what that is, though? I understand that. I understand what you're saying. I'm just saying, like, wait, I'll keep watching. Yeah, this is crazy. I'll have to check it out and listen. I don't even know what's going on here. What's all
it's really neat. It has a lot to do with pressure, apparently, but I think that it helps. I have a handful of different videos that help deprogram people's dogmatic opinions of what they think gravity is and everything. This is one of them, and I really like it because the videos that I keep on speed dial aren't even like FE videos. I like the hostile witness method.
Yeah, it's great. You know what's even crazier to me right now is that's basically what the Earth is, right? So when you have them where they're later in the video, they're like right beside each other, on top of each other, effectively. That's like what the Earth would be. We live in the inertial plane through the middle. So pretty interesting. There would be an inverse. I think that's why literally they say as above, so below. It's a literal physical description.
Witsit, why weren't you involved in the conversation with Ken Wheeler the other day? That would have been epic.
Wasn't asked to be.
Boo.
No, I was pretty busy though that day.
It's disappointing, but were you able to catch the conversation?
Yeah, I listened to it. It was cool.
Yeah, he had no contention with anything that was put forth.
Yeah, you already knew that Apollo was bust too. It's cool.
Hey, Witsit, what does ET say?
Do you mean a little creepy alien pedophile?
Yeah.
ET phone home?
Yeah, that's the new Mandela effect. It doesn't say ET phone home. It says ET home phone.
Wow, bro, Mandela confirmed.
Yeah, whatever.
Right.
Silly.
Dude, I'm just joking. I don't want to get. I'm out. I'm out on that one.
Be quiet, you'll summons Lou.
Crazy reality changes.
No, isn't it so crazy how we have really amazing brains that fix things that are broken?
Well, then we all say it. Then we all say it to each other for years, and then we're like, "Isn't it crazy how we all remember it this way?" And I personally don't think it is that crazy because that happens all the time, bro. That happens all the time. Especially like if you tell stories like, say I got like, okay, I've been in a couple fights, back in the day, say someone saw it, and we've talked about it a few times since then, and it's been over the course of the years we've met up and like talked about that crazy story. Whatever version of the story we've agreed on now is the story we're both gonna remember. And if we go and see a video of it and we didn't remember it, we're gonna be like, oh wow, that's crazy. I'm not going to think that my fight happened two different ways. So, I mean, it's a weird thing. There's some type of phenomena. I don't know what the source of it is. And I know that no one does. Even if you go the most drastic of it being real, no one can even, what does that mean? Like, how? Like, what does that mean? What are you suggesting? Like actual shifts in physical material reality, how? And is there a draw off that we all shift into this cymatic shift of reality? And like I can't think of a physical mechanism at all that would so it just doesn't make sense for me. I'm just I actually think I can propose the best idea, but I don't want to. So
well, this is why eyewitness testimony is not necessarily very valid when it comes to court cases. I mean, when I worked in banking, I was involved in multiple bank robberies, right, where people come in with guns to rob the bank. And when something like that takes place, even trying to recall something like the color of their shirt, you can have a totally false idea of what the color of the individual's shirt was. just because of everything that's taking place and how your memory is stitching things together. You could say, oh yeah, he was wearing a blue shirt, and then you watch the video and it's a red shirt. But in your memory, it was a blue shirt because you weren't really paying attention to that detail because you're paying attention to the gun that's being put in your face. You know, it's people can misremember things very easily.
Well, yeah, our brain corrects things. It's just like to make it sound better. We talk about it to each other, and everyone recollects on it. 90% of communication about it isn't actually watching it; it's just discussing it. And we're like that with almost all media. So, I just think it's insane to think that wouldn't happen. I don't even know. I'm sure that they've kind of fed into it now. Maybe there are some people that change things to troll. It just seems like such a pointless. I don't know. I just don't know where it's going. Well, maybe the Earth is a globe. Maybe after all, it is a globe.
I think the idea is being pushed in order to get people primered or to allow people to better believe something like a simulation theory kind of idea. That's just my opinion, though.
That's correct, bro. I agree.
Yeah,
because evolution didn't work. And so now they've swooped in the second deception, which is, well, it worked for a long time, right? And it worked for what it worked for. And now they're going to acknowledge design with the next one, because simulation theory acknowledges design, just attributes unspoken malevolence and apathy, But like it acknowledges design. So evolution didn't work, or it worked for so long, they updated it to, oh, it's designed, but here's how it's designed. It's just kind of their evolution 2.0.
Technological apotheosis back into some form of coming down from that in an infinite loop over and over again. That's the current New Age religion. That's the overarching theme of it.
Yeah, if you guys want some gravy, so the hero Elon Musk that wants to put a chip in your brain or whatever, he has 8 children apparently, and his firstborn died, but then he had twins, then he had triplets, then he had 2 children with this other girl named Grimes, who's like a self-proclaimed pagan witch, technocratic something, and so she openly wants like a technocratic communist world, one world. And they named their first child a bunch of letters and like numbers, and X for short. And then the second one was with a surrogate mother or something like that. Anyway, that girl, her name is Grimes. And she has a song, and it's called "We Appreciate the Power," and it literally says like just plug your brain in. Yeah, we're doing all this because we know that AI will reward us when it rains. And it's just this crazy thing, and it talks about simulation in it as well. So whenever you see that talking about simulation, you can probably rest assured that it's just a deception. Anything that would ever feed into its viability is also a deception.
Yeah, I've always kind of concluded that if there was one physical being that was put forth as an antichrist, that Elon Musk would be that individual. But that's just me.
And the bottomless pit has to open up, but because there has to be some transformation. Dude, if that was possible, he told you how it would be. He'll morph with AI.
Bro, hold up. This is crazy. Head wound, Neuralink.
Yeah, what if he gets shot and then come back to life with Neuralink?
Yeah, Neuralink explodes his head or something. And this is the story, head wound. And then he does the technological apotheosis, allegedly. Comes back, does all these miracles.
But even if you think about the term wound, even cutting open your head to do the implant, that is technically a wound that would heal.
Well, here's the thing. It's supposed to be a fatal head wound as far as I understand it.
Well, maybe he's the first one that offers to test it on himself. Doesn't go so well. Everyone thinks he dies because it says he appears to suffer a fatal head.
I'll be honest, if you look at him when he does interviews and stuff, it seems like he has some kind of implant where he can read off things through his eyes. Like, look at his eyes movement when he talks. It always looks like he's reading off a script of something that we can't see. Like, he has some kind of, tech where he can see within his own eyes something.
I'm sorry, that's literally every person broadcasting to an audience ever through TV. That's what they're doing.
Give me the
No, I'm saying like you're explaining seeing something where someone is reading something no one else can see. That's a teleprompter.
Yes, I know. I understand what a teleprompter is, and I understand what these people is. I'm talking about only him when he talks to someone freely. He looks like he's grabbing things out of thin air. It's weird. He doesn't even all the
mean
time.
Like he's got like an Iron Man display or some shit like that he's reading
Yeah,
off?
it's almost like, I know it sounds crazy, but it's almost like all his sentences are almost like scrambled together from something that he needs to read from. It's weird. Just look at his eye movement when he talks to someone.
Yeah, I think it's feigned autism. That's just my my speculation, is that it's feigned autism.
Yeah, I can just highly recommend go through some interviews, watch his eye movement, watch his the way he forms sentences. It's very weird.
Well, when it talks about the displays of wonder and the world will follow the beast, right? Performs basically all these miracles. Just think about the stuff that is being attributed to Elon Musk, right? The putting forth of EVs, solar technology, space exploration, all of this stuff that has the world captivated by this wonderment. That's why I've always thought of
But the space exploration thing is not actually happening.
Right.
Like,
I understand that.
How much of this stuff is not actually happening? This is just stuff that people believe is possible. I don't know, but I mean, some of this stuff you can't. That's. I mean, to say that they're actually doing some of this stuff and talking about some of this stuff is, to me, kind of. I don't see how a human can tap into the source. I'm thinking God, right? Because where does information and all of this stuff come from to be coherent, right? Like a human is tapping into that and taking over this process. And now you're going to put your mind, which isn't yours. I mean, it's yours, but I mean, you have it. You didn't make it. You didn't create it. You're not the reason that it functions. You're going to tap into that and put it in something. This just sounds like shit that I don't know. I don't.
But what if?
Yeah, but think about this though. He's leading people towards what I would consider the beast system, right? This whole AI transformation of consciousness, everything converting over to this digital world as opposed to the real physical world, right? So even if some of the stuff that he's doing is
they're
not
actually just going from
true,
a fake
it's like
globe Earth,
but it's like
experience to this technocratic. I can see a list through my eyes kind of belief that hasn't happened yet. I'm just saying.
Right, but he's leading the charge towards that. And think about like even a magician.
500 years ago, they led the charge towards heliocentrism. I'm just trying to point out parallels, and instead of sidestepping it by kind of digging your heels in, think about what I'm saying.
If you as a person can decide that you want to be forever separated from God as a source, which is total separation in hell, and then I'm pretty sure you can also
decide, then therefore do imaginary things that I'll call.
No, listen. Therefore, you also have the free will to, I don't know, let your mind implant it in whatever it's going to be implanted in, or being converted in whatever way.
Yeah. You missed my. I'm pretty sure you missed the point of what I was trying to say about that not actually being capable from humans.
Why shouldn't
Like
be capable?
I get that's what you're saying.
If you can
And
decide where you're gonna end up eternally, why shouldn't you can decide what happens with your mind or something like that? What's the difference?
I said, I just laid out why I'm refuting what you're
By the
proposing.
way, they
It's
say it's
possible.
scientifically impossible. They say it's scientifically impossible as of now, like to fully upload consciousness or anything like that. Like they admit it's not even close to possible as of now. That they can't map out the neural pathways enough. I bet you they'll still get people to check the chip though.
I mean, they also tell you that they can't clone people, but I'm pretty sure that they clone people since a very long time.
Wait. Do you fully grasp how complex the brain's neural pathways are? They're insane. It's insane, bro. There's no way anyone will ever successfully fully upload someone's consciousness eternally. That's never. They can't map it out.
I would never say never.
Elon Musk, you can go watch what Neuralink says about their limitations. I think the point is a trickle work without even that. They'll just promise that's where they're working towards. So I don't know. There's no viability to me that humans don't get to determine eternal existence.
Yeah, but you decide.
Yeah, I just think you're attributing to them godlike abilities, and I'm saying, hey, these are kind
what godlike abilities?
Abilities, especially. And you're saying, well, I'm going to borrow from this story, right? This story where this is the narrative of what they're going to do, of what Elon Musk is here to do. I'm going to take from that narrative a portion of it, and if it's true, build some kind of understanding and talk about how it's unfavorable. What I'm saying is, for any of that to be possible is on godlike status. You would have to be able to tap into whatever creates, causes consciousness, houses consciousness, facilitates consciousness, and do that yourself. That is godlike. How do you not understand what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying, but who is the God of this kingdom? And also
God.
What
do you mean who? God is God.
No, Jesus said the God of this kingdom is Satan.
No, he said the prince of the earth, but dude, he's talking about overall consciousness.
I understand. Yes, I understand this, but look at this way. When you lose your body, okay, God is not going to send anyone into hell. You are going to decide your way, okay? So you had the decision before you left your flesh to either come to God and be eternally with him again, or you had the decision, your free will, to just say goodbye, I want to be totally separated eternally, and then you go that path.
Well, wait. Because I'm assuming you're talking. You can only be speaking of what we can glean from the scriptures. Like the people who are gone are already with him, waiting for judgment. They're already there with him. There's no they're gonna make a decision and then come back here, be put inside of a machine. None of that's happening.
I never said that.
Well, whatever it is you think that can be done with consciousness is not happening.
The only thing talking, I think he meant that you have a choice before you die.
No.
Yeah,
because what I'm saying is then that denies that your spirit returns to the creator then that just denies again scripture. And what justification are you doing this?
It only returns when you accept what the creator did for you. And then you can return.
That's not what the scripture says. Because if you're waiting for judgment but you're with him, then it doesn't matter what you did. Because you're with him until after everyone is ready to be judged.
But wait for the second death.
I just don't get where people get this extra biblical stuff that
There
makes
is
people
no.
like me, because it took a long time to get closer to scripture, because people just make shit up and then make up reason based on making shit up.
Hey, relax, man. I didn't make anything up. You're gonna be judged, and that's the second death. Okay? When you don't have
Yeah,
Jesus.
but you can't decide now before you die. Well, I don't even know if what uh Elbow said characterizes how you feel, but he basically just said, well, before you die, you can make a decision. As if before you die, you can decide what you can do or what someone else can do, or how you facilitate what happens with your consciousness, your spirit. That's a denial of what is said in the word, period.
You can decide two things. You can decide you want to go to hell, or you can decide to be with God eternally again. That's the two decisions that you have.
Look,
But you
okay,
need
what
to.
does that have? What does that have to do with before you die deciding to hold your conscience somewhere? Please, how is that married? Build that bridge for me, because I'm not talking about what you're talking about. I'm not even trying to argue that.
I don't understand what you're trying.
You're talking about consciousness and humans doing this, that, and the third with consciousness. Why? What is your justification for believing that this is possible? When I'm saying it's godlike status to be doing the things that you're claiming the humans are capable of doing,
You
or
mean
gonna be capable of doing.
you mean transferring consciousness? Oh, what are we talking about?
I like you, man. I forget it. I'm gonna disengage. I don't know.
No, I'm just trying. I want to answer you, but I'm not quite sure what you mean right now. Do you mean I say it's possible to transfer your consciousness by by saying yes, or
I think he's talking about your I think you're mixing two between trans saving consciousness somewhere else compared to where you die and you have a choice beforehand, right? Like having follow Christ, or you just lead astray and go to heaven. How are you making the two compare both of them equal?
I still don't get the question.
So I kind of brought up this topic, right?
It's your proposal. That's why I'm like, I don't know how to move forward from. You're proposing the thing you now don't understand.
So I kind of brought up the topic, and maybe I can just interject a little bit of clarification, right? When I said, their stated goal is to upload consciousness, right? That's kind of what these technocrats are putting forth. These transhumanists are selling you the same lie that was sold in the Garden of Eden, right? That you shall surely not die, meaning that you can upload your consciousness into something else and basically live forever in this AI utopia, right? Like we know that's not a possibility, but it's a deception that's sold to people. And to me, it's almost as if they're selling this idea in a way that gets you to buy into it, but really you're kind of selling your soul. Not saying that you will live this eternal life in this AI virtual reality. I don't know if that's necessarily possible, but it's a deception to people, kind of in the same way that, Adam and Eve were deceived, or at least Eve was deceived in the garden, right? Knowing good and evil, and ye shall surely not die. It's kind of the same thing, just rebranded in a different way. But it's pushing people towards this beast system, this electronic digital enslavement.
I mean, the beast is already here, I would say.
Yeah. No, I'm not necessarily saying that isn't taking place, right? But it's setting up a more cohesive way of controlling people, right? The beast is just refining the system of control over people.
Yeah, it's a fruition. Like it all works to that one point, I would say. Like since we're on this whole beast system, like we know that Christ said, no good tree can give bad fruit, and no bad tree can give good fruit. Like the beast, let's say the beast is a tree, right? This whole system that it's creating is the fruit. Like it's where it will end up, let's say.
I mean, there is. I mean, at the end, there is no fruit behind it, right? So the weeds that are dried up are going to be put into the fire, like the farmer who spread out the seeds. Some seeds fall at the ground and make good plants that bear good fruit, and others just dry up in the sun. And afterwards, the farmer needs to get them out of his field and put them into the oven, burn them because they had no fruit to begin with. And I think that's just, I mean, that's a very, very simplified and put down version of what is going to happen.
I mean, with the analogy of the vine, right? Christ did mention that there were multiple trees, if that makes sense.
Yes, we are part
Some will be
of
drafted
him.
in, and some, yeah.
I'm not my own anymore. I'm a tool for Christ, so to say. He can use me for whatever he intends me to be used for. So I do not own myself. I actually do not own anything. I don't even own this voice that I'm using right now to talk to you. It's all his.
Mm-hmm.
Not that I am Christ, I'm just a sinner who was forgiven, but, hopefully he can use me for whatever it is, spreading the word, whatever. That's how I see myself. But I'm definitely not my own.
So I would ask you, right?
Mm-hmm.
What is the tree of life?
Tree of life. I actually had an interesting dream about that, but dreams can be also deceptive and misleading. But I think the tree of life is ultimately the same thing I already said. That you're a part of that you're part of Christ's body, right? Once you're saved, you're gonna be a part of His body, and every part has its own function. So not every believer is going to do the same thing as the other one. One might be good at preaching, the other one might be good at, I don't know, understanding people in a certain way. I can't really explain it any other different way. But
I mean,
I'm not saying that I claim, huh?
Although that's not wrong, but it's still way too ambiguous.
Yeah, maybe way too simplified. Exactly.
The tree of life is everyone on this world right now.
Mm-hmm.
What? Where do you get that from?
I mean, the thing is, if you look at the parable that Christ gave, right? He is the true vine. He's the source of it all. So if you trace back every single generation of humans, right? Every single human is like a branch, right? And every branch, branches out into multiple branches. And if you go back, it'll all converge into one single point, eventually. And which is Christ, through who God created everything.
Sounds like there's a handful of people, maybe two, maybe three, maybe more, I don't know. But there's a biblical VC, guys. There's also a religion and spirituality VC.
Yeah, but by the way, I'm gonna end this with this. It says in Revelations 22 that there was when they was shown was shown the river of the water of life. There's also the tree of life was there, bearing 12 type of fruit. So there's yeah.
Yeah, it's metaphorical.
Is it?
Mm-hmm.
So you're saying the river of water of life is metaphorical? That was clear as crystal?
I mean,
Coming from the throne of God? Was that metaphorical?
I don't
Let's
want to
go to
dismiss
BC.
BC.
Yeah, let's go to the...
Yeah, let's go down to everyone who's interested. Let's go to biblical.
Alrighty then. So, back to way earlier, before all this garbage in the live stream voice text. The weird physics of upside down buoyancy. I just thought that was really interesting. They vibrate the chamber up vertically, I believe, on a vertical axis, up and down. And then that creates a pressure, a zone of pressure, I guess you would say, which allows the boat to float upside down on the bottom side of the water. Kind of neat. There, I'll repost the video in the chat. Just whoops, wrong thing. You don't want to do that. I'm about to cognize this guy again. Yeah, life. You can hear me talking. Again, if you're going to bring up...
I just want to know, like, what's the dome made out? Does anybody know?
Are you there?
Hello?
Are you assuming that anyone has gone there?
Oh, I'm here. Yeah, I'm in the VC.
No, are you assuming that anyone has gone to the container?
Yeah. You know how they release balloons up there? Like, isn't it going beyond the container?
No.
What you mean? What's the black stuff then?
Where light isn't shining.
Where light is not shining. How is that possible?
What do you mean? How is that possible?
Like, if you have a black room and you put light in, like, there's light shining everywhere.
Yep.
That makes no sense.
Sure it does. There's nothing to reflect off of.
Oh. Are you saying there's nothing up there then?
No.
What are you saying?
Again, you're asking questions that don't have answers. You're doing the same repeated thing. You're asking the questions that don't have answers.
But we sent balloons up there, right?
No.
What are you talking about? They have videos of balloons showing a flat plane. right?
Okay, so here we've sent there's balloons that have gone up, yes. You keep on saying up there, and the answer is no. Not up
Okay.
there.
How far can the balloons go then?
What? As
So
far as
the
they can
balloons
go.
Okay. So like the whole thing of like the spaceships.
You know they pop, right? You know the balloons pop.
Yeah, I know they pop. I don't know the height they pop.
Okay. Do you think why do you think they pop?
The pressure.
Okay. So why would you assume that those balloons have gone to a place such as the surface of a container?
I don't assume, but like that's just one example. Like you could do another thing that won't, like pop.
No.
Like something hard.
No.
Why? Why can't we do that?
You can learn for yourself why you can't make what you're talking about happen.
So why does this the black, like what we see in the videos, the black part exists if there's no material out there?
I'm not claiming to know what the material is or is not. I just can see what I see, that the light obviously isn't reflecting off of anything for you to be able to see anything. I'm not claiming to know what that substance is.
But it's contain is the container composed of material?
Yes, you need a physical containment for gas pressure to exist.
So why don't we see the light bouncing off there?
Because we can't go to where that is, and that is an assumptive question that assumes that we can't, even though there is evidence that points to there being times where we can, such as sundogs and other visual phenomenon that appear to possibly represent reflection off of a surface.
So basically, you're saying it's probably too far.
No, I'm saying it's further than we've been.
Okay, we don't know how far it is.
Repeat these words. Further than we have been. If you understand the words that came out of my mouth, further than we've been, then you would perfectly understand that we don't have knowledge of where that is.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, we don't know how far that is.
Obviously.
But you can try to know.
No.
Oh my god. I don't want to start the thing we did yesterday. I'm going to just mute myself.
Probably a good idea to do that, just because you're repeating the same problem of believing that you can do what has never been done and possibly cannot be done, and there's no evidence that it can be done in the first place, but you're still wanting to pretend like you can do the thing that there's no evidence that you could possibly do it in the first place. Weird flex.
There is evidence. There's evidence.
Prove it. What's your evidence that what you're talking about is plausible?
We've done air travel. Like, humans didn't know that they could do that. We've done it. You know, the airplanes.
Yeah. So the balloons that go up to 182,000 feet. Obviously not good enough. What's your evidence? What's your tangible evidence that anything exceeds that?
There's spaceships.
Tangible evidence.
Tangible, like something that is like you can touch, right?
Verifiable evidence that anything could exceed the 182,000 feet threshold. Yeah, because you just invoked spaceships, which are, a story. You're talking about those rockets that fly in a parabolic arch? LOL?
No, not those. Like the ones that like, it's like a rocket that goes straight up. But it doesn't like arc. It doesn't arc. It just goes. You just keep going straight up, and then it breaks piece by piece. The ones they show on the video.
Those fly in an arch. You've never seen them?
Yeah. I know how it flies in an arch. It's like it breaks piece by piece.
Okay, so you just said it flies straight up, but then you said also that it flies in an arch.
Yeah, no. The reason why you think it flies on the arch is because this rocket is breaking apart piece by piece, pushing the one at the top further and further.
No.
We know.
No, because it continues. There's somebody's posted a thing. That's not just no.
But wait. So how do you explain that they really think that there's the spinning ball? That's what they could say, right? That's spinning. That's why they need to do that. Hold on. What is this? Are you saying these are spaceship? These are rocket ships doing this arc?
Yes, those are all Cape Canaveral and other, takeoffs of alleged spaceships.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I know NASA tells a bunch of lies, but I really don't. I don't really watch their space. All I see is the countdown, and and they go into the sky. I don't see this I don't see a clear sky. I see a bunch of clouds. So how is these pictures even possible?
They were taken on clear days. Come on, man. What do you mean? How are they possible?
They actually are always on clear days. In fact, if even the most subtle amount of weather event whatsoever, they cancel the launch. They have to have, for whatever reason, they very much depend on doing it during clear weather events. I'm not saying no clouds at all ever. I'm just saying definitely not overcast. Unless there's evidence to the contrary, I've never seen that.
We first have to prove these images are real.
Bro, I'm going to mute you.
Bro,
Yeah,
bro, the last one looks fake. Do you not see the last one, bro?
Hey,
That shit looks fake.
I've personally gone and seen launches.
Okay, but there's NASA people that say that too. Let's not be hypocrites, bro.
What are you talking about? No, these pictures are not in contention from either side. You can go to Cape Canaveral and you can watch a launch. These are verifiable. They're falsifiable, right? Meaning you can go there and watch a launch and experience the same thing.
I've never went there, so I can't verify it.
You never went there, but you have the ability to. It's not like it's off limits, meaning this is a falsifiable claim.
What did
These
you
pictures.
do? You just go there?
Yeah. I live across the state from Cape Canaveral.
And you saw the art?
Yes.
Okay. What if they're saying, what if they say that the ship is breaking piece by piece, that's why you see the art? That's what they told me one time.
The ship is breaking piece by piece. That has nothing to do with the parabolic arc that it's taking. I think you're arguing. I think you were just trying to argue for argument's sake.
No. Can be successful or did they fail? Do they claim it's successful or fail?
They always claim that they're successful with very few exceptions, right? So we have like the Challenger incident, right?
Yeah, I don't know about the Challenger.
You familiar with that?
Yeah.
Okay, so when they're not successful, you definitely hear about it. And when I say successful, I mean the claim of being successful launches. What the endpoint is for these rockets, we don't know for sure, but there are definitely times where they will scrub launches when there appears to be no specific weather like incident that would cause them to scrub the launches. So it's very possible that there could be some sort of touchdown point and there may be people, boats, whatever, in a vicinity of where these rockets would be landing that causes them to scrub the launch until that area is cleared. The endpoint of these rockets is not verifiable, but you can go and watch the launch itself and you can see the parabolic arc. You can go online and you can watch home videos, hundreds of thousands of home videos of these things taking place.
They spend all this money just to make it fail.
Wow, bro.
Do you think this money that these people are acquiring is something that they work diligently for, right? It's not like they're entrepreneurs and own a business and put all of their money at risk. This is taxpayer money. You realize the government spends thousands of dollars for like a hammer because it's not their money. It's not acquired justly. So that's not an argument.
Oh. So they just purposely destroyed this for what? Like to lie to us, deceive us? That's the only thing.
I can't know the
Money doesn't
extent
matter.
of the deception because I'm not the one who's perpetuating it.
Okay. I just didn't know about the arcs. I didn't know about the arcs.
Yeah, but before simply condemning people who are showing you this evidence and condemning the evidence, it would behoove you to do a little bit of research into whether this actually takes place. Try to find videos, home videos, from people who have no reason to edit any footage or anything like that to verify that this takes place before simply condemning and trying to be combative and argumentative towards people who show you these pictures.
I was just being skeptical because they've lied to us about the moon landing, the Earth picture. So I'm just saying, like, what if these? That's what I was saying. Like, I wanted to also verify if these pictures aren't real. So I was agreeing with you at the start, even. So I get it. So are you saying these astronauts that are on the Challenger are alive?
I don't know, man. It appears as though they are. You're first making the assumption that the astronauts were on that rocket to begin with.
Oh, they claim like these people are on there. But how can we verify they were on there? Like without we can't see them on there. We don't know, so it might be false.
Correct.
Yeah. If anybody thinks I'm a glober, I'm not a glober. Okay, I'm just very skeptical. Ex-glober.
I understand, but you have to realize your skepticism should be met with or you should approach your skepticism with some sort of basis, right? And you're kind of coming at gospel for these pictures of the parabolic arc that's seen with every single launch over and over again. It's not even a point of contention from either side of globe or flat earth. It's what everybody experiences in reality.
Yeah, but I have to verify that first. So I'm going to be
Right.
looking at
So
next launches.
It would serve you well to try to investigate those images and the claim of rockets taking a parabolic arc when they're launched prior to condemning somebody who's putting forth that information. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
It's good to have healthy skepticism, but before you try to come at somebody or try to have an argument with somebody about the evidence that's put forth, you should generally go and do some research and have some basis of knowledge before you try to get into an argument with somebody about the validity of the images.
But Globers will do the same thing though. They'd show you an image of the Earth and they'd be like, oh, just go do some research. They won't prove that those images are real. That's what I was going at.
Right, but with images from the Globers, right, if you're talking about a full picture of Earth from space, right, if I was going to claim that that image is fake, I would want to have some sort of basis and understanding of my claim that that picture was created in Photoshop. Enter the research of Robert Simmons admitting that it is the case, right? So for me to just put forth that that image is fake without any sort of verifiable, citable evidence that it is fake, somebody's just going to have to believe me at face value. So you want to make sure that you have a basis to your argumentation.
Okay, I get it.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Because the next question out of somebody's mouth is typically going to be, well, how do you know those images are fake? Boom. Glad you asked. Let me show you the evidence, right?
Yeah.
It's not a baseless claim that that image is photoshopped if I can provide supporting evidence for that.
Yeah, I always get stuck at that point, so you kind of right. I should have had a basis and had evidence that it could have been fake. Hello? Follow? Can someone explain light refractions to me?
I mean, maybe that's something you want to go do a little bit of research into. And if you have questions about light refraction, maybe come back. Like I said, try to get a little bit more of a knowledge base. Otherwise, you're just going to take somebody's opinion about it, right?
Use the info in the server. There's text channels at the bottom of the server. Have a look.
Oh, you guys got everything. I forgot.
For me personally, right, I don't tend to understand something thoroughly until I delve into it on my own time and do my due diligence on my own, right? So in order for me to understand certain concepts, I do a lot of my own research and a lot of my own experimentation if necessary, right? In order to fully grasp these concepts.
Yeah, I had to do that for Flat Earth. I had to do that.
So the thing about Flat Earth, right? The thing about this whole entire topic is there's so many different facets to the conversation. There's many different topics of research, and it takes a very long time to gain that knowledge. And I find that I have a better understanding and can better explain things to others when I do my due diligence of researching that topic thoroughly on my own for myself, as opposed to just asking a question, getting an answer, and accepting it as truth. So it might be a good path of inquiry for you to, if you have a question about light refraction, refer to those areas within the server, go through that information, right? Really try to take it in. And if you have questions regarding that information, you come back and ask people.
And for the record, watching 3 YouTube videos is not research. You know, no matter how much people want that to be research, that's not research.
That's a start.
It's a start, yeah. Learning your ABCs is a start to reading. But learning your ABCs is not poetry. Learning your ABCs is not science. Learning your ABCs is not like knowledge as far as meaning and philosophy and all the other things that you can know once you are able to read words and have a lexicon of words in your mind and can interpret information. So watching YouTube videos, oftentimes people watch 5 minutes of a YouTube video and say, I did some research on that. No, you didn't. You watched probably already chewed bubble gum on a third or fourth or fifth degree level. Somebody's, interpretation of another person's interpretation of another person's interpretation of source material. Every now and then you'll find a YouTuber that's actually going to source material and it's only 1 degree removed. Read. Don't be afraid of reading. People, I don't have an attention span. Well, that's a muscle you need to develop then. Don't let your brain atrophy.
If it sounds like hard work, don't be put off because it's the information, the truth is definitely worth it.
Yeah.
If gospel bearers scaring you.
I'm not gonna lie, reading is boring. It's not even about the attention span.
Listen, that's an excuse
I'm talking about like
to
reading a
allow
book,
your
not
brain
like
to be atrophied. You're
no,
making
I'm talking,
excuses for your brain to be weak.
no. I'm talking about like the reading the chapter books. I can read anything else, but chapter books I just can't, man.
Okay, well, I'm not making subjective statements about different people's writings. I'm speaking in a more general sense.
Anybody can read. I mean, it's not hard.
That's not always true.
That's not true. You have at least 30% of people doesn't know to read.
The majority are read though.
Yeah, man, but you need to watch at least, I don't know. I still watching videos after 5 years. I watched, I don't know, 1,000, 2,000.
Yeah, I watched 100K. This is the thing I do. When I watch these type of videos, I just look into it after. Basically, it's like side research after the video. I take notes of things to look at, you know?
I've watched that 18 videos and there is everything, all.
Yeah, I'll watch them in the car ride.
But that's a lot, you know. It's like one video has 1.5 hours for sure. That means that you need to spend for sure 20, 30 hours of watching.
I mean, I'll be finished with all the videos by the end of the week.
But you don't need to finish in one day. Watch that, you know, one per doesn't matter, you know. But watch them, and then you will. Somebody else, read the books and everything, and there is everything about science, pseudoscience, about pressure, about everything.
Yeah, I'll read it in my free time after I finish my schoolwork.
So what are we arguing about, boys? What are we arguing about?
The Earth is flat.
Is it really, though?
Yes, I can prove it to you.
No, you can't.
So you know the physics of water, right?
Yes, I know fluid dynamics.
You know water always seeks and maintains level, right?
Oh, boy.
Yeah, it should.
You know, nowhere in nature will you find a circular object holding mass body of water while spinning 1,000 miles per hour.
You will find what?
Nowhere in nature will you find a spherical object. Like you can't do no experiment with a spherical object holding mass body of water. Rotating.
Yeah, if you like. What? What do you mean in nature? It's right here. We're living on it. Hello. I mean, in nature.
Okay,
Does it need to be like a plant? What are you saying?
I'm talking about
so hold on a second,
Can't
Live.
do
Hold
no
on.
experiment.
Live.
Hold on a second.
Yeah, you can't do an experiment because we don't have a hole big enough. What? Hello? You're like ignoring that gravity exists and how gravity works.
Gravity doesn't exist. I can disprove gravity.
Tony.
Let me disprove gravity.
Yeah, what's up, dude?
Life, can you chill for a second? Thank you. So, Tony, you say we're living on it, right? So you're presupposing the ball. So how do you have a measurement of curvature for the ball? Where was that obtained?
I mean, where was that obtained? It was obtained through thousands of years of scientific discovery.
Sure. Can you give me one person who has measured the rate of curvature of the Earth based on the current radius? Can you provide me one citation of somebody who has done this?
No, I'm currently driving, actually.
Okay, but you said we've had thousands of years of this, but you don't know of anybody who has ever measured the Earth to be a sphere.
You want me to start like name dropping people?
Go right ahead.
I'm not good with names, I'm good with concepts.
Yeah, go right ahead and let me know how they did it.
Anyways, I don't know how you think like half of the things on this planet exist if gravity is not real.
So
Tony,
now you're moving.
Why is there a pressure gradient? Why is there a pressure gradient? How about that? How we start with that?
Sure. So in order to have pressure, can you have gas pressure without a container?
Can you have gas pressure without a container? Yes.
Can you demonstrate that?
Yeah, it's called gravity.
So you can't use what you're trying to prove what you're trying to
Well,
prove.
just because it's too big for me to buy it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist, right?
So
I
in
can't go into
order
my Home
to
Depot and buy a
in order
scale
to
or
have
something.
gas pressure, you need to have containment. So to talk about a
Okay, and
gas
it's
pressure
being
gradient, you're talking
contained
about
by gravity.
how can gravity be a container?
Why is there a pressure gradient in a container from the bottom to the top? Why is there more
Well,
pressure at the bottom than there is at the top?
you're talking about delta X when we haven't even established delta.
No,
Okay?
I'm not talking about delta X. I'm talking about delta P. I'm talking about delta P. Delta little p.
Delta little p. The problem is you have to establish delta to begin with, right? So in order to have gas pressure, you need to demonstrate gas pressure without a container to put forth the claim that gases can be contained without.
Yeah.
What?
He slipped up there by saying in a container, how can you have the high pressure at the bottom? We're asking you pressure without containment. So it's the P value.
Pressure
Before
without
we start
containment?
talking about the change in pressure, let's establish how we get pressure, P. How do you get pressure? Do you need something to contain it? And then you can increase the amount inside of the contained volume. And therefore, if volume remains static, the pressure can go up or down. You understand that, right?
I'm not quite sure what you're trying to get at.
Or you're not
I'm
willing
asking an
to.
establishing
You should
question.
really look at the
Simple question.
PGH.
It's a very simple question. How does pressure go up?
How does pressure go up? You have more of the what do you want to call it? Yeah, substance
Let's say
in the
substance.
given volume.
In the given volume. And that's what I asked you.
Yep.
So I said, if the volume, which is the container, if that remains static, we can put more of the substance in the container and increase the pressure. So before we get to the pressure discussion, we need the container, we need the defined volume to be able to then progress the discussion. Okay, can you demonstrate pressure without containment?
You are not staying in your lane and it's spooking me out. Thank you. Here, hold up. I'm on a sketchy road. Anyways, you don't have to believe that gravity exists, but
why you
No, we're not. We're talking gravity. We're just talking container.
Why you have to believe?
No. Say gravity does exist. Let's talk about this on a conceptual level.
Tony, question.
Can you stop
Tony,
talking over me?
yeah,
Hey.
you said you need to believe. I'm asking why you need to believe.
When did I say that?
You said we need to believe in gravity.
Can I like make my point without you yelling over me?
Am I yelling?
Yeah, you were.
I am yelling. Is this yelling?
You were. Tony, you need to believe, Tony.
Are you okay now? That did I hurt you?
What? No, I'm just saying I was trying to make a point. You're like yelling over me.
Did I do that 1 minute ago?
I think. I don't know.
So aside from the feelings, go ahead and make your point, Tony.
Anyways, I'm saying that you don't have to believe gravity exists, right? But if there is a pulling, so say you have a circle, right? And say you have a pulling force, right?
But we don't have
that circle pulls things towards its center. No.
But we don't have.
I'm saying you do.
But we don't have.
This is just for the sake of discussion, right?
No, it's not for the sake. We need some concrete stuff.
You're yelling over me and you're saying completely
No, I'm telling you. I'm only telling you. Sorry,
you're failing to hear my point.
No,
you're failing to hear my point.
Sorry, my voice.
And you're just ignoring it because you might have to think that gravity exists for a second.
But you said let's imagine the force. Let's imagine something else. Let's not imagine. Let's say what it is.
You go.
I'm making pose also.
So, Tony, are you under the impression that gravity is a force?
It depends on what we're talking about. We can talk about relativity, but that's going to waste a fuck ton of time. For everything that we're talking about right now, Newton's gravity is going to be completely fine.
So what experiment proves mass attracting mass? And can you?
And I don't want to
you
hear this debate because it's completely.
Are you ignoring Einstein? Are you ignoring Einstein?
Tony, you're breaking up a lot, Tony. So we didn't hear a lot of that. But if you don't want
Yeah,
to
I'm in an
entertain
area of
or actually,
interception. I'll be out in a sec.
so if
Can you hear me right now?
Yeah, I can hear you. So if you don't want to actually prove what you're saying through experimentation, why do we care about your philosophical
I'm
stories?
this on a conceptual level. I'm asking you to think about it on a conceptual level. So I'm
you want
saying,
to talk about
say we have a circle.
and claim it to be
What do you mean
science.
pseudoscience? No, I'm saying this on a conceptual level.
So conceptually, this may be able to take place, but in reality, it doesn't take place. So if you're not equating your concepts to reality, then what you're perpetuating is pseudoscience, meaning it's not backed up by experimentation. But then you're trying to claim that it's science.
What do you mean?
So
what?
Your claim
That's not what
is
pseudoscience is. What?
so.
I'm
What
asking you to
scientific
try to
experiment?
understand something on a conceptual level. Are you gonna use the crosswalk?
I don't care about your conceptual ideas of what you believe gravity is.
Well, I'm asking, I want you to understand that if gravity is real, yes, we can have pressure without a defined container. We don't need a bottle to have pressure, right?
If gravity is real, so what is the experiment that proves what your idea of gravity is?
What is the experiment that proves that all of physics is wrong and you're suddenly right?
Why are you not answering the question? You're just diverting. So I'll
Why
ask
is
it
there
again.
more pressure
I will
at the
ask it
bottom of a
again.
container than
Tony,
there is
Tony,
at
you need.
Please.
My grandfather always said you can't learn anything by talking, right? And if you're not going to answer the question, we're not going to be able to move forward with the conversation.
What is your question? What's your question?
and put it in your mouth.
So, what experiment has been done to prove your conceptual idea of gravity?
So, do we agree that things accelerate towards the ground, or not?
We
Not
are
accelerate.
not going to go through this.
What do you mean? We're not going to go through this. We don't need to know. Okay, I don't need you to concede that like gravity exists, but can you at least concede that like G is equal to 9.8?
What experiment has been done to prove? No, 9.8 is agreed upon average in a fucking vacuum. It's medium specific. Okay. So what does 9.8 meters per second prove other than you've measured the velocity of something?
Okay, so things are pulled towards the ground, right? Gas is pulled towards the ground, right?
No, helium. Yes. So a helium balloon is pulled towards the ground.
Helium does not float in a vacuum. It doesn't. I'm sorry.
Where is the vacuum?
What are you talking about?
Where's the vacuum?
Helium is not going to float in a vacuum. The only reason helium floats is because of buoyancy.
We're not in a vacuum, so that explains.
What? Helium floats because of buoyancy. Hello.
Exactly. Density and buoyancy pretty much explains everything you're going to try to equate
greater
to.
than the force of gravity.
Are you familiar with
given
specific
medium.
gravity? Are you familiar with specific gravity,
with
relative
specific
density?
gravity.
And relative density.
Is that
Can you
something you guys
explain it
made
to me?
up, or is that like an actual concept?
So you're not familiar with specific gravity?
Because I hear you guys say relative density instead of gravity, but relative density doesn't actually mean anything because buoyancy is not a downward acting force. Gravity is a downward acting force. Buoyancy is an upward acting force.
So is buoyancy anti-gravity?
Is buoyancy anti-gravity? No, buoyancy is anti the medium that you're in.
So things falling downwards due to the fact that they are denser than the medium below them has what is that proving?
What do you mean?
Other than it's more dense.
What is that proving? It's proving that there's gravity. There's still buoyancy. I hope you understand that. Like buoyancy still exists and still affects
Correct.
those objects, but they're also being pulled down by gravity.
Specific
What does that
gravity.
mean? No, it's like you can draw a free body diagram. There's still a force of buoyancy acting
So
on
let me
the
give
object,
you an
but there's
example.
also
Let me
gravity.
give you an example.
Buoyancy is still acting upwards.
So let me give you an example. I have an apple and I drop it and it falls and it lands in my pool, right? So when I drop it, it's denser than the air, right? Which is why it falls down. When it hits my pool, it is less dense than the water, so it floats. Now, if I take that apple to the bottom of my pool and I release it, it moves upward.
Okay.
What have we changed within this equation? The density of the apple has remained the same. We've only changed the density of the medium.
Of the apple. What?
We've changed the density of the medium.
In the given medium.
We didn't change the density of the apple. The density of the apple has remained the same.
What do you think that changes?
The density of the medium in which it is being dropped.
I don't
right?
think displacing a medium makes you move downwards. I don't really think that's how that works, does it?
That's why relative density
how would that make
or
any
special
fucking
gravity
sense? How would that make any
is
sense?
important. Relative, because it's your relative position. If you place the apple at the bottom of a swimming pool, its relative position is that it wants to go upward to reach its equilibrium point. When you drop the apple through air, it wants to move downward to reach its equilibrium point. The apple is a constant.
But you know the apple is still
the
buoyant
apple is
in
a
the air,
constant.
right? You know the apple is still buoyant.
No, incorrect.
Actually, yes, it is. Can you send me your equation to calculate buoyancy?
We
Because
just
unless
proved
you're
it
using
through
some kind of weird
demonstration.
different buoyancy equation, that's not how buoyancy works, dude.
You can prove it through demonstration. You can do this yourself.
Yeah, I know I can do it myself, but what? But you're attributing the wrong things to what you're actually observing. And then you're refusing to actually recognize the forces that are acting.
What forces are acting upon that apple?
It's still buoyant in the air. It's just buoyancy doesn't necessarily mean it's moving up. It just means there is a upward acting force.
Gravity and levity.
Like until you are a infinitely small, infinitely dense point, you will still have buoyancy acting on you. You got that? You can't just throw out the word density and have it like suddenly explain all the shortcomings of your current model.
What shortcomings then, Tony? What shortcomings? Because you haven't provided any demonstration or experiment that proves your beloved magical gravity. Nothing, right?
What do you mean?
Neil deGrasse, even your most beloved Neil deGrasse Tyson will tell you he doesn't know.
Oh, Neil
What
deGrasse
is
Tyson,
gravity?
my favorite pop scientist. scientist,
Yeah.
my favorite pop scientist.
Right. So is he allowed to tell lies then on national television?
I don't know what Neil deGrasse Tyson is saying. I don't keep up with him.
Oh, he's saying that he doesn't know what gravity is.
He's not my idol. I don't know why you're pretending he's my idol.
But the rest of the academia will tell you the same, that they don't know what it is. There is no cause of it, right? So you can
What do you
claim
mean? They do know what it is.
No, they don't.
Well,
It's an
actually,
hypothesis.
they don't. It's a theory. It's a theory. I will say that Einstein's theory. It's his theory of relativity.
Right.
Sure.
Never been proven, right? Never. You've
Never
conceded
been
that.
proven.
No.
I mean, it's like we can't prove this is necessarily why it happens, but we can say, hey, all these equations and all these numbers, they work, right?
Yeah. So
Cool
math
story.
is a language, right? It doesn't create anything. I can
The
conjure
only
up.
way you can make things work
Listen.
under your model is if you just deny things.
I don't have a model, right? It is your model that is in contention. You are claiming that bendy space-time makes stuff fall down. That is what you are claiming. Okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So falsification is independent of replacement, right?
Falsification is independent of replacement. I mean, you're suggesting that a buoyant force, an upward acting force, is the force that brings things down, and I'm telling you that's not right.
That's a straw man. I never had the word buoyancy in my mouth.
That's what has been told to me by like 10 different people.
I don't care what people tell you, right? The point here is how can you prove that what you are
Why do things accelerate downwards then? Why do things accelerate downwards? Tell me.
That is the way things happen, right? Why do things go from
it's
cold
the magic pixies, the magic pink pixies that move things downwards at 9.8 meters per second squared towards the center of the Earth.
There is no center of the Earth. You haven't provided any measurement of curvature, right? So the problem here is it could be magical pixies, right? If those were scientifically validated, of course, could be invisible unicorns on my shoulder.
Roger, don't say curvature, because that's the last thing he wants to talk about. Because that was the first thing he was asked, and it's the thing he wants to distract from the most. So don't hurt his feelings and bring up curvature, which would actually prove you live on a fucking ball, right? Hey, you know all this bullshit that you're talking about all this time? This gravity nonsense, all this crap, we don't have to talk about any of that. All you have to do is prove curvature, and we don't have to talk about anything else. Because you think you live on a ball. A ball requires curvature. And that's the one thing you don't want to talk about, right?
When I go higher up, why does it go further away? Why can I see further?
Do you realize that happens on the
kids
flat
can
plane,
answer
right?
that question, right?
You realize that happens what?
Yeah.
Are you a son of Professor Dave? I don't know. You sound like
Why
him.
can I? Why are there pictures of a plane above the clouds and you see the sun?
Why are there this? Why are there that? We were just asking you where's the curve? Where's the measured curve, buddy?
How could I ever see the sun underneath the clouds if
look, another distraction. Where's the curve?
What do you mean? Where's the curve? Can you care to
you got any more distractions?
Prove the curvature of the Earth.
Why are there photos of the sun being underneath
the sun?
Oh God!
Please explain
All right,
that.
now he done lost his mind.
How have I lost my mind?
Photos.
Yo, all you gotta do is just prove the curvature of the Earth, my guy.
Play it at the right time of day and you'll see it. So,
I suggest you try to stick to one question before you move on to the next question.
You say curve is based on the time of day.
Are you in any type of
the
special?
curve is based on the time of day. No, I'm saying that the sun could literally never be there.
Too many people at
The Earth
once.
was
Keep it
flat.
to one moderator. Let's get him on track because he's scared to death. So let's get back on track.
Yeah, so curvature, right? Do you agree that the ball Earth has a radius of 3959?
3959. Let me double check. I know the circumference is like 25,000 miles. I don't remember the radius. I think
Yeah, the radius would be
it's like
3959.
3959 point something. Yeah. I think it's that.
Right. So do you know where the maximum distance of the horizon must be when you're at a observer height of 1 foot?
I would have to like fucking bust out a calculator.
Would you believe me if I told you it would be 1.225 miles?
1.225 miles? At the observer height of 1 foot?
Yes, 1.225 miles.
That might be right.
It is correct. You think I'm making that stuff up?
For a 1 foot observer
I don't know
height.
about 1 foot.
1 foot, 1.225 miles.
Yeah.
Yeah, that might be right.
Might be right. Yeah. So if we had
it seems about right to me.
it is the geometry of a ball Earth with a radius of 3959. This is something you will have to accept if you believe.
Okay. I mean, it's not really something I have to accept. That's kind of just like calculus.
Right, exactly. It's the math, right? So the leading edge of your ball would be at 1.225 miles from a 1 foot observer height.
Globe calculus.
Probably.
Right. So what if we observe horizons 10 times further than that at that observer height?
From 1 foot? That doesn't sound right.
Correct.
I don't think you're seeing 10 times further than that at that observer height.
Well, we do.
Yeah, probably further.
And the problem with that is
If
that
we
it means
provided you the photo that you asked, you said you believe in photos. So if we provided you a photo of that,
Yeah, show me the photo.
that?
But the problem
there
is
you go.
that observation height also doesn't calculate, like there's a mirage effect, there's atmospheric refraction, there's regular refraction.
Where is mirage?
Regular
Right.
refraction.
That's not made up. You can literally see it. You can literally see it. You can see the mirage effect.
What the
Have
hell
you
is
ever
regular
seen a boat floating above a
Do
water?
you know what is mirage?
Water. Have you ever seen that?
Do you know what is mirage effect?
Hmm?
Do you know what is
Have you ever
mirage?
seen a boat floating above the water? Have you ever seen that?
That's not what a
That's
mirage
not a mirage. That's looming.
Looming guy. Come.
Yeah.
That's Fatana
What?
Morgana, you bastard.
Yeah. It's a
Are you
refraction
surprised
type.
we know more than
Looming.
you about your own stuff? Are you surprised?
I'm pretty sure that's the mirage.
Oh my god.
I may be wrong. I may be wrong.
would it be an inferior or superior mirage that you're talking about?
Well,
or are you talking about Fata Morgana?
It sounds like he
I don't
was
know. I just
referring
know it's one of the visual phenomenon.
to looming.
Maybe it's better sometimes to not speak
Whatever.
about something what you don't know. Maybe that's better. I don't know. Suggestion.
Yeah, superior mirage. Superior mirage. It is mirage.
It is not mirage.
Fata Morgana is mirage.
No, I'm telling you that's what's happening. That we see 10 times further. That is not mirage.
Correct.
Okay, well let's see it. Let's see it.
The black swan.
It's
You
about
see the picture with the oil rigs?
Look at this. Do you see the problem? Do I see the problem?
Yeah, do you see the
You see
pictures
the
with
problem
the
in
oil
the picture that I
rigs?
see. He's looking at the picture I sent him.
Are you?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's sending me pictures in DMs as well as their shit in voice chat text.
He's talking. Sasha's talking about the one on the voice text, I think.
I mean, you look at that. You can literally see how like distorted it is, dude. What?
Can I ask
We're
you a
not
question?
talking about.
That's
where
what
is-
the
where is-
do you think that's what the oil rig looks
listen,
like?
Listen,
Do you think that's what it looks like?
this question. This is beautiful question. Where is the horizon?
It literally looks like somebody took the like Photoshop liquify tool all over it. That is not like you
my
just
God.
like visually
That's
seeing
photo
it.
from the video,
That's not
man.
you visually seeing
Man,
it,
that's
dude.
that's photo from video. Now tell me.
Yeah, I know. I'm not saying it's Photoshop. I'm saying it's
Yeah, but
distorted
tell me-
because it's like
Yeah,
refraction.
great, but tell me where is horizon?
What do you mean? Where is horizon?
Is it in front of oil rigs or behind oil rigs, or there somewhere
Is
or
it in
whatever?
front of oil rigs or behind oil? I don't know. I can't really tell because I don't have like a
Really? Like, I can ask 10-year-old child now, and the child will answer immediately. Where is the horizon?
I can't tell where the horizon is there, dude.
Okay, great. Thank you. I think that was enough for him, guys.
You're saying the horizon in that picture. The horizon is in.
Are you
that
telling us that
picture,
you cannot see horizon on that picture? Are you telling us that?
I mean, it's kind of like low res.
It's not low
It's hard
res.
to tell horizon when there's
that
like no
picture.
texture.
Listen. Mic check. Do you hear me?
Yeah. What's up?
Yeah. So that picture is a still shot.
I want to know who
You guys are all
else
talking over each other.
Yeah, who else doesn't see horizon in this picture? I want to. He doesn't
Yeah,
see. Who else?
Sasha. He was claiming that the picture is a low quality picture, but I want to actually give him the technical details about the picture. That picture is a still shot image from a video, zoom in video with a camera Nikon P900. It is one of the most advanced technological video cameras, commercial video cameras. They are for professionals. Actually, they are recommended for professional photographers and
Which
video
camera did you say?
recorders. Nikon P900. Yeah. So you're
Oh, I've seen
saying
these.
that the worst picture in the world is taken with a Nikon
Well, I mean,
P900.
there's like JPEG
Well,
compression, dude.
that there, what you see, it's a 80x zoom in.
Doesn't matter icon. Who cannot see horizon of that picture? I want to know from now how many people is inside. Who cannot
He
see?
can't see. Listen, he cannot see it, guys.
Oh,
Listen,
I don't know
cannot
where the
see it when
cutoff
his
point
eyes are
is.
closed. Yeah, he's not going to be able to tell you
Because
where it is,
I
guys.
can see
Glovers can't
like
see
two
it. Sorry.
cutoff points. There's like
Yeah, Tony, you can't
there's
see
like
it, right?
where
Tony, you can't see it. It's okay, buddy.
Well, I don't know
Tony,
which
it's
one
okay.
is the horizon.
You're gonna
I don't
listen,
know which one is
Tony.
the horizon.
Tony, it's
Which
okay,
one
buddy.
is the
No matter what
horizon?
we show you, Tony, you won't be able to see it.
Very simply, can you define the horizon?
What? Can I define the horizon?
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't know. There's not like a scientific definition of the horizon, is there?
Yes, there is.
It's just like the last thing.
You're saying there's
farthest
no
thing we can see.
definition of horizon. Are you serious?
I would say the horizon is the furthest point you can see from where you are.
No.
Let me help you out. It's the apparent location where the sky appears to meet the ground. Okay? Very simple definition for you. Now, you're saying that when you look in this picture, that you can't see the place where the sky appears to meet the ground? Is that what you're saying?
I can kind of see it. It's like it like fades into it though. It's not like a solid cutoff.
Yeah.
It's not a solid line that you could see in the picture.
Who has the same feeling that it has that fade thing? I'm asking the same question. Who cannot see the horizon apart you?
I mean, but the problem is with this picture, it's like if you look at the oil rigs, is that what an oil rig looks like? Is that what an oil rig looks like?
Man, listen to the honesty. Everybody can see the horizon except you. How is that possible?
What do you mean, how is that possible?
Do you have problems with eyes?
I mean, just look at this though.
Yeah, if you show that to some child, they will tell you immediately.
I can't send images. Unfortunate. That's unfortunate.
But you are honest. You cannot see the horizon.
He doesn't trust his own
I'm
eyes. That's
honest,
what he's
I
saying.
cannot see the horizon. No, I just don't trust because I mean this
Guys,
photo's just like low
can I just quickly?
res.
It might be
It's like
helpful if
low res.
just
It's low
quickly
res.
explain to him why the
I just don't
distortion is.
trust reality.
Hold on, because he's going to keep going on about the distortion, and I would just like to quickly explain why the distortion is
Yeah, why
actually
is it distorted? Tell
completely
me that.
irrelevant, if you don't mind. So the thing is, the horizon on one hand is claimed to be an apparent location, and on the other hand, they claim it's a physical obstruction, right? It's physically hiding the bottom of stuff, whatever. But they do say it's at the geometric location, which I think Roger covered earlier, distance to horizon based on observer height. So the problem is when we're seeing the horizon behind something that we know is a fixed distance away, this would be the equivalent of like us standing on a hot road, like a mile away from each other. We can see each other. Then I start building a wall in front of me, and now you can't see me anymore. And now refraction is happening, right? There are mirages on that hot road, and now you see the wall behind me. Right? That's nonsense, right? That can't happen. It would mean that the light from me, which is behind the wall, is reaching you sooner than the light from the wall itself, which would be further away, right? That doesn't make any sense. So yeah, sure, of course, there's going to be refraction, and they actually admit that there are random effects in the air, which is why they don't have a predictive model, right? They can't you can't go tell the conditions from just looking at the image. You see, oh, there's this amount of distortion, therefore the temperature would have had to been that. They can't do that, right? So obviously there are going to be days where you can make different observations, but the problem with the black swan image is like, sure, okay, the oil rigs are distorted, cool,
Also,
but if
I don't
things
know
are
if
being
that's
distorted, if the light is bending
9.41
upwards
miles.
or
I don't know about
downwards,
that.
then it would mean one of two things, right? It would mean that the rigs would appear to be higher or lower, or maybe you would see the horizon appear to be higher or lower. That's generally what happens in mirages. But what we're seeing is that the physical
okay, so
obstruction
look
that's
at
supposed to
the
be
image real
well in
quick.
front of both of the oil rigs is actually appearing behind it. That just doesn't make any sense. So
Just look
then
at the
when
image
you
real
get
quick,
into how
though.
the
Look at the
camera
image real
sensor
quick.
works, like if the camera takes a picture, it basically captures an image of all the light that's reaching the camera at that point in time, right? It's like simply
Yeah, are
put.
you gonna look at the picture though?
But the problem
You
is
see how
that
there's like
the light,
no,
but for the rigs to appear in front of the horizon in the camera would mean that the light from those rigs, the furthest one is 9.4 miles, is reaching the camera before the light from the horizon, which is at 1.2 miles away. But that doesn't
Yeah,
happen, right?
what? That would
Refraction
still
doesn't
happen if
change the
refraction
speed
was.
of which
What
light
does that
propagates
mean?
to the
Yes,
medium
of
like
course,
that.
the light further away is going to take longer to reach the camera. Yes.
Right, exactly. So why is the rig appearing in front of the horizon? This is the problem.
What do you mean? Why is the
Like,
rig
sure,
appearing in
there's
front of the
distortion, but the
horizon?
distortion can't plane away the
Yeah.
reversal
Okay,
of the
look at the
physical
image though. Look at
obstruction.
the image
So
though. Look at the image. You see how there's a you see the dark blue line, and then how that cuts off into the lighter blue ocean.
Tony,
Man,
pay
that
I'm
is on
trying to
video.
explain this, dude. You just keep
That's
cutting
on
me off. You
video.
keep cutting me off.
you don't know what you're talking about,
I'm
Tony. That's
trying to
why.
explain how
We're gonna
there's
answer you.
two
We're gonna ask you.
horizons in this image.
I'm gonna ask you a simple question: is the rig there or is it not there? Are you seeing an
Is it
apparition?
there?
Is it there? In your view, in that picture, is it actually there?
Like is it like there? Like if they
Yes.
pointed a laser
So
beam at it, would it hit it? No.
if I threw a rock at it,
Can
would it
I
hit it?
see the video? Can I see the video that this came
Somebody show
from?
this idiot the video, please.
I would love to see the video.
So lasers, right? Lasers, awesome stuff.
And the
Yeah.
laser measurements are not right either.
The question is it
are not
there or
right.
not? This is what we're trying to get you to understand. Is it there or not? You're saying it's an apparition, it's a mirage, so it's not really there. So you're looking at something that's behind a wall.
I'm not saying
Basically,
it's a mirage. I'm saying it's atmospheric refraction.
so you're looking at something that's behind a wall of water. Is what you're saying. That's what you're saying. You're seeing something that's behind a wall of water. That's what you're saying. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
You get that?
how
Okay,
about this?
so that sounds crazy, doesn't it?
No.
No, that doesn't sound crazy. You tell me 10 miles away, I'm seeing something 10 miles away that's behind a wall of water, but I'm seeing it.
Yeah.
He doesn't even sound convinced of
I mean,
himself.
if you like don't understand how like how like refraction works. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
explain.
okay, thank you.
Explain it to us how refraction works. Then explain.
How about
You're
this?
such
Give
a-
us one real life example that you know of refraction.
Professor Tony, go ahead.
Who said
Hold
that?
up.
That's funny.
What's an example of refraction?
What's an example of refraction?
The oil
Sure.
rig, right?
Where have you ever observed this to be happening?
Have I ever observed it to be happening?
Right. Have you ever observed light refracting in any manner, in some way, whatever?
I mean, yeah, I've observed electromagnetic waves refracting. Yeah, I mean, like I fuck with radio, so I see it quite often.
Which electromagnetic waves?
Radio waves, which have the
Radio
same
waves.
properties as light.
You saw radio waves refracting? Can you show us?
What? You can like, there's like a calculation you can do to like bounce them off the atmosphere.
Calculation. No,
Oh, the
you said you
imagination,
saw
Tony.
it. You
We're
said
back
you
to the
saw it.
imagination. Tony, we're gonna stick with imagination, or do you
I
have
mean,
anything
you
actually
guys can
concrete?
try using like radio over distance where it like shouldn't work.
Tony,
and it
do you
won't work.
believe in radio, Tony? Do you have to see it to believe it?
Do
Tony?
I
Or do
believe
you
in
believe it 'cause
radio?
of
Yes, I
TV?
believe in radio.
Well, have you heard of
Yes, I
Marconi's
believe
You don't know
in
what
radio.
the radio is.
How do you know it's really there? How do you know your eyes aren't fooling yourself and it's actually refraction, Tony? How do you know they're really radios?
What the fuck does that mean?
Tony,
Oh my gosh, I'm so
Tony,
sorry. Let me get my
Tony.
purse and find out. Yeah.
Tony,
Just because
Tony.
visible light, I can't see it like visible light doesn't mean I
You've
can't
been
Tony.
spiraling
notice the
for an hour.
properties
I'll be
of it.
quiet. It's fine. You've been spiraling for an
hold on,
hour.
can I say something real
Guys.
quick, man? You guys
Have I
are
really
first of all,
Please, please go.
Go
everybody
ahead,
is
Indio.
talking.
Have I really
Everybody's
though?
talking over each. Shut the fuck up. Everybody's talking over each other, like everybody. So it's hard to listen to. But besides that, you're confusing reflection with refraction. So do you want to try again?
Mm-hmm.
You're confusing reflection with refraction. Do you want to try again?
Oh yeah, my bad.
Yeah, so you never
I mean,
observed it.
you
said you
can
observed.
see it right there. That is refraction. Like there's atmospheric distortion.
Okay, so that's turbulence. Okay, that's not reflection. Refraction.
Turbulence.
Turbulence. Moving air distorts light.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Moving air distorts light, called Fresnel drag.
Mm-hmm.
So you've never actually observed this. You're just saying shit. Indio, he didn't know what a horizon was, so that's where you start. Oh, he's trying to play dumb too on top of it.
He said there were multiple, possibly.
No, I mean, if you look at the image, you see the dark blue cutoff into the lighter blue. Like, what is that? Is that just
What
there?
does that
Is
mean?
that there?
Is that the horizon?
What does that
Didn't we go
mean?
through the definition of the horizon?
Didn't we go through the definition of the horizon?
Yeah.
Where the sky
I'm not
is beneath the
saying,
ground,
I'm not using the
Tony.
traditional definition of horizon, but there's multiple cutoff points, is what I'm saying.
No, that's loss
Traditional
of
definition.
resolution.
Okay.
So you're basically making shit up. Okay, so let's have a conversation
I'm
with
basically
someone that
making
makes
shit
shit
up,
up.
no?
Yeah, if it's your personal definition, you're making shit up.
What do you mean, my definition?
You
No,
said
I'm
it's
saying that there's multiple
non-traditional.
cutoff points.
We're talking about where the land appears to meet the sky.
I mean, I would think calling the Earth flat would be non-traditional.
Okay, so now you're trying to change the subject. All these little gimmicks aren't going to work. Bro, like try they're to
Oh,
not focus,
oh,
going to work. man. They're really not.
Little gimmicks, little
They're
gimmicks.
gimmicks. They're rhetorical
Remember how this was
gimmicks.
all
You're trying to
deflection from telling
change
me
the
how things go
subject.
down?
Deflect. Say that
I
again?
still want to talk about how things go down. I still would like to talk about that.
Yeah, do you purport to know the cause of that? Are you saying you know the causal mechanism?
Yeah, it's gravity.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
So
gravity.
gravity's the cause, or is it the effect?
Yeah.
So how do we test this gravity causal
It's the
mechanism?
effect, but you deny the effect in general.
Don't
So
say what I do or what we deny the effect. So we deny things fall.
yeah, you
You're
do.
a liar.
You're a
You also
liar.
deny
First
Blaze
he said it
Team.
was a cause, then he changed it to an effect.
See, that always traps them. That's why I ask it. So I asked that question because you get trapped in your own
Well, we have a pretty good theory as to the cause that like works in situations, and I mean,
yeah, that's a description.
it's
not
like
a theory. It's a model.
I mean, it's a model that works. What?
So what?
Do you think it's fair if we have a
Epicycles work to
model
predict
and
the orbit
it
of
is the thing that most accurately represents things that we can readily observe, that it is the
No,
most
it
accurate
isn't.
model,
No,
and
it
we should
isn't.
refer to it as
No,
such?
it isn't.
Yes, it is.
No, it isn't.
Okay.
So the most accurate model for predicting orbits is the epicycle model. The most accurate orbit for predicting so-called gravity is the general relativity theory. So what are you talking about?
Mm-hmm.
What's
going on with the car?
You're just like going through like a monkey, dude. You're just spazzing, just chucking out words.
No, sorry, I paused there because my car was idling strangely. I'm gonna.
You're not even capable to make an argument.
He wouldn't know the definitions of the words in his argument.
Yeah.
Okay, so all those things,
literate.
all those things are like derivative things of the central thing. The central thing is the geometric claim that the Earth is a ball. It's a geometric claim, a shape. It's a geometric figure. So do you have any evidence of that?
Do I have any evidence of that?
Of the geometric figure being a sphere or ovoid spheroid or any of that shit?
I mean, what is the point of that if you guys don't believe in like gravity?
Because they're not. Listen, gravity works on a flat Earth anyway, so that's an irrelevant question.
You said what? You just told me that gravity works on a flat Earth.
Yeah.
Okay, where's the center of gravity on a flat Earth?
The theory of gravity isn't the center of gravity. It has nothing to do with the center of gravity.
And what am I being attracted towards? Down? No.
Okay, so the universal theory of gravitation is that every particle attracts.
I can't hear you. There's wind.
Yeah, hold on. I gotta get out of the wind. I'm in a bad spot. Give me 1 second. I think that's better.
Yeah, it's better.
So the universal theory of gravitation is not everything gets pulled to the center. It's not the theory. Theory is every particle attracts every other particle inversely proportional to the square of the distance.
Yeah, towards the center.
No,
I mean,
it's not the
it should be
center.
attracted
Every
towards the
particle
center.
attracts every other
There should be a
particle.
center that you are attracted to.
No. What if you have a pretzel? Where's the center of a pretzel?
What do you mean? Where's the center of a pretzel?
Exactly.
You take.
But if I had a
every
pretzel,
point,
does a pretzel
every
feel
point on
gravity?
the pretzel, and then you average it out, and that's your center.
Not how it works. Number one.
How it works.
So you know that the gravitational center of the Earth is not the center of the Earth.
It might be a little offset. It's the center of the mass of the Earth.
It's a lot offset. It's 1,000 miles under the surface.
1,000 miles under the surface.
1,000 miles is the Earth Moon Berry center. It's where everything should be pulled to.
That doesn't sound right.
Yeah, well, you can Google it because that is your alma mater. Look up Earth Moon Berry Center, 1,000 miles under the surface. That's the center of gravity. That's where everything should get pulled to. That center that you're looking for, that's where everything should be going. But we don't observe that for some reason. I wonder why.
We
don't observe that. We don't observe that. And another thing, Newtonian gravity does not predict a bunch of particles form a sphere in the first place.
Kilometers away from the center of the Earth in the direction of the moon.
What did you say?
What?
1,000. What did you say? 1,040? The location: Earth, Moon, Berry Center.
What'd you say?
This is minutia anyway. What I say. You just keep saying that over and over.
Holy fuck.
Doesn't know how to spell
I'm gonna
Berry
hop
Center.
in my house and then go to my room, and then I will talk to you guys.
Yeah, okay. Fail. Hey, Jack, pull the ripcord.
What? No, I'm staying on the call. Shut up.
Dude, I am chilled, but you're trying to start playing. You already played stupid. I don't know if you're playing or this is actually you. The fact is this: Newtonian gravity does not predict things from fall in the first place. So it doesn't help you.
India, what year is it again? Remind me.
Oh yeah. Oh, I forgot that general relativity thing. Yeah.
Oh shit. So he came in here with the old and busted. That's what happened just now. Okay.
I should just ask him what the definition of mass is. That'll send him into a spiral.
Oh man.
Of course, our feet are older than our heads.
All right, he's almost at his room.
I like that one.
Google's going to help him out now when he gets to his room. Don't worry.
Maybe it's phone a friend.
What does he remind me of, that veggie guy that had a debate with Witsit in the past? Anyone recognize that voice?
Hello.
Oh, I guess.
Actually, I'm not on Wi-Fi. One sec. I should be.
Okay, so define gravity.
Define gravity.
Yeah. What is it?
Do we want to debate the cause, or do we just want to talk about the effect?
I ask you what is
I
it.
think
I
the cause
didn't
is
ask.
unimportant to us.
I didn't ask the cause.
Because the cause is still a theory. The cause is still a theory, yes, but we do. There is still the effect, but you.
It's not even to the level of theory. It's no. You're a liar. Stop saying that. The effect is falling objects. The purported cause is mass attracts mass, or the bending of space-time, depending on what year you want to go with. So stop lying. Stop strawmanning us. We do not deny things fall, because you're saying we deny the effect. The effect is the observation that things fall at the acceleration rate of 9.8 meters per second squared. You're saying we deny that. That's a lie.
I don't know. I thought you guys all had a general consensus on something, you know?
Yeah, nobody denies things fall. Don't lie.
I never said that.
You never said what?
What? I didn't say you deny things fall.
So what
you
effect
said we deny the effect.
talking
That is
about?
the effect. Yeah, what's the effect that we're denying then?
Talking about?
What
you
effect
guys
do we deny?
You guys don't understand how buoyancy works, and I don't know how I can explain
Okay,
that to you.
just answer the question. What effect do we deny? You claim we deny the effect. What do we deny?
What? You guys
What do
think
we deny?
buoyancy moves downwards. You guys think fucking buoyancy moves things downwards.
Well, there's a straw, man. Buoyancy moves downwards. Jesus
Bro,
Christ,
what
dude.
the hell?
Okay,
I never said that in
why?
here.
So why do
Nobody
things
ever
move
said that,
downwards?
bro.
Why do things move downwards? Tell me now. Why do things move downwards?
They fall.
Why do they?
That's the cause, dude.
Yes, they
Doofus.
fall. Why
Okay,
do they?
do you know the difference between cause and effect, or do you have your own non-traditional definition of those terms?
Mm-hmm.
When you ask why do things go downwards, that would be the cause, right? You said we deny the effect. Why do I have to talk slow to you like you're 5 years old?
Because I'm like doing something right now. I'm like multitasking. I'm turning on my computer so I can join on my computer.
Okay, so let's take it back to basics. Are cause and effect the same thing?
What?
Are cause and
I'm
effect
saying
the same thing?
I said you guys denied the effect.
Okay, what is the effect we deny? We're going to ask you again. What is the effect that we deny?
Gravity between objects.
Okay, that's the cause, moron.
No, it isn't.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus Christ. So mass attracts mass is the effect, and things falling is the cause. That's what you're saying.
No.
Yeah, what? That's exactly what you just said.
Right now. I'm turning on my computer.
No.
You just turned on.
No, I think you are focusing, but I think your one brain cell is like looking for the other brain cell.
Yeah.
I don't think that's what's happening, actually.
Think you know.
How would you know that if you can't see it? How would you know that?
You had two brain cells because I can cut open a human head and look at it. Good try.
Did you see the little brain cells running around?
Yeah, you can under a microscope.
That's crazy.
So
Wait,
you had
do
two
they
brain
actually
cells,
move? That'd be dope
and
if they
one
did.
died of loneliness.
They are in a healthy brain. They are always seeking to make a
Hello?
connection with another brain cell.
Guys.
You can eliminate that from him. So, okay, so the claimed causal mechanism is mass attracts mass. You have an experiment to demonstrate that.
An experiment to generate to
Demonstrate that mass
I
attracts
don't know.
mass.
Why is the moon there? Why is the moon there? Why are we orbiting the sun?
Yeah, that's a
Why are we orbiting
question.
the
That's not an answer.
I mean, it's like what? Mass attracts mass. Okay. Literally, you can just take any single equation that has g in it and do it, and if it works, yes.
Equation.
like what?
You can take any single equation and do it
Okay,
if it works, yes.
Like
it works in what application?
Like, give me an explanation
No,
for why
it doesn't.
anything fucking works. Give me an explanation for why anything works.
I'll tell you.
So tell me
situation
why
where-
in a closed
Listen.
container, there's a
I'll
greater
give
pressure
you-
at the bottom of the container than there is at the
Because you
top.
don't have a
Why is
constant
that?
temperature and there's not a constant amount of
What do you mean
gas.
there's
I
not a
already covered
fucking
this in the
constant
text chat.
temperature? Come on, dude.
Yeah, you would require a constant temperature for a constant pressure everywhere. That doesn't exist.
Yeah.
It gets colder when you go up, right?
Constant pressure
Dude,
doesn't
I'm
exist.
talking like a meter. Come
All
on
gas
now.
pressure
What do you
has
want about?
gradient. All gas pressure has gradient.
This guy thinks
All
there's
gas
a constant
pressure has
pressure
gradient.
throughout the
Yeah, it
whole
has
Earth.
gradient at
Yeah.
height. Why does it have gradient at height?
Constant
Why is that?
temperature.
Hold on.
No, it's not constant. We're not talking about like in the mountains. No, that's not what I'm talking
Okay.
about.
So the
Yeah,
temperature
this
in
guy made a
Africa is
claim
the
that
same
pressure-
as Siberia. Okay, what a retard.
So he made a claim that pressure at the bottom of a container is greater than the top of the container. Do you have any
Yes.
demonstration of that?
Yeah, you can fucking measure it. You can get a
so
fucking
give us some-
container.
Yeah, so give us someone that
Pressure.
measured it. a
Literally, I'm
demonstration of
pretty
those
sure
measurements.
somebody sent me a video trying to prove the Earth is flat of like. Here, let me
Okay,
find
so
it.
you're
Let me
trying
find
to
it. Let me
change
find
the
it.
subject again.
Let me find it. Let me
Trying
find
to
it. No,
change the
somebody
subject.
literally sent me a video here of it being greater at the bottom than at the top, as it was some kind of like proof of something. There.
Right, he's
Are you
talking about
talking about the one
he's
done
talking
by
about the
good?
hold on. He's talking about the video where the guy takes a container and he puts one end in ice and he heats up the other part
Oh,
and then
does
he
he?
shows a gradient inside. Right. That's because
yeah,
there
that,
isn't
yeah,
a
that
constant
happens.
temperature in the
But
container
also
anymore.
there is a height. There is
Let me
height.
ask you this.
That's a
Is
thing.
there a constant temperature on the Earth?
Is there a constant temperature on the Earth? No.
Yeah, is
there's
it the
not a
same
constant
temperature here as
anywhere.
50 miles away from you in either direction?
No. What?
No. Okay, so the temperature isn't constant. Well, that means the pressure couldn't be constant either, right?
Yeah.
Because they're related, right?
I mean, I'm not
He
talking
said
about
that this
temperature,
pressure
though, dude.
differential is caused by the gravitational pull. I want to
Yeah, it's
see
caused
that.
by height. It's caused by height.
Yeah,
It's
so
caused by
I want to
height.
see that. Yes, we want it. You said it happens in the container. I want to see it.
What do you mean? I mean, go.
You know
what?
exactly what I mean.
Have you never
just
seen the
said that you
fucking
could
ocean?
demonstrate it by
Hello,
measuring
hello.
it.
I can swim at the top of the ocean, but if I go to the bottom of the ocean, I die. Why is that? Why is that? Tell me.
Because there's the weight of water is on top of you.
Oh, why does water have weight? Why does water have weight? Tell me.
Because there's an acceleration towards the Earth.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, now give us the cause with an experiment.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. We
So-
all know what the effect is. We all know what the effect is. We can observe the effect.
We all
To
know. Okay,
determine
yes.
the cause, you have to do a scientific experiment where you isolate the variable.
You have to do a scientific experiment where you isolate the variable. Okay.
Yes,
Hold up.
that's how science works. That's a scientific experiment. You manipulate an independent variable and have an effect on the dependent variable. So that's the cause, the independent variable. And the effect is the dependent variable. You manipulate one, watch an effect on the other. Now you know the cause. Right? So what
Okay.
happens if you say mass attracts mass is the cause? So if I take two masses, one's 1 kilogram, one's 1,000 kilogram, and I drop them, so right, I just altered the mass. I just manipulated the independent variable. What
Okay.
happens if I drop them?
What? I don't know.
What happens if I drop them? Does the rate of acceleration change?
No.
There's no change in the effect, even though I manipulated the cause. Your claim cause.
Wait, what? I was not listening. I was muted.
Of course, you were muted, so you weren't listening. You have real problems, dude. So if you can't,
Sorry, I just got
talk
home. Sorry,
here,
dude.
yeah, now
I'm
you
like-
just
I'm
got
like- I'm
home.
like
You're
focused
just,
now, but I'm
dancing
focused
all
now,
over, dude. I don't
How am I
think
dancing all over? How am I dancing all over?
double up on the ADHD meds. Double up. They're not working.
What do you mean?
Yo,
You
Tony,
can't focus
fuckwit.
on anything
Why would I be on ADHD
Totally.
meds?
because you obviously have ADHD or you're smoking meth. One of the two.
But meth is a stimulant.
No shit. And you can't stay focused.
It would help me stay focused.
Same as ADHD meds.
Stimulants have reverse effect on people with ADHD. Okay. Normally, stimulants make people manic, less focused. When you have ADHD and you take a stimulant like Ritalin, you probably got a bottle of right next to you. It has a reverse effect.
How do you know I'd be popping them things? I don't know what you're on about.
Because you can't stay focused. And how you tried to
You're
get
making
off
all
the
these
fact
assumptions.
that-
You're making all
so
these assumptions. Do you have any evidence to back them up?
behavior. Rewind the
Really?
live stream.
Oh, really? Do you have any
So let's
scientific
get back to the-
experiment
let's
to
get back to
validate
the
that? Do you
point.
have any scientific
So
experiment
let's
to
get back to the
validate that?
point. Yeah, I'm going back to the scientific experiment. The mass attracts mass. Why? How do you? If the cause, I manipulated the independent variable and it doesn't change an effect in the rate of falling, how can you say it's the cause? How can you say attracts mass is the cause? If I change the masses
buoyancy
and I have the
density
same effect.
solve this? Why would?
Yeah,
why do you have
actually,
to
we can
disprove
change the
gravity
rate of a
because
falling
something
object.
weighs a certain
We can
weight?
change the rise and we can change the weight, whether something goes up or down, by altering the density of the medium.
Yeah.
Why do you think people say that this is the cause? Because you can manipulate the independent
density moves
variable
things up.
and change
Density,
the
or not
dependent
density,
variable.
buoyancy. I mean, buoyancy moves things up. What?
He's not even listening to you. He's
Yeah, no
sucking
shit, dude.
Hello.
This one is super trolling.
How am I super trolling?
Yeah, you
No,
are.
he's trying to troll. He's just failing.
Yeah.
Yo, prove gravity, man. We still waiting.
No,
Prove
no, I
gravity.
want him to prove the ball, right? So gravity doesn't prove your ball. You don't even have a theory of gravity. You have a hypothesis, and a hypothesis that's untested.
No, it's a theory.
Or actually falsified by the test. Not a theory. Theories have passed
No.
an experimental test. No,
I think it did
theories
pass
have passed
experimental
experiment.
test, didn't it?
I just asked that. Give me the experiment. I just asked you for it.
I don't fucking know. Why don't you Google it?
I just told you the experiment that you would have to do, and you admitted that you're not going to get that effect.
Oh,
So we've eliminated
I
mass.
just
We've
said
actually
that then.
eliminated.
I
We've
was
actually
clearly not listening to you. I said that.
We've actually eliminated your causal mechanism by experiment.
I mean, it's like they literally use the theory of relativity to do fucking GPS. How do you think?
Yeah, that's what you think. That's because you don't understand shit, and all you did was read a headline.
Read a headline. What do you mean?
You read a headline. Oh, GPS doesn't work without general relativity.
It doesn't.
You're full of it. You don't know. You don't even know how the technology works. Tell me, what's trilateration? What's trilateration?
Oh yeah, let's flashcard him now. Let's flashcard him now.
Yeah, no, I'm going to ask you how
Why are you
GPS
such
works.
a D-bag, bro? Why are you such a D-bag?
Was your mic so bad?
Yo,
So I'm going to ask one more time.
Cool, man. He's such a
I'm going to
tool.
just go through the. I'm just going to go through the
actually
3
can't hear
points.
this
If he
guy.
refuses to answer, he's just going to get muted. So, do you have any
What are you
evidence that the
muting?
surface of the Earth is curving, dude? Real
Do I have
simple.
any evidence? Yeah, the
Do you have
surface
any
of the
evidence, any
horizon.
measurements that the
Effect there's a
surface of the
horizon.
Earth curves? Yeah. So are you
You
claiming
can
there'd
see
be
it
no
from
horizon out of?
space. You can see it from space.
Yeah. Okay. I said,
Which
do
you
you?
claim doesn't exist, and you claim
Yeah.
it's
Cool.
photoshopped because I can't see it. Oh, now I can see it. Oh, it's photoshopped.
Listen, no, wrong, dude. That's actually not the argument. Okay. You claim we see it from space. How come we see curvature at the altitude of the International Space Station?
What do you mean? Why wouldn't
Yeah.
you?
What do you mean? Because they claim the Earth is a ball of 3,959 miles, and the International Space Station is not high enough to see curvature. So how come you see curve from the International Space Station?
What do you mean it's not high enough to see curvature?
It's not high enough because they claim the Earth is a ball of 8,000 miles in diameter, right? So if you had a ball that was, he's Googling, how high did you have to be
No,
to see
I'm doing a
curvature of the Earth?
visible. I'm doing a visible
So
what is it?
check this out. If you had a ball that was 6 feet tall, how high would the ISS be above the surface of that ball?
Height of International Space Station. Wow, fucking
So
DuckDuckGo
how high-
sucks.
So how high would, if you had a 6 foot ball, how high would the International Space Station be above that ball?
If I had a 6-foot
2
ball, how
millimeters.
high would it
A
be
ball
above
that's
that
6 feet
ball?
tall. How high would the International Space Station be away from that surface?
What the fuck does that
2
mean?
millimeters.
It's called scale. It's called
I don't know. I'm not doing that.
scaling.
I'm not doing that scale. I'm not doing scale right now. Hold up. I'm doing.
This kid's a retard.
It's actually 2.24 inches.
Okay.
Okay, above a 6-foot diameter ball. Okay, so from that, if you took a camera and you stuck it 2.24 inches above a 6-foot tall ball, you would not see that ball curving. Okay, it's real simple to do the math. So you have to explain space pictures.
But you wouldn't see what? You would still obviously see like the shape of it. Hello.
No, you
How would
wouldn't.
you
You're
see
not
the
high
shape of
enough,
it?
Art. What the hell's wrong with you?
Space station distance. Do.
You have to do scale. You can't do distance, Tart. You have to look. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. So it would have a visual angle of 165 degrees. I mean, you could still see all of it. What?
Look, you take a picture. So there's the 3D space projected onto a 2D surface. See an arc, right? One side of the edge has to be higher than the other side of the edge.
One side.
But your distance to the horizon is uniform. It's 1,400 miles from the International Space Station. How can one side appear higher than the other?
What?
How can there be an arc if it's unidistance, dude? There isn't an arc. You're equidistant from every place. Yeah, So now, are you going to explain it?
But like, why does
They're
the
not even
International Space
falsifiable.
Station not
Listen,
see everything?
images
Why does
aren't
it not see everything?
falsifiable. We're going to talk about images of ISS. Let's talk about images of Bigfoot too. So you have to accept every image that everyone can create. If that's your standard of proof, right? Any image that anyone can create, you have to accept as real.
I'm not sure that's true. What?
Yeah. Okay. So what's the line demarcating? So how do you know which images should be accepted and which images shouldn't? What's the line of demarcation?
I mean, it's like look at like Bigfoot images. They're all like grainy and terrible quality. And,
so is that it? Grainy? So the grainy is the standard. So no grainy images are real.
It's like, I mean, like, can't you like with a tiny bit of scrutiny, can't you like tell what's fucking real and fake? I don't know. I don't know why you want me. This isn't like some kind of like.
So I'm asking you what the criteria is. I'm asking you what's the metric that we apply to images to figure out whether they're real or fake.
There's no fucking metric. What do you mean?
Oh, there's no metric.
But
so it's not
you just want to be able to see everything with your eyes, and I don't really.
No, that's your problem. That's what you just said. Don't try to project your bullshit on us.
Right.
But it's like, okay, I can't see it in images. Okay, if it's a video, I've heard somebody say, oh, you're spending $16 million a day to have this live stream.
In these images, you see what you want, right?
What I asked you for, do you have any measurements of the curvature of the Earth? Looking at shit is not a measurement. It's a subjective visual impression from an image. That's all it is. Do you have any measurements of the curvature of the Earth?
Huh?
I mean, do you have any measurements of the curvature?
Do you want me to measure it, or do you just want me to prove that there is any curvature whatsoever?
Has anybody measured it?
Yes.
Anybody? Who? What method?
I'll tell you their name. I'll tell you their like first and last name.
How did they do it?
Just tell us the method.
Yeah. No, nobody has ever measured the Earth.
What's the method they use?
Curvature of the Earth.
Totally.
Look, don't stop trying to strum in the curvature of the Earth. Who measured it when and using what technique?
Surely your Google can tell you.
Why are you asking me these questions? Like I don't memorize this shit, but somebody has done it. Yes.
Are you sure? I
am positive somebody has done it.
You're positive.
I'm positive.
What information are you using to be
Listen,
positive?
This is the one. This is the guy. Out of the 100,000 people that have come through this Discord, this is the dude that knows positively. There's measurements out there somewhere of curvature of the Earth. This guy. Please present them to us. And the fact is, he just didn't memorize them.
Dude, you have these. You have these. I know you have these. I don't know why you're asking me for them.
Provide citation.
We have measurements of the
Sticks and
curvature of the Earth.
shadows? No, they did not measure NASA is not measuring the curvature of the Earth with sticks and shadows, dude.
That's not a measure. First of all,
No, I'm talking about
shadow does
napalm. I'm
not
talking about
measurement-
napalm. That's what somebody said in live stream voice text.
Focus, man.
Okay.
How is
Talk
NASA
about
measuring
measurement
it?
curvature of the Earth.
Huh?
I'm quickly losing my patience. Like, actually, because
He obviously can't find it on Google. So we just tell him that it doesn't exist.
Of
yeah,
Earth.
Smash your keyboard.
Yeah, because it doesn't exist. We just want.
Oh, my
measurements
bad.
occur-
My bad. It
See,
doesn't
those-
exist.
those-
My bad. I just
So
realized
find
it
it
doesn't
then.
exist.
Should be easy to find.
I also want to go back to the horizon. Why do you think a horizon wouldn't exist on a flat Earth?
Why would a horizon not exist on a flat Earth?
Yeah, you said the horizon is evidence the Earth's a ball.
Mm-hmm.
Why? How is that evidence the Earth's
Or
a
not
ball?
necessarily the horizon, but like there being like a cutoff point, like an obvious cutoff point.
And so that wouldn't happen on a flat Earth.
Yeah.
So be no division of the land and the sky on a flat Earth. We would see all sky or all ground, right?
Of the land in the sky.
Yeah, so the horizon is where the sky appears to meet the ground. So if that doesn't happen, we have to see 100% sky or 100% ground. We can't see both because anywhere we see both,
No,
there's a
you would-
division.
You would be able to see both.
Oh, so there'd be a horizon.
Well, this is just like a stupid like definition question. Yeah, that's not the
No,
exact
it's-
definition.
It's not a it is the exact definition. The apparent location where the sky appears to meet the ground is the definition of horizon.
Okay.
Yeah. So if you see sky and
Well,
ground,
I'm saying
there's a
it wouldn't be
horizon.
like I'm talking about like a visible cutoff point. I'm not. That's what I'm talking about.
Wow.
Not
So would there be an invisible cutoff point?
One of the visible cutoff points could be the sky meeting the ground. Yes, that could be one of them.
And what's the other one?
Invisible cutoff point. Wow.
What?
The special.
You are a special guy, bro. Let me tell you.
Special kind of, yeah, that kind.
Well, I'm saying like if it just faded into like fog,
don't
there
even
wouldn't be a
care
visible
anymore.
cutoff point, would
Just-
there?
Oh, you
Would there be
mean
a
like
visible
the
cutoff
name
point
of the
that just
term,
faded into fog?
that mariner term? I think it's called the offing. Yeah. Why don't you Google the offing? The offing. Yeah, it's a mariner term they used to use for like a few hundred years.
No, I didn't know.
Yeah,
that
look it up.
term.
Look it up.
Mash the keys.
Because that's exactly what happens.
Okay.
So you just described reality and said we shouldn't see that,
What?
and that's exactly
No.
what we see.
Well, yes, we
yeah,
can
no.
see that, but I'm saying if it was a flat Earth, that's what we would always see. Like
As
that's the
opposed
only
to
way
what?
it would be cut off. As opposed to it being cut off at the horizon.
And why is that?
What do you mean? And why is that?
How come you ask a question? The
everything was,
question
like,
I
completely
ask
flat,
every
you
time
wouldn't be able to
I
see
ask.
for
Because he doesn't even know what he's saying, Leo.
You have to
we're just
repeat.
wasting our
See,
time.
you're trying to like buy time. This is a
How am I
little
trying
trick
to
people
buy
do.
time?
When
How am I
they're
trying to buy
fucking
time?
dumb, they see how am I trying to buy time? So you ask a question to buy time because you're using that time to think. You're trying to think of an answer. So I say, "Hey, why X?" And you go, "Why X?" And you're using that time while you say "Why X?" to think. It's a little gimmick, dude. These little tricks
I'm
don't
being
work.
called-
We're
I'm being called
adults
a
here.
nihilistic
Maybe this
atheist.
works in your ninth grade class. Maybe that works
called a
there.
nihilistic
It's not going to
atheist.
work here.
He heard some shit about gas gradient, and then he thought he was clever, so he came
What do
in
you
here,
mean? I
and
thought
now
I
he's
was clever.
realized he doesn't know shit. And
Yeah,
not even Google
like
can
you
help
came
him.
here to make like flat earthers look stupid. You're failing epically.
Well, you guys still don't know why things go down, so.
Neither do you.
Well, I mean,
And
why
you
do you
still,
think they go down?
and you still haven't proven that you have any measured curvature to this ball you think you live on. So, yeah, you have
Okay.
problems all around, my friend.
Why can I not
And
like
you admitted-
get why
and
can
you
I not
already
get
admitted-
radio stations from Australia? Why can I not get them?
You
I really want to
can.
listen to
What are
the
you
Australian
talking about?
radio. You can
What are you talking about?
from specific points because it bounces off the atmosphere. You know that? You know that? It bounces
Oh.
off the atmosphere. That's
Yeah.
crazy. That's crazy.
Do you have any evidence of that?
Bouncing
hold on,
what do you
does
mean do I have evidence of that? You can literally do the calculations, bounce it off the fucking atmosphere and receive it.
Boy, you're
Cool.
funny.
So you've
can do
done
the
that. Show us the math.
Hilarious.
What do you
Show
mean
us the
show
math.
you
on
the
the
math? Do you want me to show you a video?
He did it again. He did it again. He asked the question I asked. Again, you did it again. Show us the math.
Bouncing radio off of.
Show us the math, bro.
If you think maths is
We don't
proof,
care
Hey,
what you're
no, hold on,
Yeah,
hold
you
on.
can
I'm
bust
going
them
to
off the
the math,
fucking
and I'm going to give you.
moon.
I'm going to give you the scenario. I'm going to give you the
let's
scenario
watch.
because So this is a scenario. This was actually done.
Radio propaganda. I don't think I can post this link.
Okay, so this was actually done. This was actually done in 1918. They broadcast a radio signal from Cornwall, UK, to Sydney, Australia. Show us the math that says that shows that bounced off the ionosphere to get there. Show us the math. 10,000 miles.
Would you like to watch radio propagation 101?
No, I want you to do what I asked. I want you to do what I want you to do what I asked. I want you to do what I asked. I want you to show us the math.
Why are you so angry? Why are you so aggressively telling me to show you the math?
No. I'm not aggressive. I'm just holding your feet to the fire. Show us the math. Cornwall, UK, to Sydney, Australia. Show us the math. Oh, it's got to be during the daytime too. Remember that. During the daytime. It can't be night propagation.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you can get it to go, if you could do any calculation to get it go more than 1,000 miles, I'd be surprised.
Where's the video? I thought there was a video of that happening.
Oh my god!
It's not a video. It's done in 1918. It was before satellites existed. It was before radio towers, repeater towers existed. So this is actually proof the Earth is flat.
You want to see video of the radio?
So they did it that one time and then never again, and then it's.
No, they did it during the entire World War I, and they did it again in 1930. Admiral Byrd, Little America, in the Southern Ocean to New York City. And from the Pacific Ocean to New York City and the past Hawaiian Islands to Washington, D.C. Do you want me to keep going? Because there's a lot of these.
Multiples. Okay. Yeah, so where's your
And the thing is, they were done during the day. And the ionosphere theory says 1,000-mile propagation only exists at night. See, that's why it's a theory. That's why I asked you, do you have any evidence?
At night.
Yeah, so long range. So I grew up, I'm older than you, so I grew up during shortwave radio existed. So shortwave radio propagation, long distance propagation is only at nighttime. It's not during the day.
Is it?
Oh, you got a calculation? I'll post it. DM it to me.
No. I didn't
Yeah,
say
the calculation. You said you can be calculated.
I mean, there's also like it's Morse. Weren't they doing like Morse? It's like that's gonna be a little easier to propagate than fucking
So the content of the message determines how far it goes. That's awesome.
No, I'm not saying
so
that.
what
I'm
happens
saying
like tap
you're not
dance?
gonna, they
How far
don't.
does tap
It's
dancing
when
go?
1917. They don't have to worry about radio noise, right?
1918. Oh, now there's excuses.
Yeah. Rationalizations for how they transmitted 10,000 miles.
Listen, I get. Listen, this was your proof. I gave it all to you. It's your proof. All you have to do is give us the calculation that you said existed.
Do you want to try doing the calculation? Because
yeah, post the formula in the live stream.
Because the formula is kind of hard.
You do that every single time.
For you,
you repeat.
It's hard for you.
He repeats the question that you ask him every single time you ask a question. He repeats it back to you.
He has it's a little delay tactic so he can think, man. He needs time to think. He's not sharp on his feet. He doesn't have like a wealth of knowledge.
Yeah, I'm not used to like arguing about reality. You know, I thought it was kind of like a given.
Yeah. You don't even know what reality is. Your evidence was pictures, and you're talking about reality. That's
just pictures. That's like pictures that were like taken.
Yeah, cool. You believe that?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
I'll ask a basic knowledge question. Not, hey, Tony, do you think that I could do an experiment with stars?
Think you could do an experiment with stars?
Mm-hmm.
Like what? It depends what the experiment is.
And anything involving stars.
Wow.
Yeah, like you can like see the composition of them through like
Do you think that I could do an experiment with
no,
stars?
not cartoons.
Like, do you think you could like hold them in your hand and like play with them?
Wow.
Like, what kind of question is this?
It was a yes or no question.
Yes, there is an experiment you can do involving stars. Yes.
Okay.
Okay, good. What's the independent control variable?
Yeah.
What do you mean independent and control variable?
Well, you said it's an experiment. So what's the experiment?
What experiment are we talking about? Which one?
What
Any
you
experiment.
said there's an experiment.
Experiment.
You said there is.
What are we? What are we trying to discover here? What are we trying to discover with the stars?
I'm trying to demonstrate how you don't even understand the scientific method.
Do we want to look? What are we looking at? Do we want to look at like constellations at like different locations? What do we want to look at?
Shut up.
Why are there different
I'll give him
stars?
I'll give him the experiment. I'll give him what causes stars to form. Give us that experiment.
He's just talking over everybody.
What the fuck do you mean? How do I give you that experiment? That's just a theory.
You said there was an experiment. You said it, not us. You said there was an experiment.
You asked me to do an experiment, and then you're like,
you're talking over me.
How do I make a star?
Shut the fuck up.
Theories are validated by experimental evidence, by the way, Numpty.
Listen, you said there was an experiment with stars. Tell us what the experiment is and the independent control in the experiment.
Oh, there we go. What experiment do you want? What?
I gave it to you. Okay. How about this? I'll make it broader. I'll make it more general. Any celestial body, the cause of any mechanism ever that you can conceive of, that experiment. Experiment for any causal mechanism.
You're just gonna keep muting me?
Cosmological claim. Listen, the causal mechanism for
experiment.
any cosmological claim, period.
What is an experiment involving toothpicks? What is an experiment?
This guy is fucking spiraling.
Please.
Can you spiral more?
Are you gonna keep muting me, or?
If you don't stick to the point, you.
Because you don't really seem to be capable of having a coherent conversation. You just sound like a clown the longer you speak. We're trying to actually have a serious conversation with you, and you're just all
kind
over
of
the
impossible.
place, flinging poo. If flinging poo was a person, they'd be you. Literally. So can you calm yourself down and try to have a coherent conversation? Because
maybe if you stop muting.
Gospel Bearer asked you a pretty good question, so I don't see why you can't answer it. Right?
If you don't
do that, because if you can try to do that, we can take you a little bit more serious, and maybe, just maybe, we can get somewhere.
And if you continue to talk in the middle of people's sentences, I'm counting the times you do it. Every single time someone starts to speak, you're talking before they're done. So if you keep doing that, you will continue to be muted.
We can talk to Charles. He calls himself
it's probably
Dad.
because I like only get muted.
We can talk to Dad, Charles.
Just did it again.
Yeah, go ahead, Charles.
Charles, what was your serious question you wanted to ask?
The fact that you guys are talking to.
Oh, wait a second. Wait a second, Charles. Jester, right?
No.
Yeah. So that's a no. Let's go.
Wow, straight up in your face liars. Wow, unbelievable.
Only 7 days. I'm just kidding.
So this is his third account I've banned now, right? So go ahead. Let's continue with Tony. Is he still here?
Do we have to?
No, he left.
No,
I'm kidding.
He's done.
He grew a feeling and had to go.
His answers got less coherent as time went on. It's pretty sad in a way. It started say a sentence of 10 words and 8 of the words made sense and 2 didn't, and it got to the point where it was 3 of the words made sense and then the other 8 didn't, or 7. Yeah, it was getting just worse and worse.
I'm laughing at the live stream voice text. Yeah. It's difficult. It's really sad because I guess it's the mentality of what I believe in can't be wrong. Therefore, anything that anyone says, I must ridicule, ignore, and be a clown about. but I'm going to do that on purpose anyway, despite me having my strictly held beliefs. It's such a contradictory mentality.
Well, that's why we look for the most consistent narrative. The ionodome could easily be the ionofirmament or whatever.
The thing
the
is,
ionosphere could be the ionodome.
I don't know about anybody else. You know, there's all sorts of people in this world, but I don't go argue with L. Ron Hubbard cult followers.
Right.
All of the people that follow the teachings of the science fiction novelist L. Ron Hubbard. I don't go talk with those people. Why would I?
Mm-hmm.
Well, there are a lot of people that you're not going to be talking to because a lot of people fall under this L. Ron Hubbard heliocentric cult.
Mm-hmm. Join the cult.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I have been in Jim Panda server like twice in the last 3 years, and why? I mean, I attempted. I was like, yeah, let's see, let me give them their best shot with a question I have for them. See if they can back. And it was incoherent and sad. Like, I'm just disappointed sometimes in how much a person can be a zealot of ignorance. A proud ignorance zealot.
Yeah, my bad, guys. Oh, sorry. Yeah,
no,
my
go ahead,
bad,
Roger.
guys. I thought we had somebody new in Charles, but obviously the same troll.
It'd be like that. Jackpot.
John.
See, you're VC verified, so you've been here before, I suppose. Jackpot 12.
Skeletons,
Welcome.
VC verified as well.
Skeleton. What an interesting image. What is it? Interesting profile image.
Thank you.
Skeletons.
Oh.
Yeah.
Is he talking?
It was a psyop.
I'm just here to listen.
No. Introduce yourself, please. We want to hear more of you.
I have before.
Cool. What's your favorite psyop, Skeletons?
Globe Earth.
Okay. Fair answer.
Well, at least being honest.
What did he say? Skeleton?
Globe Earth. His favorite psyop.
Okay. And your second best one? Skeleton?
Probably 9/11.
Okay, cool.
And the third one? I know you got it. Come on. Starts with an M.
Ooh.
No? It's kind of.
I had to switch to headphones. What was it?
Third one?
What's
the third one? Come on. I know you have it. Come on.
I ain't got it.
Come.
Come on. You can choose between, Gulf of Tonkin, weapons of mass destruction, landing on the moon,
The C word.
Mars.
The C word,
Oh yeah, well,
Unicorn 19.
Climate change.
Also,
he was talking about a different C word. Good stuff. Yeah.
Oh, Jackpot, can you speak to us?
About
Types in the chat instead.
what's the deal?
Oh, is it a she or a he? I don't want to
I know where
assume.
Tony went. Tony's in Rookie's server watching Rookie deconstruct a rocket launch video. It's an absolute train wreck in there.
Oh, the icy moving part.
Yeah. You know, Rookie's talking 1,000 miles an hour like he does, and then that Tony guy is just interrupting him and slapping his keyboard. It's just chaos.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've seen that. Even the angles of the rocket, like when it goes back down, it doesn't look right, even from the right screen to the left screen. If you notice that as well.
The CIA.
My boyfriend talks a lot about flat Earth. What's the deal? Well,
Earth is flat. That's the deal.
Yeah. Simple as that. You love him, but I feel there's an obsession he can't shake. It's not a. What do you mean? It's a passion, then.
Look at this. It's more again. Look at
Whoa, Sasha.
Has Jackpot spoken before? Here it is.
This is slowly morphing into what appears to be a
Therapy session?
No,
Yep.
a subversive concern troll.
Mm-hmm.
Or a subliminal concern troll. Subversive or maybe subversive and subliminal. But I'm sniffing concern troll.
Klaus Schwab. I don't know when I see that name is.
This guy is Klaus Schwab, his evil twin.
Yeah. He's a big fan of him. I'm here to ask why you're brainwashing my husband. We're not married yet, but we'll be. Wait, what?
Yeah. You see why I'm smelling a strong odor of concern troll?
Yeah.
Brainwashing, that's hobby for individuals. They are doing that in all human history. That never do government agencies. They never do that. Only individuals like us. My husband.
Can you whine by voice?
That's pretty funny.
Hmm.
Glendale still here?
Uh-uh.
No.
What?
Okay. I just had a question. I've heard it. I've heard it used several times when we're talking to people using that 6-foot ball. You know, how high would you wouldn't be able to see the curvature, but I don't know. Does that in effect negate black swan? Because basically what you're telling people is we don't see the curvature from 1 foot observer height, but you wouldn't see it anyway if you were 250 miles up.
It does not negate it, because there's still the math of what the horizon distance is supposed to be, and there's still the hidden or alleged hidden amount that geometric point would be blocking. So those points are all still relevant. What the point of talking about the 6-foot ball, everything is meant to do is to help somebody understand that when they claim to see a curved horizon, that claim is completely invalid. And we know this because of geometry. And therefore, the demonstration of curvature from ISS height, for instance, is also geometrically invalid. And that misrepresentation is disingenuous at best.
I got you.
Deceptive and subversive would be more appropriate.
Yeah, I just kind of cringe at the example, but I don't know. That's just me.
No, basically it's like you do a scale model. You take something as big as the ISS and you shrink it down and put over a 6-foot ball, and you use a camera from that height. You wouldn't be able to see curvature given the size, because it's basically the speck of dust above the Earth, right? So you're not gonna be able to see the curvature because it's not high enough. That's all it is.
Simple. Thanks for answering.
Yeah.
What's the server site?
Which one? You're talking about the ISS?
The one you posted.
Oh, no. That's
something. Okay.
That's just converting miles to feet.
Ah, sorry. All right. Oh, yeah, that's a lot of numbers.
Yeah.
Is it 20 million? Almost 21 million feet. Am I saying it right? Yeah. Get, can you explain your picture a little bit? What are we looking at?
Yeah, you're looking at a officially NASA diagram about the lunar landing, moon landing.
Yeah.
They presented this picture on the TV channels when they were broadcasting the lunar landing.
Okay.
So
where is the issue with this chart?
sorry,
So what's the issue with this chart? I mean,
what's the issue?
yes, tell me what's the issue. That's what I'm asking. I'm not joking with you.
Well, it really looks like what it is, you know.
Define issue.
Well, I know yeah. Well, I mean, in this chart.
Do you know about subliminal messaging, MK Ultra?
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah. So.
Okay. Wait. Oh.
When they show you a picture which looks like something, but they are actually explaining that it is something totally different else, your mind still perceives that image, and it's actually
kind of looks like a whale to me.
It's shaping your subconscious. It gets imprinted into your subconscious, and the way you perceive it will be your subconscious at work. Yeah. So it is sexual, and
yeah, so it's making a connection with your subconscious there.
Yeah.
In a way, yeah. Okay. So every data, wait, what is that? Data on it? What is that? Let's see. 100. Okay.
They were trying to depict how the Apollo lunar module was traveling to the moon and orbiting or landing on the moon, and the return. But why did they have to put it like that? You know, it's really funny. Coincidence.
Yeah.
And then you have your children start drawing these things, you know. They see it on TV and they make drawings while they are playing with NASA rockets and stuff.
Wait, how did this person receive his verified? won't speak in the live stream.
Yeah.
It makes no sense.
Wonder if jackpot is winter rain.
Well, they're diverting the conversation to religion as opposed to the shape of the earth.
Yeah, this is almost identical to what Winter Rain was doing earlier. So. This, just in general, this reminds me. I mean, this is probably really blatantly obvious to so many people, but nobody who is actually for what I'm for thinks that when you discuss the weather, you're in violation of something. It's like, hey, it's like this. Hey, do you smell that? Do you smell that weird smell? It smells like something's burning. And then somebody's like, well, do you really think that that's as important as? Well, that's a really, really stupid question. And that's not how it works. So I'm frustrated by people that make these sort of suggestions. Yeah, coping is a really great word for it.
Yeah, it's never a addressing of the actual argument, right? It's always a diversion so that they can get you to go down some avenue that can give them some sort of relief in their mind that gives them the ability to not believe the empirical information, meaning lots of times people who are not religious will try to move the argument towards a religious discussion so that they can assume that you're coming to an empirical conclusion based off a religious belief so that they can feel better about the fact that they don't have empirical evidence for their belief, which is their religion, so they can paint it as your empirical evidence is a religion, therefore I don't need to address your empirical evidence because it's a religious belief.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've had that conversation all too often with certain family members. Be making a point that's irrefutable. Oh, well, I'm just going to live my life. That really doesn't matter. Live and let live. People, these sorts of, who am I to know? Live and let live.
Apparently, that's why I think it's funny, because apparently it mattered 5 minutes ago.
I know, until you make the point that's irrefutable and they go,
all of a sudden it doesn't matter.
Oh, well, your
You gotta
truth.
love it.
It's like, okay, then.
Like you can't know anything. But 5 minutes ago you knew the Earth was a globe. Now that you realize it's not, now you can't know anything. Oh, okay. Thanks. Like dude was asked earlier about the curvature. He was like, anyways. Like, what, bro?
I love those kind of concessions because they're so complete and so devastating, so dismal of a concession.
It's like we ask you about curvature, but you want to talk about like 15, 20 other different topics. It's like, we wouldn't have to talk about any of those topics if you just gave us the curvature and we could all wrap it up and get out of here and go do something else.
Yeah.
Like we wouldn't have to sit here and talk about all of this crap that you believe instead of talking about the curvature that you believe.
Yep.
You could just clear that up real quick.
Yeah, that would be much more efficient. If they could just bring that curvature, then, we'll just clear it out. Close the server down.
Yeah.
We could go on and do different things. We could all just live happily and ride to the sunset on the curvature of the ball.
But Sonny, what will happen with all these lonely people if we close the server? You understand? All these globers will not have a place to come and to have cuddle and
I guess if the globe,
they'll just go find somewhere else that that has a topic they don't really want to talk about.
Yeah, and they'll be there all the time.
Because apparently that's how that works. You seek out things you don't want to talk about, and then sit in a server all about that.
Yeah, that you have no interest in. It's so stupid. How could you flat earthers be so stupid? You're so ignorant. You don't know anything. You're science deniers. And I disagree with everything. But I'm just going to sit here with you because I don't agree. Who's interested in things they disagree with? I mean, that interested. Uncanny.
the voter doesn't give a shit if you agree or disagree. It will be always there. In a natural position.
Guys, I want to ask you something. I posted a picture where it explains how the globers show us a droplet of water when we ask them for the curvature of the oceans. So if they do that, then am I entitled to compare the Milky Way galaxy with a droplet of dichloromethane on water? Like, it's spinning the same like that galaxy it's supposed to. It makes two arms, spiraling arms, and once it starts spinning, it evaporates into nothing very quickly.
I don't really know what you're talking about, Gippy Kit.
Where do we even begin?
Let's instead of going down the realm of speculating about
10 minutes after the hour.
What? Here, let's talk to the new people instead. How about that?
Yeah, we got two people up there.
Did roll.
What up? My name's Didroll. I used to be a heliocentrist. Now I'm a geocentrist. I'm just here to figure out like the rest of the meaning of it all. So that's it.
Okay. How much do you know about the claims of the ball Earth model?
Well, I know that it all goes back to the original of the Martin Luther Reformation with Copernicus and the Gregorian calendar and everything. And I know that the only reason that started was because of the occult's influence on the church.
Okay, you're talking about like the Jesuits?
Yes.
Okay. Gotcha. So you've looked into that a little bit then.
Mm-hmm. I also know the physical ramifications of having a heliocentric model, being that with every single star in the night sky, we literally wouldn't have any of them in our sight anymore from how fast we've been moving. But yet we still have Orion's Belt being a main three, as we have multiple Egyptian, Peruvian, and even Chinese pyramids that all line up with the exact same constellation, which is literally fucking impossible on a heliocentric model.
Yeah, I like this point.
thing with the Georgia Guidestones, there's a specific hole carved in one of them that keeps the Polaris constantly, permanently, and has been ever since in one position. Which, if we were rotating, tilting, wobbling, and spiraling at the speeds that we have, or air quotes have, then we shouldn't see this at all.
Yeah.
So, you have any questions?
I have had questions, but now that you put me on the spot, I can't think of any at the moment.
That's okay.
Take your time.
Welcome to the server.
Well, thank you.
Yes.
I'm going to be thinking of this. Y'all speak for the time being.
That's cool. Okay.
Easy K. Welcome.
Good thing you stopped me, Gospel. What's up, Easy?
Hey, EXO. Nice to hear you.
Yes, get. Thank you very much, sir. I just got off
Welcome.
the Akula. What's up, player?
Bloody
Yeah,
hell.
was wondering where are you? Bloody hell.
I'm in the satanic deception, man, trying to beat the hell out of it through its intestines.
Hey,
I knew that you
EXO.
want that.
I like this man's attitude.
Sonny boy.
Hey, EXO. How you doing, man? Good to hear you.
Sonny boy, what's going on? The youngest man on the server. How you doing?
I had a freaking wisdom tooth pulled about 3 hours ago. I'm doing okay, though.
Oh, what a trooper! I'd be off here for another 3 weeks if I had a wisdom tooth. You 3 minutes later, and you're back on. That's great.
They send me home with no pain medication, telling me I can't smoke cannabis, which is my pain medication.
Bro, what are you gonna do?
Continue smoking my cancer preventing medicine. I don't care what the fuck they say.
Well,
they don't
do
know
this. Do me a favor. Do me a favor. Just relax, guy. Hold on. I was gonna tell him, pack it with salt. Just put wet salt in your mouth. Pack it with salt really well. That's what I do every time I pull one.
No, I can't. No, you're only supposed to rinse the next day. You're not supposed to spit.
No, don't rinse. Don't rinse. No, I'm not saying. Listen to me. Don't rinse. I'm just saying, put salt in your mouth and don't spit it out. That's what I'm saying. Don't spit it out.
Maybe tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow.
I'm gonna tell you what, bro. Listen, one time I had a tooth pulled. The next day, I was able to do all that crap just because overnight I let salt sit in it.
I'll rinse it. I'll rinse it with salt water. Yeah, I'll rinse it. I'll do that.
I walked on Gospel Bear 3 times. Go ahead.
Dry socket. Ouch. That's all.
Yeah, you don't want dry socket.
So that's why they say no sucking straws. It's not just about smoke. It's not the smoke. It's the sucking action that can create a pressure differential in your mouth that creates this dry socket. And it is, from what I understand, it'll make a grown man cry.
I've already been crying before. So, yeah, I'll just keep the gauze in there and keep that side of my mouth closed. Yeah. I can still do it off the other side. So
I got you.
They're just assuming they're just assuming people are so dumb. They don't know that covering their mouth and nose is bad for your health. So they assume people are that dumb.
Anyway, if you have a method for circumventing dry socket, then look into that. Might be a good idea.
Mm-hmm. I've had several pulled. So first wisdom tooth.
Yeah, I had 4 out. Orthodontal surgery back when I was probably like 18 or 19.
Yeah. So think about that. I've had all my wisdom teeth since I got them when I was about that age. So almost 50 years.
Yeah, pardon the interruption. I just wanted to say hello, Exo. I wasn't being rude. I'm just operating gas-powered machinery, so I don't want too much.
Gas-powered machinery, BG? No problem. I'll let it slide. Not a problem. Not a problem. We had the guy earlier, Easy, left already, huh?
Yeah, yeah.
Gospel Bearer scared him away.
And Easy came back. It was probably a connection issue here. I unmuted you again, Easy. Go ahead and say hello. Easy K. Easy K.
I recognize that avatar. He's been here before.
It's a little frog driving a little car on tiles, and it says, "He do be."
Like a rectangular coordinate system on there, if you ask me.
Easy K. You over there?
Oh well. Sometimes people just don't like to be in the spotlight, even though it's really non-consequential to just say hello.
Sometimes I wish I could be a mindless Soylent Green NPC zombie just so I could see what it's like to wake up again, because I forgot what it's like to wake up and then woke up for so many years.
Bro, I remember freaking waking up. I used to believe in this stuff. Like, I was dogmatic for it. Like, I tried to disprove these dumbass flat earthers, how dumb they are. And then I got dragged down the damn rabbit hole.
Yeah.
I'm at the bottom of this bitch and I can't crawl my way out.
Mm-hmm. That's good of you to see it, though. I mean...
Well, there are some auto-hypnosis techniques which can make you feel like you came for the first time in contact with flat Earth. They were using these techniques like when you watch a movie for the first time, you have that excitement and feeling and you're seeing something new. And when you look at it the second time, it's not like the first time. You already know what's coming and all that stuff. But this auto-hypnosis technique makes you actually regress to that state where you were like when you were watching the first time. And when you experience it the second or third time, you feel just exactly like it will be the first time when you came across it. It's very weird, but it works. I can confirm that.
Oh, yeah, it most certainly works. Look at the entirety of the Eastern Europeans' history. Look at the entirety of the Soviet Union. They pioneered their entire society off of deception, demoralization, and subversion.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what's happened
They
nowadays.
repeat it. Yeah, Hegelianism, and they repeat it every day.
When you demoralize
The
people
same
to such a
story.
degree that you subvert everything that they really truly care about, like their morals, their values, their religions, their traditions, their virtues, everything, you just completely strip it away from them. And now they just try and toe the party line to be approved by men. And that's what you see nowadays. Why do people believe this stuff? Because of popular opinion.
Have you ever heard of a thing called something like rights, human rights?
Well, yeah, I've heard of human rights, obviously, but since when in history did a governmental entity give a damn about human rights? Let's be honest.
Yeah,
here.
but today the very people doesn't give a damn about their rights. You know.
Well, you got to realize that's the thing, is that the people that are going up against your newfound knowledge are people that don't want rights. They're trying to disavow their own ability to hold on, just let me speak. Almost got 10 seconds. So they're trying to disavow their own abilities, their own senses. They're saying, no, we can't think, we can't see, we can't do anything. Our TVs have to tell us what to do, and we are going to kill you for trying to stop that fact.
Vision.
Right. So hold on.
Yeah.
So they don't want freedom. They want the deception. They want the lie.
Yeah.
That's why they're willing to die for the lie. It's not about truth.
Yeah.
Well, what you're saying is biblical, dude. What you're saying is literally biblical. In the end times,
Oh,
the men of
Exo.
grandeur will want tickling lies whispered into their ears. They don't want truth. They want what feels good, what makes them feel good. That's what they want.
Exo, you said they want to die or something like that?
They'd rather die
Oh,
than
they
know the
rather
truth.
die. Well,
Yes. They'd
yeah, I tell
rather
you,
die.
I have to correct
No,
you.
they'd
I have to
rather die than
correct
know
you
the
on this
truth.
one.
Yes. You can't.
They will give their soul, not rather die.
They will give their soul. Yes, they will
Yeah.
sell their soul for 5 minutes of southern comfort. That's all it takes.
Yeah.
5 minutes.
They rather trade their senses for nonsense.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's 1,000 ways to sell your soul. That's the reality. Like this guy earlier that I didn't get a chance to talk to too long. This guy Tony that was here earlier already came in scared to death of reality. Scared to death. Could not. There's no way he was never going to accept reality, no matter what. And I wish I would have been here earlier. But everything he was asking you guys to do was to explain his imagination. If somebody asks me to explain their imagination, I'm going to tell them that that's a serious problem. I'm not going to fall for it and try to answer him. The guy was psychotic, and all he could do was say, "Explain my imagination. I want answers about my imagination," and that's just not going to get him anywhere. He's not even.
That doesn't even sound like an argument. What was this? I wasn't here for this.
Folks do that sort of thing all the time. Hey, just to because I'm the etymology guy that always addresses people that do the etymology thing. Television, operating over distance, right? Tele, operating over distance. What's interesting about the word vision? Something seen in the imagination. So it is kind of interesting that that the background and or origin meaning of the word vision is not the same as sight. You know, seeing, sight.
True.
It is kind of interesting that it's a over long distances, a conveyance of information that you then see. Obviously, you see an image on the television screen. That is true, but there is also this nature of what happens in your imagination as a result. So anyway, it's an interesting theory. But just to be clear, it isn't. Tele doesn't mean tell, Tell, and then the letter A.
Yeah.
Just to be clear, it means far off or at a distance. Just, I always like to clarify people's use of words and stuff.
That was like a word anagram, but the way we hear it, not the way it's written. And yeah, it was nice one. Tell a vision. Yeah.
Yeah, good for poetry, not good for etymology.
Yeah.
Wait, what? Why? What? Hold on. Why? How did EXO get server muted?
What?
I was just gonna ask you that, Gospel Bearer, but I couldn't say anything because I was muted. Thanks.
Yeah, who did the server muting?
Oh, there's thousands of people that want me muted. I mean, the list just goes on.
Yeah. But at all times, the fact of the matter is, regardless of personalities, it should be case by case. So, for instance, if you're interrupting somebody, you get muted. If you're spiraling out of control, you get muted. If you're hot micing, you get muted. It's a case by case basis and not based on some type of personal vendetta, or that's not appropriate.
Yeah,
at
never.
any
I've
point in
never
time.
been muted for a personal vendetta reason. Yeah, never.
LOL. Yeah, I know but I'm clarifying that ought not be the case. So, whoever was behind that dwelling place, daylight exception. No. Anyway,
Chinga.
I re-rolled you up. I don't understand what happened to your rolls, but
All right, I got the OG one. That's okay. I guess I'll have to have a flat Earth tag, even though I'm not a flat earther. It just goes with the server. I know. I can't have special privilege.
No, it's all right. Hey, I don't understand what the problem is, Exo. You and I have never had a problem.
would you prefer exclusively having OG flat earther instead of the FE roll?
Well, no, it's already there. I
Who
just didn't want
unmuted
any
the
Earth roll.
XO?
I did. Be quiet. I'm talking.
No. How would you mean you did? He got muted for a specific reason, which he keeps doing. He's
Yes, Christians are being silent still, Elbow. You're not
Be
looking
quiet,
good on
I'm
the roster. Yeah,
talking.
Elbow. What?
Well, this is what happened. This is why he was server muted. If you would let me explain. We were having a conversation in the bottom. We asked him a question. He would freaking go out crazy talking, and then when
Elbow, you can't bring up past things. It has to be case by case basis. That's not. And now you're making them.
Says who?
It says a moderator.
Sorry,
Elbow. Case by case basis. You can't bring up past events.
No, it was just happening down in the bottom. And when we were about to go server mute him, he decided to freaking bounce. So
I see no evidence of what you're referring to.
Of course, because you weren't down there, right? So
weren't down where?
At the
Elbow.
Well, that's
I'm
not
in this voice. I'm in this voice chat, Elbow, and I'm in the voice text.
Right. I muted him in the bottom, and then he come up here to get unmuted.
What bottom?
At the Biblical's text.
Why would he be muted there?
Because he was. Every time we got to explain, he would freaking go all out and then leave for not to hear the rebuttal or whatever, and then he just wanted to come back in, spew, and then leave again. So that's what he was doing.
I see.
He didn't want to listen. He didn't want to listen to anybody, but he wanted to speak whatever the hell he wanted.
Okay. Different voice chat and going back and forth.
That's why he went up here to get unmuted.
Okay. All right. Yeah. For the record, if you have an issue in a different voice chat, Exo, that issue stays there and can't be dislodged by entering into a different VC. So if you're having an issue in a different VC, this can't be the place of undoing in this back and forth thing. So you need to resolve the issue down there. Appropriate VC.
How many minutes a month do you think I'm allowed to talk here?
What do you mean?
No, I'm just reading out loud what he's typed in the chat.
Anyway.
Yeah. Different VC, different issue over there.
Yep. Precisely.
No.
Where was the conversation?
He humbles himself because he has a good gift, a good godly gift of speech.
Yeah, I would agree with that for sure.
Yeah.
Chong, welcome. I don't think I know you.
John, are you there? Do you hear us?
He's typing in the text chat.
Oh.
Just listening in at work. That's fine. Feel free to do so. It comes in waves as far as activity and conversation. Sometimes it can be nonstop, but that usually requires someone of contrary ideology or whatever. But a lot of people are not finding themselves capable of having intellectually honest adult conversations. And by adult, I just mean not resorting to awkward rhetoric, childish rhetoric type stuff. Just listening to Ewaranon. I don't know who. That's the second time that I've heard this about this Ewaranon. I don't know who Ewaranon is.
So Iwar Anon makes YouTube videos. He's the one who puts forth this idea that there's a map of the Earth on the moon. The moon is the reflection of the land of the Earth. That whole thing.
Sure. Yeah.
Which I always try to caution people with things like that, right? Like they'll give you a decent amount of truth, and then they'll try to mix in some sort of deception or falsehood or distraction, and then people cling on to the falsehood or the distraction and then bring that into what they think is truth and put it forth. So then there's this basically like a straw man that's been implanted into this topic that can be attacked and disproven, right? I don't know if that makes sense or if you follow.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, of course.
Have you watched the recent one he uploaded? Napalm?
No, I watched.
He did a 180 on the recent one.
Okay.
Yeah, he went back on his claims, saying he was wrong. Interesting. I mean, nonetheless, basically saying back up your claims. In other words,
right? Like, I don't mind entertaining ideas and concepts and entertaining speculations, but I think a lot of people have a hard time discerning the speculation from what they feel is truth and then start to bring that into the discussion as a truth and don't preface it with, hey, this is my speculation or this is what I'm thinking may be a possibility, but I don't have evidence for it, or you know what I'm saying?
Is this I'm posting a video in the live in the text, whatever, voice text. Is this what they're claiming? Or let me rephrase the question. Isn't this what they would have to suggest in order to make the claim that the moon is reflecting the general features of the Earth? Some type of interlocked. I don't even know. You've seen this optical illusion that I posted before, right?
Yeah, but it's been a while since I've seen the original like EWAR videos, but somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but he was kind of putting forth this claim that it's almost like a photographic imagery, right? Like it is not necessarily just a reflection, but almost like a photographic imprint kind of concept of what the Earth is, and there may be continents on there that were here previously, but have been photo imprinted, like weird shit like that. I don't know how to really explain it.
Yeah.
That illusion looks bizarre.
It's interesting. Till Newton came along, apples just fell off trees.
Yeah, you know that's supposedly apocryphal, I think is the proper term.
Yeah, like it never really happened.
Somebody just made that up about Newton.
Well, that's what they did with Eratosthenes. He's not mentioned once in before Christ's history, talking about the sticks and shadows.
Yeah, actually, he's not mentioned until a couple hundred years ago. I think it is.
No, about 1,000 years later in the 15 and 1600s, because that's when they had to do the catch-up period with all the rewriting of history.
He's talking about the ether.
Doesn't the theme song to DuckTales talk about rewriting history? I just thought about that. Does anybody remember that cartoon, DuckTales?
Yeah, of course.
Might solve a mystery or rewrite history.
Or rewrite history, DuckTales. Yeah, that is awkward. That is an awkward lyric. And
So
why didn't I think
the
about
video
that?
of
Go
illusion
ahead.
you posted, is that what you're trying to say about the moon? Like some way works that way as well?
No, I'm not, and I don't make those claims about the moon because I don't.
Entertaining the idea of it, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't. I wouldn't even play that game. But I think in order to make the claim that the moon is some type of representation of Earth's features, being the land and the waters, is what I'm referring to.
Yeah.
I am under the impression that it would require some form of this hollow optical illusion. Otherwise, why would you see the moon the exact same way from all places unless something like this were going on? I don't know. I guess people just can imagine whatever they can imagine, but that's not my impression that I get when I look at that light in the sky. That is always outshined by the bigger light in the sky. And by bigger light, I mean brighter, not bigger in size, but bigger in magnitude. Magnitude? That's not the right word. Brighter, whatever.
Luminescence? No, I'm joking. Yeah.
And now I have to look up magnitude to better understand that word. Preeminence what? That is not what I thought that
Eminence.
Wow, magnitude has more meaning than I. Oh wow, magnitude can be in reference to brightness. So there you go.
Cool.
Brightness or brilliancy expressed as a number. Magnitude can be related to brightness. So there you go. There's even an adjective, magnitudinous, involving the greatness of scale. Very nice. Tudo. Suffix forming abstract nouns from adjectives and participles. Interesting.
Oh, I see Crow is back. Did he get wasn't he banned or something?
I don't know what you're talking about.
The Crow guy with the Crow picture. Anyway.
So you were saying before, did Ewar Anon basically walk back all of his previous wild speculations?
Well, he gave some examples on that. Like the one in the Liverpool, the cathedral there. They showed you how they built it, bit by bit, basically, showing proof, like pictures and whatnot, compared to other cathedrals around the other parts of the world, which no one has any evidence of how they built it. Yeah, I guess, just because they built certain structure building in a certain way without knowing exactly which technology they use, therefore all of the other buildings across the plane that looks each other must have been done the same way without knowing how. But then he introduced the one in Liverpool where they built it. I forgot which year they built it. Probably look it up. It wasn't that long ago. But yeah, something like that.
Yeah, I forgot that a lot of his video dealt with Tartaria and things like that.
Yeah, basically about the Tartaria.
Okay, I'm glad someone finally mentioned it. What is it? What the hell is Tartaria or Tartaria or however you say it? What is it?
It's a theory that people are putting forth based on some circumstantial evidence. Oh, I guess I could just leave it at that.
I mean, you mean the word Tartaria is like the all nations united, basically, across the world.
It's
that
also a topic of...
It just sounds like the end times with extra steps: a one world government, a one world religion, a one world thought,
So
a united world.
Tartaria is also a topic of discussion that is relatively difficult or possibly impossible to validate, apart from just imagination and speculation and you trying to use logic and rationale to validate your speculations, but for those reasons, it's not typically talked about on this VC because it's in the realm of incapable of actual validation. But it's certainly a topic people love to talk about, and there are plenty of other VCs on this server where you can chit chat and speculate and see what one person knows and stuff like that.
I think knows is a strong word there because the scientists nowadays, well, scientism scientists use nowadays that exact word. We know this whenever they
Sure.
really don't know this.
Sure. And what I mean by that is like evidence of certain pyramid type structures in different continents, evidence of different styles of buildings on different continents. Now, those evidences are, I would put in the realm of knowledge, because you can demonstrate it and show, okay, this was found in South America, this was found in North America, this was found in Southeast Asia, this was found in North Asia, this was found in Western Asia, this was found in Europe, this was found in North Africa. And you look at these buildings, you compare them all, and you go, well, that's very, very familiar and similar in appearance. Isn't that interesting? Look at these structures, look at these styles, look at how similar they are. And I would put that in the realm of knowledge personally, but then what people do with that, their speculations as to why that is, I would not classify as knowledge. So when I'm saying you could learn what other people know, that's what I'm referring to is, oh yeah, I didn't realize that there's one of those in Argentina. I didn't realize that that there was one of those in that there's almost this exact same building in Portugal and also in Colombia. Like, that's kind of weird. Those are places that are very far apart from each other. Wow, that's interesting knowledge. What you do with that quote unquote knowledge, is.
Well, you can use this
something
knowledge
else.
eventually to build a picture of the world you live in. See, it's again with the whole burden of proof thing when it comes to heliocentrism and geocentrism, is that obviously helios believe that we're on a ball and geos believe we're on an extended plane. The burden of proof flies onto the baller because they are the one making the claim that's such an exaggeratory, requires such exaggeratory claims, like such high level claims.
There are geocentric globe Earth. I'll put it in the realm of believers, only because there's no direct curve measurement, and there's no validating evidence for curvature. So to be a glober of any kind requires a belief. But geocentrism does not inherently. I'm just saying geocentrism, meaning the Earth where we live is the center of our known reality. That doesn't require necessarily for Earth to be any particular thing. It just means Earth center. Geocentrism. It just means Earth center. So what the Earth is a different question. So anyway.
Well, anyways, I think I'm going to be leaving y'all to talk. I will be in the server from time to time. This actually seems like a very friendly environment, so I think I'll have a good time talking with y'all. Y'all have a good day. God bless.
Yeah, man. See you around.
Peace out. Yeah, it's kind of hard to cover the topic of Tartaria, to be honest. So many holes in it.
Speaking of holes, look at the holes in these little rocks. Talk about holes. Those are actual holes. I'm just kidding. I don't know what in the world that's about. Maybe they wore it. I imagine that those were
Hanging
things
it
that
maybe somewhere. Yeah.
somebody would. Well, yeah, maybe you wouldn't have to wear it. Maybe you would just hang it somewhere else. It wouldn't have to be on your body. That's true. Like a decoration. I don't know if anybody here knows Breaking Down Walls of Lies. I haven't seen that guy in a super long time. Just curious if anybody knows who that is and if they've been around.
Don't think so. I think I've seen his name on other servers, possibly.
I know who you're talking about, but I haven't seen him in a while. But then again, I've been away from the server for a minute, so that probably doesn't help.
Yeah, I got you.
Why we keep looking in the past for truth. Interesting.
Yeah, I agree with the unusualness of that question. Oh boy.
Yeah, so deep
Because I guess I would say define past. Because otherwise, that question could really become absurd.
And self-evidence can also be clouded by deception or distraction as well.
Is past an azimuth? What? Oh boy, I don't. I mean, just saying that something is a legitimate question doesn't make it a legitimate question. A question is a question. Whether or not it's legitimate is subjective. So,
well,
no, some things are objective, some things are subjective. Whether or not something is legitimate. Here we go. Legitimate. In fact, I guess I'm wrong, and I have to eat my words. So the actual meaning of legitimate: establish the legitimacy of, to make lawful. So no, a question actually on its face cannot be legitimate, because how is a question going to be made lawful in the first place? So basically, legitimate has been appropriated for colloquial meaning that has departed from its original meaning. It's not a good word to use when you're trying to say it's a useful question, or it's a meaningful question, or that's maybe a better way to put that. But a translator battery. I don't know what that means. But anyway, how fast is past is past doesn't have a speed.
This kind of conversation quickly falls into a Bill Clinton argument of dependence on what your definition of the word is kind of scenario.
Yeah. Well,
oh my god,
I can post is a really.
You know, I'm just joking, Gospel. You know that.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Third person singular present indicative of be. Right, English is, just listen to those words. Third person singular present indicative of the word be.
Hey, I would ask that some of you guys check out the video that I just posted. It's about status correction, 14th Amendment citizen, shithouse lawyer stuff. Anyway, if you got time, watch it at 1.5.
What is this detain list? Is that kind of a black?
No, it's not what it looks like. So basically, what are you loyal to, right? What are you pledging allegiance to exactly? Are you pledging allegiance to Washington, D.C.? Because I don't like those fuckers. But I don't mind being loyal to Texas, not the state of Texas, right? Because that's different than Texas, the state. So basically, you know, who are you? Are you a U.S. citizen or a Texas citizen? That's basically what that video is about.
Okay.
Yeah, but to your first question, most people pledge their allegiance to a flag.
Right.
Yeah, and some of us pledge our allegiance. Woo! What a word! Some of us pledge our allegiance elsewhere.
Can we get the etymology of allegiance, please?
Allegiance.
I know. I said it. I said it. I got all tied up. Yes, absolutely. Because my citizenship is not on Earth.
Sorry,
It reminds me of Star Trek now for some reason.
Elbow, did you say sorry about that?
Oh no, not about that, but about coming in there earlier, a little bit hot.
Oh my God, never again.
I pledge my allegiance to F. I mean, no.
Hey, Gospel,
Okay.
what's the
Water?
etymology?
Let's just water under the bridge, guys. What
It's not water under the bridge. I'm ruining the live stream now by bringing it up here. I'm just kidding.
This isn't the
Continue.
place.
Go ahead. I know. I'm messing with you. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Going on mute.
So allegiance, ties or obligations of a citizen or subject to a government or sovereign. My sovereign, the person whom my allegiance is to the sovereignty preeminent one who made all things, and not to some type of silly man-made construct.
Yeah, I get you there, but I was talking about citizenship. What's the etymology? Is that one that is two words squeezed into one, citizen and ship?
Yeah, it is.
That's a compound word. Absolutely.
Dizen means like servant, and city means municipal. What's that word? No.
Screwed. You know you screwed that one up.
Municipal.
You nipple?
I can never unhear that word now.
Oh.
All right.
We're sixth graders. We're sorry.
Here's the breakdown.
Oh man. Municipal.
You'll have to apply down the hall at the municipal.
Municipal.
But municipal, not municipal. The citizenship. So citizen persons or what? I don't even know what citizen
Many
means.
nipples. It means many nipples.
And then ship is like a conveyance, right?
Okay, I'm posting. I'm trying to keep up, everybody. You guys got to stay on one word and one thing.
I'm with you, Eli.
That's what I've been arguing about for like an hour and a half. Like, just say words that mean mine. That's what's crazy. What's crazy is all the adversary has to do is to mess up communication in one or two places. That's literally it.
That's
literally all he has to do.
All right, so
give me a sec. Give me a second. Obram. If you want to get VC verified, go to VC check it.
Yeah, I don't even think they're here anymore. Anyway, citizenship, then to citizen, then to city. So break it down, right, to the actual etymological root words. And we go to city, which technically goes all the way to the Proto-Indo-European root word K, K-E-I, to lie, also forming words for bed or couch, basically where you lay your head, right? So where you lie down, okay? And then you can read the rest of what it says about city there and everything. But essentially, its most original meaning goes to where you lie down. So then, in regards to the suffix ship, S-H-I-P, not the same as the noun, it's a suffix. Word forming element meaning quality, condition, act, power, skill, office, position, relation between. So it's actually not the word ship as in a ship on the water. It has different etymological root or origin. It is etymologically related to the word shape. Shape comes from the etymological root of this word here.
You forgot descend.
Descend?
No, Sid descend. So
what?
descend means like a public servant, right? The second half of citizen.
So the Z is not actually. I thought that was in there. Yeah, under citizen. Yeah, it's right there. So the S or the Z in Anglo-French presumably replaced an earlier TH. Old English words were bersitend and kestever, whatever in the world that's talking about. But yeah, it's not Zen. That's an elision included letter to combine city and to make it the Z or the S, depending on the language, gets added later on. Is the point? So it's city and then IAN as a root, which yeah, I can post the IAN suffix, which comes from the Latin Ionis or Ionis. So Ian variant of the suffix an originally was from the stem word being attached, but later felt as connected Middle English. It doesn't even really explain what it is. Hold on. Maybe I have to go to an. Pertaining to. That's all the citizen pertaining to the city is really what that word is meaning. So the Ian or the isn't or however is really just pertaining to the city. So citizenship, when you put it all together, is the quality of pertaining to the city, or the quality of pertaining to the place where you lay your head. That would be the most
interesting.
literal way.
The paragraph within the etymology of citizenship, where it starts off free man, right? Sense of free man or inhabitant of country, member of the state or nation, not an alien. I find it interesting that the etymology of citizen also deals with the term free man, which is interesting to me.
Yeah. Here's that word, free man. Old English freeman, which means freeborn man. Similar formation in Old Frisian or Frisian is Fremon, Dutch Freeman, Old High German Freeman. Yeah.
The way I understand it, if you join a corporation or a secret society or whatever, you have laws and bylaws, right? So you're all automatically under God's law, right? Everybody is. And then you have the supreme law, right? Which would be like the Constitution. But if you're a United States citizen, you may not be a part of the Constitution. But if you're a U.S. national, well, that state constitution, I don't know if you ever read yours, but mine's pretty fucking awesome. Brings me to tears. Because when I read the Texas Constitution, it's like, I've known this since I was a child. I just never had the words to say it. Right? So what party and what bylaws do you want to be associated with? If you want to be, down with those 18 million bylaws of a U.S. citizen, then by all means, pay all the taxes you like. If that's what makes you happy, funding illegal wars. But if you want to disassociate yourself from the powers that should not be and quit funding them, maybe you should check out an alternative route. Everyone has got to make their own decision. Obviously, I'm not saying you should do this. I'm just saying it's an option to. It's not like you're renouncing your citizenship. It's you're rescinding it. You never were a U.S. citizen. Anyway, this is the kind of stuff that I've been studying. There's, more than one way to skin a cat. I'm not a tax protester. Um, I think that you should pay your taxes. If you fill out the form, you should pay your taxes. I'm about to pay mine. I don't know if I'm late or whatever, but I scraped it all together. I finally got enough to pay mine. But
Well, seeing as I'm a tax accountant, you're late.
yeah, what's the punishment for that?
You just might be subject to fines or penalties, late fees.
Typical. Yeah, so I got the money scraped up. I'm going to pay my taxes. I'm not in any way saying that you should, not pay your taxes because, if you sign the paperwork, you're under contract.
Yeah, let me
be a
tell
man of
you.
your word.
Let me tell you. You think you're going to get away? Listen, I'm retired. Last year I retired. They just make a bill for everything. They say you owe it, and you don't have a choice. How are you going to stop them from directly taking that money out of your account? They have the means, and they will. And like George Carlin said many years ago, they're taxing you to death on everything, 2 and 3 times your taxed. And now they're coming for your Social Security. Guess what? It's a done deal. I hope you guys are pissed off as I am. You should be pissed off ahead of time because I'm telling you, you think that 401k that you've saved up your entire career is safe. It is not. They'll take it from whatever. Believe me. See, the younger generation doesn't understand this. When you get to the place I am, I've survived this long that you find out what is really going on and that they will do anything they want to do with you, your resources. It's not yours, it's theirs. They just figure they're taking what's theirs.
Yeah,
They
don't forget
more,
IRS agents carry guns, by the way.
yeah, they do. They bought almost more hollow point rounds than any other organization, but I digress. Yeah, your money's not safe. It never will be as long as you're in their system. I agree with Hank. Disenroll. Eventually, I'm hoping I get to see all that stuff fail through non-participation, as well as NASA. I want my money back, NASA. Really?
Well, here's I posted this the other day, but I'm gonna post it again. Americans that went hard by Barricade Garage. Man, because you mentioned this gun, the bullets thing, and it just reminded me of what he said in this video. I recommend Barricade Garage to anybody that hates BS.
I've listened to him before.
Yeah. Anybody that hates nonsense.
Again, I'm sorry. Again, you bringing up Barricade Garage.
What?
Can we go on a call, because every reference that you make, the things that you say, I'm like, yo, man, you and Gregory make an interesting conversation. Can we have that Can you call me privately now so we can do a 3-way now? Can this be a thing?
Yeah, I would like to.
Where am I going? Where do you want me to be?
Just the inbox.
Okay.
Well, it doesn't have to be exactly right now, but whenever you're ready. Because he put me on the Hurricane Barricade Garage as well.
Hurricane Garage. The globe Earth, blowing hurricanes through your junkyards and creating 747s. Miraculously. The thing that gave me the most relief just now is this tea I made from daisies. Inflammation. You never felt pain like this. I thought the tooth was going to eject itself by itself last night. I'm like, holy shit.
It's gonna pop off, like a piston. Like a piston to the head.
It like this pang of pain, which felt like an ice pick coming from inside the gums going out, like pushing the tooth out. And thank God that didn't last very long. It's enough to bring tears to your eyes, man, without, not thinking about it. Just the pain itself bring tears to your eyes.
No doubt, bro. Tooth pain is for real.
I've had enough pain in the last month, man. I'm telling you what. I'm hoping, God, please let this be the end of my punishment. I'm sorry. Forgive me.
Go to Mexico.
I've done. Like, I know the wages of sin are death, and I'll stop there. I don't want to die.
Go to Mexico for a week. Don't they got
too dangerous there?
It's pretty dangerous. Abscessing.
It's dangerous enough in the city where I live. Like, I wouldn't want to go there. It's more dangerous. Places.
I think it's dangerous.
Yeah, you don't know the border. I've lived here for 48 years on the West Coast. The border now is a war zone.
Because of our policy.
Yep. It's a war zone. I would never go in there by myself. Definitely not. But 25 years ago, we used to go down there with big bands of Americans would go down there. They had a whole village, a whole community of Americans with 99-year leases. Well, eventually they got all kicked out and removed from their property because it wasn't theirs. It was the Mexican government. They get a better.
You can't buy land without a birth certificate there.
So you almost be better squatting.
But yeah, what I've been learning about the state national, apparently it just sets you under a different set of rules. Gives you limited diplomatic immunity, and it makes it to where cops can't really do anything but fuck with you when you present your driver's license.
The Commonwealth.
You don't.
Yeah, I live in I'm part. Now, like etymology wise, what does Commonwealth mean? Like, if I consider myself under the Constitution of the people of California, for the Commonwealth of California, that's the first Constitution. Even though I wasn't born here, I've lived here most of my life in California.
My tooth fucking hurts. Better shut up.
Well, I heard that there's 3 places that don't really honor this. So if you live in Colorado, Arkansas, and one other state that I can't remember, it's not really working there because the government's just too corrupt to even acknowledge it. But yeah, apparently, like I always say, you're served that which you deserve. If you want to be a U.S. citizen, there's a maximum of law that says you control that which you create. Congress can create whatever they like, right? And they control 14th Amendment citizens because they created it.
Mm-hmm.
And if you agree to that,